It's catching your eyes.
Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. I inform the House that due to the recent party changes, the following members are no longer members of certain committees. As the list is a lengthy one, I do not propose to read it to the House. Details be recorded in the votes and proceedings. I'm going to give a call to the Leader of the House.
Is there any chance that could be read to the House, please?
I don't intend to delay the House with those details. That will be available for all members. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. This procedure is in two parts. So, first of all, this is a procedure I hadn't expected to come back to and have to update. So that the first motion is simply to move that so much of standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the Leader of the House from moving the following motion immediately, that Sessional Order 65A be amended in the terms circulated to members in the chamber. I'll save the arguments for after the suspension when we get to the second motion.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I'll just put that. The Leader of the House has moved the suspension. I'll put that to the House again. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I move that Sessional Order 65A be amended in the terms circulated to members in the chamber. So, for the information of members, the reason we have to do this is because of significant change seating arrangements on the other side of the House. Effectively, when the member for New England moved to the crossbench, it had not occurred to us at the time that the entire National Party was going to move to the crossbench with him. And while he's not their leader, they appear to be his followers in the pathway over there. We end up with a new seating arrangement here. We still have the traditional crossbench over in the corner there. But we now have the cross, the very cross, and the apoplectic, all in front of us here. How long did it take you to come up with this arrangement? Like, seriously? I mean, the one who just interjected was one of the people who over summer was saying, got to get the parliament here quickly, got to get the parliament here quickly, got to legislate straight away, got to implement the whole of the anti-Semitism report straight away. The moment he gets here, the exact person interjecting now, oh, it's all too fast. Oh, can you slow down? And these bits from the anti-Semitism report, oh, can you just not go ahead with that, please? Can you not implement those? Or those at the back there saying, can you split the bill? Can you please split the bill so we can vote against it twice? Because that's a position they ended up with, effectively opposing any measures of change as a result of the horrors that happened with the anti-Semitic terrorist attack in Bondi. We end up with a situation now where it was, go back to Billy Hughes with "you've got to draw the line somewhere," would join every party except the predecessor of the National Party. But where did the National Party decide to draw the line? On the bit of the legislation that would ban the Nazis. Like, of all the hills to die on, that's the one that made them decide they couldn't possibly remain part of the coalition anymore. They couldn't possibly stay there because of the part of the legislation that would ban the Nazi Party. And effectively, the Nazis saw it coming, and we had two strong reactions to that part of legislation. The Nazis dissembled themselves, and the Nationals dissembled the coalition. And those were the reactions that we had on both. Now, there's a number of things that changed as a result. While the Speaker wasn't willing to oblige in terms of reading out the names of the committees, there's a whole series of committees where you have opposition members defined as members. So anyone who was a Nat in any of those committees has now immediately been forced to leave. They're no longer eligible because they're not members of the coalition. Now, we could restructure the committees this week. I just have no idea what the arrangements on that side will be in 7 days' time. And I don't want to be in a situation where the committee process of this House is completely left hostage to the chaos and the indulgence of the coalition. Well, the former coalition, and in fact I might remind you, Speaker, now that there is no longer a coalition, the term no-alition should be completely in order now, because it is not the official name of any of them in any permutation whatsoever. So we're not changing the committees today. At some point we might have to, because now the number of people on the crossbench is 28 and the number of people in the opposition is 28. Now, it has happened before. It happened in the early 1930s, but it has not happened since then that we've had a situation where the crossbench has managed to rival the opposition in this House. So what we will change today are the order of questions for question time. Effectively, we can't have a situation where we only have, in terms of, while the sessional order goes for a much longer period of time, very often we end up with 9 questions or 10 questions aside, and effectively that would mean at the moment under the sessional order, the crossbench, which occupies half of the non-government benches, would in fact only get 3 of the questions. So we need to be able to change the sessional orders as a result of that. The change that we're doing is the first question will still be from the opposition, but then it will alternate from this part of the non-government benches to that part, and it'll go back and forth for the first 8 non-government questions. And then we have the second set of 8 under the sessional order, where it alternates but starts with the crossbench going back forth. So how long this will last, I don't know. Watching the media, I don't know if we're moving to a situation where the crossbench in fact starts to become larger than the opposition. I see members of the crossbench nodding, but you might not want the ones you get. I'd be careful what you wish for. It's when we talked about the growth of the crossbench last time, you never expected this one was going to happen. So this is the only practical way to be able to deal with the chaos that we have from those opposite. As I say, maybe I have to come back in a week's time and do another sessional order. Maybe not. Maybe we end up with a situation where there's a tradition that the opposition always get the first question. We've kept that here, but no one who watches Australian politics and who is still alive has seen this before in terms of being a close watching of Australian politics. The concept that two parties who are unable to govern their relationship with each other in any sort of adult way could be credibly considered to govern an entire nation just beggars belief. Just beggars belief. And those opposite, when I first arrived here, it was the Howard government, disagreed with a lot of what they were doing, but they were formidable and they were unified. And to see the disaster that is before us now is something which is extraordinary, I will say unexpected, and we will continue to update the procedures as the mayhem from those opposite demands.
The question is the motion be agreed to and give the call to the manager of opposition business.
Thank you, Speaker. I move as an amendment to the motion moved by the Minister the following. 1, after Sessional Order 65A, insert and Standing Order 97. And 2, at the end of the motion, insert 97 daily question time. A, question time shall begin at 2 p.m. on each sitting day, at which time the Speaker shall interrupt any business before the House and call on questions without notice. B, the business interrupted shall be dealt with in the following manner. 1, if a division is in progress at the time the division shall be completed and the result announced. Or 2, the Speaker shall set the time for resumption of debate. C, question time shall not conclude until at least 8 questions have been asked by opposition members. I total those amendments. So, Speaker, I think we're subjected to that unedifying display from the government, who has a right to change the sessional orders, the right to change the standing orders of this parliament, the right given to them by the Australian people to have 93 seats and do what they like. But just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should do something. And I would say to the government the following about these standing and sessional orders. It's reasonable for them to propose them under the circumstances. But the National Party is a defined political party under these Parliament's rules and is sitting proudly as their own individual separate party from the Liberal Party, and the government knows that. It's purely a government trick to define them as crossbenchers. It's purely a government decision to say that the Nationals aren't sitting as their own party room, they are their own party and they sit together as their own political party. So we don't accept the government's definition that they're part of a crossbench. The crossbench, of course, includes people elected as independents and individuals to this place and people who've decided to sit independently. They meet the definition of a lead party in this House by this House's rules, and they have an elected leader by this House's rules. That's the facts. And regardless of any disagreement we have with them or a decision to sit separately as Liberal and National parties, they have the right to be treated as their own political party. They have the right to be given their own respect. They are not the crossbench. So we reject that definition absolutely. The government has done that because, in its hubris and arrogance, it's decided to weaken the transparency of this House over time by various measures. We have seen reducing the time allowed for questions, the actual asking of a question, to a very simple 30 seconds in a desperate long-term measure to say you have less and less time to get a question out to a minister. We've seen a Prime Minister who over time has let less and less questions be asked each question time the longer he is in office. Why do we think that is, regardless of who's asking them? The Prime Minister has been cutting question time shorter and shorter. If the Leader of the House admires the Howard government, he'll note that the Howard government— well, I think you said you're a big fan of the Howard government. I think that's what you're trying to say. In retrospect, it was a brilliant government, is what you were saying to us. Brilliant. At the time you didn't realise it, but now you see how good it was. One day you will see that about other governments. What the Howard government did was allow more questions in question time. more than what you're allowing, more than what the Prime Minister is allowing. And he's deliberately doing so. So what these changes do is, of course, have less scrutiny over the executive of the government, a vital function of this parliament, regardless of what side you sit on. And so, therefore, we don't agree with that ongoing process of the Albanese government to reduce transparency. When you couple this with freedom of information changes that the government is proposing that are friendless in our polity, friendless amongst the media, friendless amongst the crossbench, the National Party, the Liberal Party, anybody elected to this parliament, friendless in academia, friendless because they reduce transparency and scrutiny over government. This agenda that the Albanese government is pursuing is deliberately against what they told the Australian people to get this supermajority that they got. Every opportunity they get, regardless of what it is, they will reduce transparency and reduce scrutiny. Over time, this erodes the parliament's ability to do its job, the whole parliament. And so while the Leader of the Government Business, Manager of Government Business, laughs and enjoys his political day, he is actually under the cover of the problems we are having, reducing the parliament's ability to do its job. And the truth of it is, the crossbench, the National Party and the Liberal Party agreed on different order of business for the question time, and the government rejected the fact that we could agree. That's the revealing truth about this situation. The government will not allow the parliament to agree if it isn't in the government's interests. So we cannot decide the non-government order of questions, and the Leader of the House knows this. He's going to make sure that we try and fight amongst ourselves. This is deliberate. It's the agenda. It is. It is. No, it is.
Order.
It
Members
is.
on my right.
It is you. And of course you'll exploit and wedge this. I understand that. But you're doing it openly, brazenly, in the full light of day. And I'd invite Australians not to forget that this government, from the moment it was elected until this moment, has reduced at every juncture it can, scrutiny, transparency, and it seeks to cut off the freedom of information rights of Australians, even as we speak. So, Speaker, I move my amendment because this will actually force the hand of the Prime Minister and it will reveal the government's true agenda. My amendment says, and I say to every member here, that the Prime Minister may not cut off question time until 8 opposition questions have been asked. That means that the non-government side will get its chance every day to have a minimum number of questions, stopping this slide that the Albanese government has started of the least questions asked per parliament of any parliament in our history. The Manager of Government Business is right. He hasn't seen some things here, but we haven't seen a Prime Minister with less questions asked per question time either. And that is a problem for our democracy. That's why we move these amendments. That's why I believe all of the crossbench and the National Party and the Liberal Party and the opposition are all united that we should have more scrutiny, more transparency and more opportunity for questions in question time in Parliament.
Is the motion second to give the call to the Chief Government
Thank you,
Opposition?
Speaker. Well, I second the motion. Tell you what, there is a lot of hubris in the House on that side. There is a lot of hubris within the Canberra bubble. But yesterday, the government got together and the Prime Minister was talking about making jokes about the Australian people, talking about maths and other things. I was out in my community talking to community members, and someone said to me yesterday, they are shocked and scared. They are shocked and scared about 2:30 this afternoon. They are shocked and scared about what the RBA is going to do. And there is a reason they are scared, because they are struggling to put food on the table. And the reason,
Members on my right.
the reason
Member
this
for
government continues
Chisholm.
to fail is because it has no scrutiny. This Prime Minister has no scrutiny within his caucus. The backbench of the Labor Party know very clearly that they cannot follow their own conscience, because the backbench
Chief
of the
Government
government know that if they go against the Prime Minister, what happens to them? They're out. They get kicked out of the government. They get kicked out of the ALP. And the Minister for Aged Care asked me who's been kicked out of the ALP. A lady called Senator Payman. Did you forget about Senator Payman, who had the temerity to talk in caucus with a different opinion to the Prime Minister, had the temerity to vote to her conscience in the Senate. How dare a member of the government have a conscience and choose what they would like to do, Minister for Aged Care? So what happened when Senator Payman exercised her conscience? She did not leave, she was kicked out. She was told, you cannot sit with the ALP anymore because you do not follow orders. So it is crucial that the opposition be able to hold this bad government to account, because there is no one within that caucus that will hold the government to account. Let's use another example, gambling reform. Let's talk about the Murphy report. The member for Bennelong is prepared to put a few statements out there publicly about the importance to gambling reform. The member for Macarthur has said, and I want to commend the member for Macarthur, he's had the courage repeatedly last term and this term to speak out about this government, hasn't voted against them, but the member for Macarthur has said that if it went to a conscience vote, the Murphy report and gambling reform, it would pass this House. That's the words of the member for Macarthur. Do you need better evidence and proof of why you need an opposition with the ability to hold the government to account? Because this caucus does not have the courage of their convictions to vote to a private member's bill about gambling reform to honour Peter Murphy and honour the Murphy report, because they know if they do, they will follow Senator Payman out of the ALP and out of the government. And this is the challenge that we have here, being able to hold this government to account. And at 2:30 today, they know that the Australian people are going to be let down again. Because what has happened with this Treasurer, he has continued to pour fuel on the economic fire of inflation, and he's made it worse. He promised the Australian people that he had slayed the inflation dragon. There is one country in the world where inflation and interest rates are going up, and that's Australia. These are the examples of why the coalition needs these questions, why the Liberal Party, why the non-opposition members need these questions to hold this government to account, and I support the motion from the member for Mitchell.
Question the amendment be agreed to give the call to the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Obviously, at the start, the issue we have is there is no coalition. And just looking at it, Mr Speaker, if the Liberal Party have 8, then obviously the crossbench will have to get 8, which means that the government will have to get 16. That's 32 questions. So we're looking at, what's that, about 112 or so minutes, and with the condolences motions and everything else, that means question time is going every day for around about 2 hours. And then after that, you're going to have the MPI. So you're starting to tie things up quite considerably. I also think, Mr Speaker, that the one thing you don't want to draw attention to is exactly what's happening, and staying here for 2 hours with the cameras focusing on what inevitably will be sorted out, but currently is a total fiasco, is probably not the best thing for the Australian people. It's a little bit of an indictment, and I ask the coalition just get it together and get us back to a normal parliament.
The order, members on my right. I'd like a bit of order in the House. We're dealing with procedural matters. I'll ask all members to show restraint. We'll deal with the question moved by the Manager of Opposition Business first. So the question is the amendment be agreed to. Those opinions say aye. Against no. No. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The original question was the motion be agreed to this. The honourable member for Mitchell has moved as an amendment that certain words be added to the motion. So the matter before the House is that the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Bowman and Fadden as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 44, noes 87. The matter was resolved in the negative. We shall now move to deal with the motion moved by the Leader of the House. So the question is the motion be agreed to. I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
They've got morning prayers.
Order. If members can return to their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible, give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I declare that unless otherwise ordered, Copyright Amendment Bill 2025, Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures No. 2 Bill 2025 and Corporations Amendment Digital Assets Framework Bill 2025 stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration at the adjournment of debate on the motion for the second reading of each bill.
I have to report to the House that on 9 and 16 December 2025 I received from the Chief Opposition Whip and Chief Government Whip nominating changes in the membership of certain committees in accordance with Standing Order 229B. As the House was not expected to sit for several weeks, the appointments became effective on those dates. I now call the Leader of the House to move a motion to resolve the membership of the committee.
Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of participating and supplementary members to certain committees.
Is leave granted? Give the call to Member for
Leave
Moncrieff.
is granted.
The Member for Moncrieff has granted leave. I call the Leader of the House.
I thank the member for Moncrieff. I move that Mr Caldwell and Mr Pike be appointed participating members of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for the purpose of the committee's inquiry into the 2025 federal election, and Mr M Smith be appointed a supplementary member of the Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport for the purpose of the committee's inquiry into local government funding and fiscal sustainability.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I received a letter from the Honourable Member for Wide Bay resigning from the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement. Call the clerk. I've also received messages from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to several bills. I do not propose to read the titles which we recorded in the votes and proceedings. The clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Copyright Amendment Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is the bill be now read a second time. I give the call to the honourable member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak on the Copyright Amendment Bill 2025. This is a largely technical bill, the product of several years of consultation, roundtables and review work undertaken by the government in 2023. It's also been the subject of examination by the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee. While the Coalition will not oppose the bill in the House and is likely to support it in the Senate based on the outcome of that inquiry, it is important that this Parliament understands what this bill does, what it does not do, and why its reforms matter. Copyright is not an abstract legal concept. It is about protecting Australian creators, teachers, students, libraries, museums, small innovators and the cultural and economic value of the material that they both produce and preserve. It's about balance, clarity and fairness, and it's about making sure our laws keep pace with how Australians learn, teach, share and create today. Madam Deputy Speaker, Australia's Copyright Act 1968 is more than 50 years old. It has been amended often, but it has not always kept up with new technology, new learning environments or new cultural expectations. This bill makes two sets of reforms. Firstly, it establishes a statutory orphan works scheme to allow responsible use of materials where rights holders cannot be found. It clarifies education exceptions for remote learning, ensuring teachers and students are protected when classes are delivered online or in hybrid form. And finally, it makes a series of technical and administrative amendments to modernise appointments, tribunal processes, archival definitions and notification methods. These reforms are incremental, but they're sensible and widely supported by a broad range of stakeholders. These amendments do not alter the fundamental rights of creators. They do not diminish the value of copyright, and they do not introduce the highly contentious text and data mining exception that many artists and creators feared. Madam Deputy Speaker, Schedule 1 introduces a long-awaited statutory framework to deal with orphan works. Evidence suggests that as much as 70% of library collections may include works where the copyright owner cannot be identified or located. Under the bill, a user is protected from infringement remedies in such a situation only if they have conducted a reasonably diligent search for the copyright owner, if they've undertaken that search within a reasonable period before use, and if they've maintained records of that search, and provided clear and reasonable prominent notice that they are using the work under the Orphan Works scheme. If the owner later emerges, they are entitled to a reasonable payment or to negotiate terms for its continued use. If an agreement cannot be reached, a court may set terms or issue an injunction to prevent the ongoing use. These protections are set out in New Division 2AAA of Part 5 of the Act, including sections 116AAD to 116AAF. This scheme unlocks enormous cultural value for galleries, libraries, archives and educational institutions. For too long, these institutions have been unable to digitise, preserve or make available materials simply because a rights holder from 60 years ago cannot be traced. This bill provides a lawful path forward. At the same time, the scheme safeguards the rights of creators. A diligent search must occur, records must be kept, notice must be given, and any payment demanded by the rights holder must be reasonable and fair. However, the Senate inquiry heard stakeholders' concerns about lack of clarity in defining terms such as reasonably diligent search and reasonable payment, particularly in commercial settings. These questions are not insignificant, and clarity will be essential to avoid unnecessary litigation. The opposition will keep a keen eye on how these terms are considered in practice. Schedule 2 clarifies one of the most important issues arising from the pandemic: the copyright status of remote education. Section 28 of the Copyright Act currently allows teachers to perform or communicate works in the presence of students. This language made sense in 1968. It makes very little sense in 2025. The amendments make it clear that the exception applies to educational instruction delivered in person, online, through hybrid teaching or through real-time digital platforms. These changes reflect the way modern classrooms operate. Teachers no longer stand in front of a blackboard with chalk, they teach via Zoom, Teams, interactive whiteboards, learning portals and live streams. Importantly, the bill also ensures that parents, guardians and community members assisting instruction are protected under the exception, provided they are not doing so for commercial gain. This is especially relevant for children learning from home, for students with disabilities and for regional and remote families. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, the exception is not intended to apply to delayed viewing of pre-recorded classes. Copyright holders strongly oppose extending the exemption to recorded or delayed instruction. This issue was explored further by the Senate inquiry and remains a pressing concern. In their additional comments, Coalition senators noted the need to balance copyright holders' rights with the needs of regional, remote and special needs educators. The opposition will continue to monitor whether the contemporaneous instruction requirement strikes the right balance between providing educational access and protecting creators' rights. Schedule 3 is largely housekeeping, but it matters for the clarity of the law. The bill modernises appointment processes for the Copyright Tribunal, shifting some functions from the Governor-General to the Minister or the Federal Court CEO. It updates the definition of archives to align with current state and territory archival bodies. It replaces outdated references to the Gazette with modern notifiable instruments and clarifies the interaction between Crown copyright and Part 7 of the Act. None of these measures are controversial. They streamline administration and they remove redundant provisions. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is also important to be very clear about what this bill does not do. The orphan work scheme cannot be used to justify large-scale AI training on copyrighted material. The explanatory memorandum itself acknowledges that this would be impractical and inconsistent with the requirement for an individual diligent search for each work used. The Attorney-General ruled out a text and data mining exception in October 2024, and the Coalition strongly supports that position and, in fact, has been calling for such since the beginning of 2024. And I should give a shout-out to my predecessor, the former Shadow Attorney-General, a member for Barara, in his good work in that space. Australian creators must not have their work scraped, copied or monetised by AI companies without permission and fair payment. This bill does not alter that principle in any way. Most stakeholders support the bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, but several have raised concerns that the reforms are too incremental. The education sector welcomes the remote learning clarity but argues further reforms are needed. Independent and Catholic schools have called for broader fair dealing exceptions and a modernised approach to digital content, technology and AI. The copyright and publishing sector largely supports the orphan work scheme but wants clearer guidance on diligence requirements so small institutions are not exposed to risk or inconsistency. These concerns are precisely why the opposition supported the Senate inquiry process. The Senate inquiry, which reported on the 19th of December last year, allowed stakeholders to provide detailed evidence regarding these concerns. Ultimately, the committee recommended that the bill be passed as drafted, reflecting the position of most stakeholders. Coalition senators supported the bill, noting it aligns with long-standing coalition support for modern copyright laws that balance access with protection for creators. In its additional comments, the Coalition noted it would continue to monitor stakeholder issues throughout the bill's implementation. This includes concerns that ongoing use in exchange for court-determined compensation could weaken deterrence or bargaining power if not carefully managed. Also, the need for clearer guidance on reasonably diligent search and compliance burdens for businesses, and as mentioned, the issues around recorded lessons particularly for regional, remote and special needs education. Madam Deputy Speaker, copyright laws must support Australian creators, protect the value of their work and encourage innovation and learning. This bill broadly achieves those aims. The bill is measured and responsible. We will not oppose the bill in the House. We are very likely to support the bill in the Senate based on the findings of the Senate inquiry. We will continue to push for clarity around key terms, including reasonably diligent search and reasonable payment. And we will continue to defend the rights of Australian creators against any attempt to open the door to unauthorised AI training. Madam Deputy Speaker, these reforms are practical, incremental and beneficial. They do not alter the fundamentals of copyright. They do not diminish creators' rights, and they deliver long-sought clarity for teachers, students and cultural institutions. This is an uncontroversial bill, but it is an important one. It modernises our law in sensible ways. It supports the responsible use of cultural materials. It clarifies educational practice for the digital age, and it updates long outdated administrative processes. The Coalition will continue to approach these reforms with common sense and respect for the rights of creators, educators and institutions. And will continue to ensure that copyright law remains fit for purpose in a world where technology is evolving faster than ever before. I commend the bill to the House.
And I give the call to the Minister for Aged Care.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour of this day. I'll put the question. All that opinion say aye. All those contrary no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures number 2 Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures number 2 Bill and move the amendment circulated in my name. The Coalition will support the passage of this bill because it's necessary to keep the veterans' compensation reforms on track and to ensure the transition to a single, simplified compensation and rehabilitation framework operating properly from the 1st of July 2026. And I want to begin with a simple message to every veteran, every serving member who might be watching this debate. To every Australian warfighter and every veteran warrior who has worn the uniform. We see you, we respect you. And we will fight to make sure the system that's meant to support you actually works for you. Because this for defence personnel is not abstract, it's not theoretical. This is a person in uniform deciding whether to put their hand up for help. This is a partner filling out paperwork late at night. This is a family trying to navigate a system in the worst week of their lives. Now, Deputy Speaker, the Coalition supported the Royal Commission's push to simplify and harmonise veterans' compensation arrangements because the current multi-act system is complex, it's difficult to navigate and too often confusing for veterans and for their families. That's why we supported the primary reform legislation. And that's why we continue to support the objective of a single ongoing framework under the MRCA, reducing duplication, improving administrative consistency and making entitlements, claims and review pathways easier to understand and to access. This bill is largely technical and consequential, but technical does not mean trivial when you are the person living with the consequences. These provisions go to continuity, clarity and certainty. Our priority throughout this process has been simple. No veteran and no ADF member should be disadvantaged during the transition, and review rights and entitlements must be preserved. Now, this bill makes important clarifications to ensure the new single scheme framework functions properly and fairly in practice. It clarifies and preserves review and appeal rights, including internal reconsideration and external merit review pathways, including through the Veterans Review Board. It tightens transitional rules for claims and decisions spanning the commencement date to reduce legal uncertainty and inconsistent outcomes. It ensures dependent compensation is not distorted by timing technicalities, clarifies funeral benefit rules, aligns education assistance under the consolidated framework, and clarifies impairment and additional disablement payment rules so assessments and payments remain correct and consistent. It also preserves key allowances and decoration payments, clarifies coverage for treatment-related injuries and diseases, maintains non-liability healthcare arrangements, and improves offsets and deductions to prevent duplication while protecting overall entitlements. That is what good legislative housekeeping looks like, making sure the intent of reform survives contact with reality. But we should be frank. Parts of this bill are required to complete or correct the government's original package. Now, these are not new policy ideas. They are core implementation details that should have been settled the first time. And veterans and their families deserve stability, not rolling legislative corrections that add uncertainty to a system we're supposed to be simplifying. The Coalition's amendment is saying trust and early help must come first. And while we support this legislation, overall the Coalition's amendment goes to a fundamental principle, which is trust. It calls on the government to remove the mandatory legislative requirements to notify the Chief of Defence Force when a serving member lodges a Veterans Review Board application or accesses non-liability healthcare. So let me be clear about this principle. It's incredibly important. Unless there are extraordinary circumstances, it should be up to the warfighter whether Defence is notified when they make a health claim. We recognise that there will be extraordinary circumstances where a member of the Defence Force makes a claim and the health condition they are facing may have consequences for them or for their colleagues and for others that deserves notification. So we are not blind to that set of circumstances. But there are many circumstances where it's just completely inappropriate that notification be mandatory to the Chief of Defence Force when a member of the Defence Force makes a claim. Because if you want a force that is ready, resilient and lethal when it needs to be, you have to have a system where people in uniform can seek help early and with confidence, not late and in silence. The government's rationale is operational, that notification supports defence requirements and helps access medical records. But it fails to take seriously how real people respond to perceived career risk and stigma. They will not seek care when they need it. They will not seek care when they need it. The evidence is plain. Some serving members are reluctant to seek mental health support or other support when they believe it could affect their career progression or deployability. If you bake automatic notification into legislation, you risk reinforcing that fear and you risk deterring early care. And we know so well that in health, in so many different areas, early care is the key to preempting much greater care requirements down the track. This is a well understood principle of healthcare, and it should absolutely be applied to those incredibly brave men and women who are prepared to put themselves in harm's way in the right circumstances for our great nation. And when early care is deterred, problems get worse, as we know. Families pay the price. Units pay the price, and tragically in some cases the nation will pay the price. If you're designing a system with the objective of preventing unnecessary health problems down the track. The test is simple. Does this reduce the barriers to care or does it add to them? And our view is simple. Automatic notification in every circumstance is a barrier. We recognise that there's occasions when it's necessary, but automatic notification is a barrier. So we stand ready to work with the government on fixing this, either through a clearer threshold, a consent provision, or, indeed, if appropriate, removing the clause entirely. But what we're proposing here immediately is to seek to refer the bill to a short Senate inquiry to work through the detail of this issue. And we certainly hope that the government will work with us to make sure that we get the right outcome for our defence personnel. Mr Speaker, leadership in this place is of course about doing the hard work, the hard, sometimes unglamorous work, to make systems perform under pressure for the people who rely on them. And there are few groups in the country who have earned that seriousness more than the men and women who serve, the veteran warriors who have served, and the families who serve alongside them. The Coalition has a strong record of backing veterans and their families, from establishing the Veterans Covenant to expanding Open Arms to non-liability mental health care to employment initiatives and wellbeing centres across the country. That record reflects a simple belief: service deserves respect, and respect must be practical. So, Deputy Speaker, we won't stand in the way of technical amendments, but we will hold the government to account for incomplete delivery, and will push for reforms that make one thing absolutely clear to every serving member and veteran, to every warfighter and every veteran warrior: you should never have to choose between your career and your care. You should never have to fight your own system for the support you have earned, and you will always have our respect.
Is the amendment seconded? Is the amendment seconded?
Yes, I second it.
Okay. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Hume has moved an amendment that all words after that be admitted, with the view to substitute other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour of the day. I will now put that question. All of the opinions say aye. Contrary, no. Believe the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 3, Corporations Amendment Digital Assets Framework Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Digital assets, blockchain infrastructure and tokenisation are taking over global financial markets. They're reshaping payments, custody, capital raising, tradings, clearing. They will all be done by what is essentially smart money, tokenised money that is decentralised. This sector is growing, and blockchain is going to revolutionise the entire sector. The question is not whether it will grow. The question is, will Australia continue to be a place where financial markets are served through Asia? Will we build jobs, or will we lose jobs? Will we build capability and sovereign expertise, or will we continue to watch innovation and investment move offshore? That's why the Corporation Amendments Digital Assets Framework Bill 2025 is a welcome step. It provides legal clarity where uncertainty has long hindered development and frustrated industry. But, Deputy Speaker, it also highlights something else: just how long this reform has taken, how much ground Australia has lost in what is a race, a global race, and Australia is slipping behind. But before we get to that, let's focus on what this bill actually gets right. This bill does something that the Australian digital asset sector has needed for a long time and is long overdue. It brings some clarity. Activity in this space has sat in a grey area, not properly regulated and enforced by ASIC, by enforcement actions and creating laws, testing them by suing companies in courts rather than administering laws. Now we actually have some legal frameworks that can be applied and that business can conform to. The bill finally draws clear lines in the Corporations Act about what a digital token is, when a token constitutes a financial product, and when platforms holding these tokens form part of Australia's regulated financial system. This matters because uncertainty is not neutral. Uncertainty deters investment, it drives jobs offshore, it drives capital offshore, and we have seen that happen already. Now, no one is pretending heavy-handed regulation helps industry or innovation, but what we needed is confidence. Confidence so people could invest in this sector. More importantly, we do not need to treat these platforms as outsiders. We need to welcome them as part of the financial regulation system. We need to, instead of forcing digital asset businesses into parallel regulatory universes or into grey areas, this bill allows them, where appropriate, to be recognised with the same regulatory architecture, the same regulatory certainty that other corporations and banks are subject to. This integration matters for confidence, interoperability, system stability and jobs and investment for Australia. The bill also improves transparency for everyday Australians. We now will have clearer disclosure, we'll have clearer expectations how rights are attached to underlying assets and protecting Australian consumers who operate in the blockchain or crypto sectors. So, Deputy Speaker, while this bill is not perfect, it is very sensible. But we can't assess this bill in isolation. We must be honest about the policy context that led us here. The roadmap for this reform originated with the Coalition. Recognising the rapid pace of change in the last government, the Coalition commissioned a Senate inquiry into Australia as a technology and financial senator chaired by Senator Andrew Bragg. We developed a comprehensive payment and crypto assets reform agenda, which was timely and critical. It recognised digital assets are simply not about speculation and trading. It's not about crypto and people just buying it and hoping it will go up. It's about payments, market settlement, currency, and the very rails the financial system operates on itself. The hard policy thinking has been done over the last 6 years. The Coalition does not support prolonged delay, regulatory drift or enforcement ahead of this legislation. ASIC must now pause and wait for this legislation and work with industry. But this delay has mattered. Instead of having clear rules set by Parliament 6 years ago or 3 years ago when the Albanese government came in, Australia has seen regulatory uncertainty and enforcement approaches fill this vacuum. ASIC, in absence of this legislation, has been forced into a quasi-legislative role, suing companies, taking them to court, destroying business models to try and create test cases to see how the law should imply. This bill addresses some of that, but unfortunately it's too little too late. Deputy Speaker, digital assets, blockchain and tokenisation are part of the global financial system. But let be no doubt about this. It is a race, and it's a race Australia is losing. Comparable jurisdictions, including the United Kingdom, the EU and the US, have moved quickly and decisively. By the end of 2024, more than 12 months ago, 2/3 of comparable jurisdictions worldwide had already regulated stablecoins or crypto assets or had firm plans to do it imminently. Australia has not kept pace, and we are losing investment, we are losing jobs, and we are falling behind as a major financial player on world markets. Countries that provide this regulatory clarity, proportionate rules and certainty attract investment, jobs and technology. The innovation that this sector drives will drive productivity, something we are desperately in search of in this country. Productivity drives wages. It helps make Australians richer. Right now, Australians feel poorer every day because of declining productivity. Well, this is one of the answers, and the government has sat on it for over 3 years. The case the Coalition has made and continues to make is delay is costly, and we must act. According to KPMG's Pulse of the FinTech report, in the first half of 2025, Australia recorded just $142 million in fintech investment across 31 deals. That's an 84% fall in deal value and a 42% fall in deal volume compared to the previous half year. KPMG attributes this to a slowing growing domestic economy and an increasingly cautious investor sentiment. In a sector as mobile as fintech and digital assets, this matters. Capital doesn't wait for certainty. It doesn't wait for the House of Reps or the Senate to pass laws. It moves. And it has moved, and we're seeing that 84% of capital falling away in this sector. Also, this bill does not address the widespread practice of debanking, where banks will not bank these fintech, crypto or blockchain players, or in some instances their customers. Despite the many issues papers acknowledging this as a serious issue, despite government-supported recommendations from the Council of Financial Regulators, this remains unaddressed. It doesn't provide a clear pathway for Australia to lead in tokenisation. The next generation of financial infrastructure is tokenisation. The EU and the UK are moving there rapidly. The United States actively partners on token markets with major global exchanges, and they are now announcing moves to bring equities on-chain. That would be the equivalent of the ASX. This bill lays a foundation, but does not yet constitute a strategy, and it's not building on top of it. It also doesn't address the fact that broker model platforms should not be regulated as financial markets. Broker model digital asset platforms do not operate multi-party trading venues like traditional financial markets. Applying for a markets licence concepts to broker models is disproportionate and unworkable, particularly for platforms accessing global liquidity. Regulatory uncertainty in this area is forcing Australian platforms into isolated, Australia-only liquidity pools, harming consumers and harming competition. Australian consumers are getting a raw deal. We need clear differentiations of business models to avoid unintended consequences. Also, stablecoin listing rules place issuers onto risk onto platforms. Australia platforms face significant compliance and uncertainty when listing stablecoins issued by offshore entities not licensed locally. Platforms do not control the issuance, the reserves, the governance or redemption mechanics, yet they bear the regulatory risk by listing the asset. Without clearer rules or workable relief, platforms may be forced to delist globally used stablecoins, undermining payments and tokenised use cases for Australian consumers and Australian businesses. Regulatory responsibility should sit exclusively with issuers, not indirectly imposed through regulatory exchanges. And lastly, group licensing flexibility is still missing. Digital assets and businesses often operate through integrated corporate groups for legitimate government and risk reasons, no difference to any other corporate on the ASX. The framework should allow for corporate authorised representatives within related bodies corporate, reducing duplication of licences and compliance systems. Consumer protection would not be weakened. The accountability would remain with the licensee. Without this flexibility, Australian firms face unnecessary costs compared to global competitors, which will ultimately be passed on to consumers. And Australia still lacks this stablecoins framework. The Digital Assets Bill does not unlock stablecoins as a payment instrument. Other jurisdictions are moving faster. The US is explicitly enabling regulated stablecoins for payments. The US has done this under the Genius Act. Australia needs something similar and needs to act now. Uncertainty around licensing and compliance means stablecoins are still treated primarily as trading products, not as a payment infrastructure. This limits the real-world use cases such as merchant payments, cross-border settlement and programmable money. All of these things would save businesses and consumers millions of dollars. But it's not too late. We must act on this now, and we can act in a bipartisan way. I'm asking the Labor government to again join us and actually let's push Australia to the forefront of this so we can capture jobs. Deputy Speaker, digital assets is not an isolated case. The same pattern is also emerging in artificial intelligence. Once again, Australia risks watching the global technology play out from the sidelines. Labor's instinct is to delay. In fast-moving technology markets, be it blockchain, crypto or AI, markets and capital does not wait. Delay means the talent, the money, the jobs and the expertise moves offshore. The opposition supports sensible guardrails for emerging technologies, including blockchain and AI, but not delay, drift or failure to compete for global talent, global capital and for productivity to make Australians wealthier. AI, like blockchain, is being treated primarily as a regulatory risk rather than a major economic pillar that can unlock wealth for Australia. The government has failed to articulate how Australia will participate across the blockchain or AI supply chain, from data centres to energy, from advanced computing to exportable AI services. Energy policy remains the single biggest constraint on AI growth and also inhibiting blockchain growth. If Australia repeats these mistakes in digital assets, the cost will be even greater. Deputy Speaker, the Corporations Amendment Digital Assets Framework Bill 2025 represents progress. It brings clarity, structure, where uncertainty has persisted for far too long. But it's only the first step. Australia should not be content with just catching up and not being as far behind as it was. Australia needs to lead. Australia needs to lead to create jobs. Australia needs to lead to capture capital, and Australia needs to lead to make Australians wealthy again. If we want to compete in a world of tokenised markets, blockchain infrastructure and artificial intelligence, we must move faster, think bigger and act with ambition. A framework is good, but a long-term strategy and ambition is better. This bill is a start. Now we must finish the job.
And I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour of that day, of this day. I will now put the question. All the opinions say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes, I believe the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, Excise Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Warringah.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that there be a general debate to allow covering the bill and the Customs Tariff Amendment Draft Bill 2025. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Warringah has moved an amendment that all words after that be admitted with the view to substitute other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. And I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I joke with friends that representing Forrest in this place should really be called being the member for wineries and breweries, because I take both a close personal and professional interest in their affairs throughout the southwest of Western Australia. And I started my very first business in the hospitality industry with a tavern that was focused on showcasing local produce, local beer and wine to local people. I've subsequently sold that business, but the point is I come to this place with a deep understanding of the impact that excise tax plays on both the alcohol industry and the hospitality industry more broadly. And what isn't widely understood is that the craft brewery industry, whilst it only accounts for about 10% of the Australian beer market by volume, accounts for some 47% of the jobs that the industry creates. And so when we consider reform to the excise tax system, it must be through the lens of enabling those predominantly small and family-owned businesses to do what they do best, and that's to create jobs. The reality is that the excise tax system, which for decades now has slugged consumers and businesses with an increase twice a year, regardless of economic conditions, consumer demand, or the health of the businesses that pay it, mean that it is pubs and punters that pay excise tax, and it is pubs and punters who pay through the glass when the government fails to control inflation. And unfortunately, in the last few years, that is exactly what has resulted in the price of pints skyrocketing. So whilst I won't stand between Australian consumers and some relief, the reality is that the government's bill is in effect giving Australians a 1 cent per pint reduction in that excise tax. I think Aussies at the moment are asking for some fairness, some sustainability in the industry and some common sense, and unfortunately this bill falls short of that. So, because alcohol excise is ultimately a consumer tax, every increase flows straight through to consumers. Now, a 2-year freeze on that, delivering some 1 cent per pint in relief, is just a start, because the reality is that Australians, and certainly the people in my electorate, are doing it tough. And that means that they're not indulging on the night out with the family. They're not going down to the pub with their mates to watch sport. They're not investing in their own community, and that is what is ultimately making this cost of living crisis bite harder. It's making it harder for families and harder for Australians to enjoy an affordable social experience. And I think when our social fabric is under perhaps more tension than it has been for many decades, that is worthy of deeper attention. Slashing excise would provide immediate relief, not just to those small businesses, but to the everyday Australians who are their customers. And that's why we shouldn't be talking about a 2-year freeze, but we should be talking about wholesale reform of the excise tax system. As I said, ultimately our craft brewing industry in Australia is predominantly one of small and family-owned businesses. They're innovative, they add character, they bring tourism opportunities and local jobs to our communities, especially in the Cedar Forest. But those producers currently face one of the highest beer tax regimes in the world. Depending on whose numbers you believe, Australians are paying, certainly in the top 5 and perhaps even in the top 4 levels of excise tax on their beer in the world. That's not giving our small and family businesses in this industry a break, and it's not helping our consumers in Australia spend in their local communities. Excise is charged by volume, not profitability, and that means that a small brewer, owned by perhaps just a husband and wife, pays the same tax per litre on the beer that they brew as the very large multinational corporations who operate in Australia, even though they do so with very different scale, very different margins and very different market power with which to absorb those costs. For many craft brewers, excise is one of their single largest expenses, and it has a massive cash flow impact because it needs to be paid at the point of production, not the point of sale. And so that means that these small and family businesses are carrying several $100,000 a quarter, in many cases, of excise liability on beer that hasn't even been sold yet. So, as industry groups have consistently warned, the excise system in Australia currently discourages innovation, investment and growth in an industry that I think all Australians have a soft spot for. So if we acknowledge the pressure on hospitality venues, we've got to understand that those pubs are more than businesses. They're community hubs, they're employers of young people, often giving them their first leg up into the workforce. They're anchors of the local economy, especially in regional parts of Australia. But this continual rise in excise twice a year, automatically combined with the higher wages, higher energy costs, higher insurance premiums and higher rents, has pushed many venues to the brink. Again, a 2-year freeze in excise goes no way to addressing these cost pressures on these businesses. And because it is pubs and punters that pay the price for the government's failure to manage inflation, ultimately you pay the price through every pint of beer for the ongoing inflation problem we have in Australia. A healthier hospitality and brewing sector means more jobs, more investment and stronger local supply chains. In Cedar Forest, that means more people growing barley and hops, which requires a great deal of innovation to do so in Australia. It includes more opportunities for truck drivers, for technicians and tourism operators. Cutting the excise tax in Australia would stimulate economic activity in my part of the world, when we continually talk about the need to diversify away from the mining sector and yet do nothing about it. Over time, I believe that the impact to government revenue through a significant cut to excise would be offset through the increased economic growth and increased employment growth that we would see directly result from that decision. I guess there's always the fun police, though, that want to say that any change to alcohol tax in Australia would unleash a wave of irresponsible drinking. No industry group or participant in the hospitality sector opposes sensible regulation, effective education and harm minimisation in our communities. But blunt, automatic and heavy-handed tax increases go no way to substituting targeted health policy in Australia. And indeed, they currently punish everyday responsible Australians and the small businesses that they support while doing very little to address harmful drinking behaviours in our community. Smart policy could balance health objectives with the economic reality that these small and family businesses face, and that's why I think that our excise regime overall needs to be the subject of parliamentary inquiry, to take stock around Australia, to understand the impacts both in the beer, wine and spirit sectors, to land at a reform package that would benefit Australia and Australians. Instead, we've seen, frankly, a stunt that goes to deliver Australians 1 cent per pint in tax relief, but nothing else. And I think that's why this is such a missed opportunity for Australia. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to foreshadow an amendment to the amendment, but not moving it at this stage. Madam Speaker, in so many regional areas, the issue surrounding the excise is closely related to the viability of local hotels, local restaurants and such like. Madam Speaker, I believe that to maintain the viability of these crucial parts of local communities, that to support the hospitality venues struggling under the growing burden of government regulation, that we should be eliminating the alcohol excise duty on any alcoholic product sold for consumption on premises in a hospitality venue. Madam Deputy Speaker, in a local area such as Walker Road, such as right out west, Argaminda, if you didn't have a hotel, you'd have nothing at all. And it is, there in so many instances, you won't have that fabric, you won't have that community involvement. The local hotel is also the cornerstone of the local cricket club. It's the cornerstone for many people of any social outing. But it is beyond the scope of people to be able to recreate, to commune, to be part of that community with the price of alcohol as it currently is within those premises. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is other things in regional areas where we can find the offset for this. Obviously, in balancing the books, the offset can be easily found in such things as the intermittent power swindle, where the hundreds of billions of dollars are floating out the door to support billionaires domestically and overseas and international companies, foreign companies, and rather than sponsor them, we should be sponsoring local communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we do not solve this, there's going to be another string of hotels that close down. It is just beyond the scope of a working person's budget to be able to take a family out, to be able to take themselves out to a hotel and drink at the bar. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, what they do is they grab a case of beer, grab a slab and they take it home. This is a very unhealthy way to live, and it would be a lot better if people were with other people rather than taking a case of beer home, sitting on the veranda and working their way steadily through it. You're seeing this more and more and more. If you just look at the difference between buying a beer at the bottle shop as opposed to buying it over out of the tap in the hotel, you can see why people are making an economic choice to basically move to takeaways. It's iconic in the Australian lexicon of what our local hotel is. And we have to, within this place, make a statement about standing up for those local hotels. In the past, Madam Deputy Speaker, we just keep on increasing and increasing and increasing excises to the point where the product becomes basically unviable. And a classic example of that, to the detriment of Australia, to the detriment of many towns you see now, is illicit tobacco. It's just everywhere. We've successfully created the new Al Capones of 2026, and that's in the illicit tobacco industry. Why? How have we created them? We've created them because we put the excise and the price of tobacco up so high that we sort of had a foot in both camps. We wanted the money from it, we told people they shouldn't do it, and we created the criminal gangs that now operate it. If you think that if you keep on putting up the excise on beer and keep on putting up the excise on wines, that you're not going to double up on that process, well, you will. And this is not something that is conducive to a healthy society or a society that allows communities to bind together at one common point. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the past, in a lot of country towns, we used to have a post office, they were closed. We used to have train stations, they were closed. We used to have police stations, sometimes they got them, mostly they're closed. Any medical facilities are not there. And the one thing that's sort of been maintained has been the local hotel. But what we are seeing now, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a rolling of new owners into these hotels. As each one turns up, thinks they're going to make a buck out of it, and unfortunately has to peel out after a short period of time because the tragic reality of the commercial circumstances becomes apparent that they just can't survive. You're not going to survive in a local hotel in a country town with 2 or 3 patrons. You've got to have that capacity, especially around your 4:30 to 8 o'clock section. I used to work in a hotel, to get those customers through that are basically working families, working men and women, who have their 4 or 5 pots and then they're out, they're gone home. And it's easy, it's clean, they're a great clientele. You're happy to have them within the premises because you know that they're going to go home, they're going to go to bed. This is their recreation, this is their time that they spend just a short period of time with their friends. But now we're seeing less and less of that because the costs associated with that have become exorbitant within a cost of living crisis. The cost of living crisis has exacerbated the pressure that's been put on these hotels. And once more, if you go out to some of these regional areas, I don't know, like Foxtrap west of Charleville or Adavale, without a hotel, there's just nothing. There's nothing there at all. And part of the cultural fabric of this nation will be removed. So this amendment yes, it's substantial. It's removing the excise in total for what's been consumed in a hospitality venue, a removal in total. And I fervently believe we have the capacity to pay for this by the offsets in other areas. There's the fanciful idea.
Apologies, just on a point of order.
The member is referring to an amendment that he has not tabled. I was just wondering if he could... Sure.
Okay, and I'm
Apologies.
interrupting because it is now time for 90-second statements. Apologies. So the debate will be resumed at a later hour of the day for the member for New England, who can continue in your speech later on. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to member for Groom.
Thank you, Speaker. I bring to the attention of the House the case of Raina Nangan, Karin Yachoku and their beautiful daughter Kaya. Raina came to Australia in 2011, Karin in 2014, and Kaya was born here in 2017. And Speaker, through no fault of their own, details of which are on the public record, the visa system has failed them. They found themselves facing deportation just last Friday. Speaker, this family did the right things, they followed the right processes, but the system did fail them. Last week, they launched a last-minute appeal for ministerial intervention for an extension to their visa, and I'm very proud to say that the people of Toowoomba got right behind them. This is a family that, since coming to Australia, has committed themselves to their community, fulfilling that great tradition of people coming here with a desire to make our country better. They worked hard, they followed the rules, they paid their taxes, volunteered at a soup kitchen, started a business, invested in our community and employed locals. Last Monday I became aware of the extreme urgency of the case and immediately contacted the Minister for Home Affairs directly, and I want to thank him and his team, particularly Anne Clark, for their prompt response. Because of that prompt response, a 3-day turnaround whilst the Minister was overseas, I'm very happy to report that Raina, Corinne and Kaya are still in Toowoomba. Kaya's Kitchen, their restaurant, is still open and their nasi goreng is still excellent. I want to especially thank all of the people in Toowoomba and indeed across Queensland and Australia who got behind the family during this time. The next step is permanent residency, and Speaker, I'm very hopeful of giving a similar speech to this in due course.
Member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When it comes to bolstering healthcare and in particular Medicare, the Albanese Labor government's record is second to none. The government's record investment in health has been a real game changer for people in my community. As a result of boosting the bulk billing incentives for GPs, bulk billing numbers are way up. Not only that, but the government has also made sure that scripts at the chemist are cheaper. And then there is the record investment in mental health, women's health and funding for our hospitals. One of the key initiatives also introduced by the Albanese Labor government was bulk billed Medicare urgent care clinics that have opened across the country. These Medicare urgent care clinics make it easier for Australians to get the urgent treatment they need free of charge. They also are taking the pressure off our hospitals. For some time, our community has had access to urgent care clinics located in both Liverpool and Campbelltown. I'm delighted that my constituents will now have access to a third clinic located in Austral. Austral joins over 120 clinics Australia-wide. This is great news and will complement the existing network of bulk billing GPs in Werriwa. The opening of the new UCC in Werriwa demonstrates again that it is the Albanese government which is delivering for our community.
Member for Casey.
Summer, I had the privilege of visiting many local schools across our community. It was fantastic to congratulate new leaders and hear from students about what they'd been learning. And it was a privilege to recognise local students with my Casey Shield Award. I created this award to recognise student achievement and contribution that is over and above academic achievement. My award recognised students who embody their school core values, display personal growth, leadership and community spirit. It was an honour to recognise the following students with my Casey Shield Award: Mackenzie from Upper Yarra Secondary College, Madison from Lilydale High School, Bethany from Edinburgh Secondary College, Michaela from Oxley Christian College, Clover from Lilydale Heights College, Shayla from Murrabak College, Lucia from Yarra Hills Secondary College, Inuka from Belgrave Heights Christian School, Oscar from Upwey High School, Jacinta from the Mount Lilydale Mercy College, Kaylee from the Hillsville High School. Congratulations to you all. And these students were recognised for supporting other students, their commitment to personal growth, respect, kindness, assistance with school events and a positive can-do attitude. And I'm looking forward to also recognising a student from Mater Christi College in Belgrave, as well as Monbolt College and Mount Evelyn Christian School. Congratulations to the 2025 recipients of the Casey Shield Award. Keep up the great work in our community.
Member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, Jim Ferguson was dedicated to serving the Australian community on both the international and domestic stages. From 1966 to 1986, Jim worked for DFAT with several senior overseas postings, most notably as Ambassador to Peru between 1981 and 1983. In 1990, he was appointed the Executive Director of the Australian Sports Commission, coming in at a time of great change with the merging of the ASC and AIS. Jim was able to guide the ASC through this turbulent time, greatly expanding into new sports and programs and leading the organisation up to and beyond the Sydney Olympics. The then ASC Chair, Peter Bartell, stated, "Jim's contribution to the development of sport in Australia is immeasurable. The level of excellence now reached and the international standing of Australian sport is the best testament to Jim's time at the ASC." Jim continued to play an active role in his community right up until his final days. I met him initially through his work with Boxing Australia and the successful campaign to revive and retain the AIS in Canberra. I was honoured to have him assist in my campaigns in Bean, including my most recent one. Vale, James Alexander, Jim Ferguson, our hearts go out to your family and to your many, many friends.
Member for Calare.
In our electorate of Calare, we have a growing Hindu community comprising well over 500 families. They've recently come together with a shared dream of building the first Hindu temple in the Central West. Currently, there is no dedicated local place to gather for prayer, festivals, cultural activities, or to teach children the values and traditions of the Hindu faith. By recently establishing the Colour City Hindu Corporation, the Hindu community is passionately pursuing its dream of having a space that serves as a spiritual, cultural and educational centre for generations to come. The corporation's inauguration is an important milestone, and I wish to acknowledge the corporation's committee members: President Balaji Chakravarthi, Vice President Sanjay Sood, Organisation Promoter Srijit Kuramangat, Manager Monica Sood and Treasurer Lakshmikanth Tamineni. The corporation is seeking to raise funds for the purchase of land which has been identified and the construction of a temple. I congratulate all corporation members on the launch of this vibrant new group and support them in their advocacy efforts. And thank you to all members of the Hindu community for their significant and important contribution to the life of our region and our country.
Member for Solomon.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to recognise some great Territorians who have passed in recent weeks. My Darwin neighbours, Territory legends Benny and Sandra Lufat, husband and wife, passed away weeks apart. Sandra on the 14th of December and Benny last week. Sandra was a legend of the Darwin travel industry. For over 50 years she was renowned for her service to fellow Territorians and formed lifelong relationships with her customers. Benny was an AFL legend and particularly of the Nightcliff Tigers footy club. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2012. For Benny's dedication to AFL football and the broader Darwin community, he received the Order of Australia Medal in 2019. Also recently in Fanny Bay, Edward Francis, or Frank Connell, passed. He was a Vietnam veteran. I presented Frank with an Australian flag on Australia Day to thank him for his service to our nation. He passed away peacefully the following morning. Last week, Kumanjaya Shaw was laid to rest in Alice Springs. Also an Army veteran of Malaya and Vietnam, his life story is an inspiring one of courage, service and progress for Aboriginal people, improving the lives of his fellow First Nations people in Central Australia. He was instrumental in starting Central Australian Aboriginal Congress and was an absolute legend. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Kennedy.
Madam Speaker, every year in Queensland, under the old Country Party government, we built a major dam. To quote by three examples, there was 800 people living in a little town called Griffith in New South Wales. They built a dam, now there's 28,000 people living and making a very good living in Griffith. There was, ironically, 831 people living in a town called Mareeba. They built a dam, now there's 26,000 people living in Mareeba, all on very, very high incomes, God bless them. There was a third town in Queensland that had 1,100 people, a little railway siding, Emerald, and it now has 17,000 people. There has not been a dam built in Queensland in 33 years, whatever it is, since the Jockey Peterson government fell. Jockey Peterson being stabbed in the back by his own mob. Not one single dam built. I represent half of Australia's water. Half of the water that falls on Australia falls in the Kennedy electorate. And we were building dams, and now we've stopped building dams, and the water just runs out the street, taking millions of tonnes of topsoil.
Time has expired. Member for Menzies.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the amazing work of the Warrandyte Pink Ladies, Katie, Sandra and Nicole. Every year for the past 5 years, the Warrandyte Pink Ladies have been bringing our community together to raise funds for the McGrath Foundation and awareness of cancer. And every year their efforts get bigger and bigger. This year they have raised over $200,000 for care nurses for people experiencing cancer. But what's truly extraordinary is the way that they're able to get more and more of our local businesses and organisations involved in the Pink Up Warrandyte campaign, from our local pub, the Warrandyte Grand, to the Donvale Bowls Club. I had the privilege of joining the ladies at Pink Stumps Day at the Warrandyte Sports Club last Saturday, which had over 160 people in attendance and raised over $15,000. Now, there aren't many people that can get me to put on a bra in public, but when the Pink Ladies called me up to the stage and presented me with a bra embroidered with my initials in diamantes, how could I refuse? It's always an honour to support my community, and I certainly felt well supported too. I'm also glad to hear that the Pink Ladies are getting the recognition they so richly deserve. They were honoured at the Pink Test in Sydney and were even invited to dinner at Admiralty House by the Governor-General. Her Excellency clearly has great taste in fun dinner companions. Congratulations again to the Warrandyte Pink Ladies.
Yeah. Member for Hinkler.
Deputy Speaker, on Australia Day long weekend I was proud to attend awards and citizenship ceremonies in Hinkler. A true celebration of the people of my community and a salute to what it means to be living in the best country in the world. On the honours list, Member of Australia medals were awarded to Terry Doherty, my former PE teacher at Bundy High, for service to basketball, and Robert Blair for service to our First Nations community. Deanne Coylbore received an Australian Corrections Medal for working in corrective services, and Hinkler's newest OAM recipients were Ernest Drew from Burnett Heads for service to people with disability, particularly those who are vision impaired or blind, and Bundaberg's Luke Harding for outstanding service to the community through various organisations including the SES, the RSL and Defence. Congratulations also to the winners of the Fraser Coast 2026 Australia Day Awards. Citizen of the Year, Bernard Weeble of Harvey Bay Neighbourhood Centre. Young Citizen of the Year, Toby Robinson. Arts and Culture Award was Emma Newman. Sport and Wellbeing Award, Cody Steele-Sullivan. And Community Group of the Year, Scouts Queensland. Meanwhile, the Bundaberg region winners included Citizen of the Year, Joe Leverett, founder of Wide Bay Advocacy and Bundaberg Street Law. Young Citizen of the Year, Harrison Titmarsh. Senior Citizen of the Year, Lester Lewis. Sportsperson of the Year, Michael Ebert. Creative Citizen of the Year, Ross Driver, and Community Group of the Year, Next Level Youth Jam Services. All worthy recipients, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate them all.
Member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Schools back. Right across Australia and throughout my community in Griffith, the contact has been patiently placed on the books. The lunchboxes have been lovingly packed and oversized backpacks heaved onto small shoulders. And while our little ones are on track for the new school year, our public schools are on track for full funding. This is the biggest new investment in public schools by the Australian government ever. It's worth $16.5 billion over the next 10 years. It's not a blank cheque. It is tied to real, practical reforms to reduce the number of students who need additional support for literacy and numeracy and help students who fall behind to catch up, keep up and to finish school. What this means in practice is more teachers in classrooms, early support for kids who fall behind, better access to wellbeing services and properly resourced public schools that are not forced to do more with less, no matter what your postcode. Because when we properly fund education, we give every child a fair start and we strengthen our whole community.
Member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Earlier last month, a large area of my electorate and the member for Indi's electorate was ravaged by bushfire. Fires that started around the Longwood area were pushed by a northwesterly into farmland and bushland, devastating over 140,000 hectares. In addition, there were fires up into the north of my electorate in a place called Yarrawir. Many houses have been lost, many businesses have been affected, including farms. The iconic Fowles Winery has lost vineyards, and farmers have been tragically forced to go out there with their rifles and put down livestock. And I want to give a big shout out to the state member for Euroa, my National Party colleague Annabelle Cleland, who has gone above and beyond to help her community with fodder drives and other support. The member for Indi and I met with the Strathbogie Shire Council, which is the council that's most affected, and they are asking, we have had so much infrastructure damage and we have such a small rate base, how are we going to build it back? I do thank the Minister for Emergency Services in coming to visit with them, but the issue we have is the Strathbogie Shire still awaiting for funding for infrastructure that was damaged in the 2022 floods, namely Kerwin's Bridge. They're worried that they're not going to get the government support to fix the infrastructure that they've lost in this natural disaster. So I ask the Minister for Emergency Services and the Minister for Regional Development to come to the party and help the Strathbogie Shire Council. Thank you.
Member for Aston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to congratulate three of Aston's finest who received the Medal of the Order of Australia last week as part of the Australia Day 2026 honours list. Mrs Elizabeth Aylett OAM for her service to netball. Elizabeth has been a netball player since 1952 and an umpire since 1964. Elizabeth is the founder of the White Horse Netball Association and went on to become a life member of the association in 1981. Following her outstanding contribution to netball, the Lizzie Aylett Umpires Award was established in 2016. Mrs Rita Brown OAM for her service to community health. Rita has been the Australian Borderline Personality Disorder Foundation President and Chair since 2018 and Foundation Director since 2013. Rita is additionally a member of the International Society for the Study of Personality Disorders, a member of the Lived Experience Advisory Committee and is the Associate Director of the Lived Experience Workforce. Mr John McGrath OAM for his service to surf lifesaving and to the community. From 2011 to 2020, John was the Director of Communications at the Far South Coast Branch Surf Lifesaving Club in New South Wales. In 2014, John became the Deputy President of the Surf Lifesaving Club and presided over this role for 3 years. John has been a member of the surf lifesaving community since 1964 and has played a major role of the communities in which he has served. I thank them all for their contribution to Aston and also our nation. Thank you.
Member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Recently, many communities across the Australian continent have celebrated Australia Day. That was the same in the electorate of Flynn, where Australia Day is revered. It is one of the #1 days on the Australian calendar. Her Excellency the Honourable Ms Sam Mosen, AC, Governor-General, obviously announced all of the Australia Day Honours Lists awards, and these included in the Flynn electorate Mrs Alison Ray from Emerald, who's been awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia, the OAM, for services to the community throughout her charitable organisations. Also, Mrs Quinn Kramer from Gladstone has been awarded the Australian Fire Service Medal. I would offer my congratulations to them both on behalf of the whole Flynn community. Congratulations. There were also many community events across the Flynn electorate. I attended the Australia Day Awards ceremony at Proston and also the Australia Day Awards in my hometown of Taroom. And I would like to extend my congratulations to everybody and all of the organisers concerned. I gave a speech at Australia Day, and it is important that everybody in Australia understand that we have won life's lottery. If you're an Australian, you're living in the best country on this planet. So everybody needs to revere Australia, and as I said and gave in my message, have a go, you mug.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In recent weeks, Victoria faced its most severe bushfire emergency since Black Summer, and too many families face the terrifying reality of fire at their door. Victoria had also experienced its hottest day on record, reaching 48.9 degrees, creating dangerous conditions that spread fires quickly, with some still burning. Tragically, we mourn the loss of Maxwell Hobson, who died defending his farm and cattle. My heart goes out to his family and community. In the face of tragedy, we have seen extraordinary courage since the first catastrophic fire warnings issued on the 7th of January. Thousands of CFA volunteers and emergency service workers stepped forward without hesitation. Local brigades stood on the front line day and night, battling fast-moving fires in extreme conditions. This spirit is best captured by Michael Harper from Alexandra, who remained on the fireground to help others despite learning his own home was destroyed. That speaks volumes. Their bravery saved lives and prevented even greater loss. I want to thank all CFA firefighters, especially those at Cranbourne, Hampton Park, Narrewarren, Clyde, Devon Meadows, Torridon and Warney Blindby. Your courage, selflessness and tireless...
has expired. Give the call to the member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge an extraordinary woman from my electorate of Latrobe, Norley A. Siri Pedersen, who I had the great honour of presenting the Citizen of the Year for Latrobe Australia Day Awards. Her remarkable courage, compassion, unwavering advocacy, sadly after the tragic death of her son, Levi Sawyer. Levi was just 16 years of age, a bright Year 10 student at St Francis Xavier College at Beaconsfield when he passed away from meningococcal B disease in September last year. And heartbreakingly, he passed away within 6 hours of realising that something was actually wrong with him. It is a very fast-moving bacterial infection that causes meningitis and blood poisoning. And can I just say to Norley, you were so amazing and you had so many friends and family. It was a very emotional day. And what they're fighting for, the family's fighting for, is to make sure that meningococcal B is funded in Victoria, especially for Year 10 students. It's currently funded in South Australia, Queensland and Northern Territory. And I call on the Australian Government, I know Minister Mark Butler's working with the family to make sure we have all kids in Australia receive the vaccination so there's no more tragic deaths. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On 17 December 2025, the new Medicare Urgent Care Clinic opened in the suburb of Nord in my electorate of Sturt, providing the people of Sturt with free, accessible, urgent medical care. When I recently met with staff, Dr Max Adams and nurse Kirsten, to ask how the clinic was going, they told me that since opening, approximately 40 patients a day had sought and received care, and that of those 40 patients, 75% would probably have had to have sought treatment at the Royal Adelaide Hospital. Urgent care clinics work by taking the strain off the hospital system. They take away the stress, time and uncertainty of attending a hospital emergency room, and they mean that people who need non-life-threatening urgent care can get it. People like Janet and Peter, who live in Kensington Gardens. When I door-knocked them last week, they told me they had received prompt and quality care when Janet, who is in a wheelchair due to MS, suffered an injury to her ankle, requiring stitches. Or like Hermione, who wrote to me and said, "My daughter used the walk-in Medicare clinic at Nord on New Year's Eve. It was great. She got the high-quality care she needed in a timely fashion without sitting around in emergency for hours." Hermione, like the over 1 million visitors to urgent care clinics across Australia, understand that taking the strain off hospitals is what urgent care clinics are all about.
Hear, hear.
Member for Flinders.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to celebrate the extraordinary Mornington Peninsula locals who are honoured this Australia Day. We are not overrepresented in the honours list. We are overrepresented with people who will not sit still and who always insist on getting things done. Their recognition spans the Order of Australia, the Medal of the Order of Australia, the Australian Fire Services Medal, the Emergency Services Medal and the Distinguished Military Honours, including the Conspicuous Service Cross and Medal. Deborah Griffiths AM was honoured for significant service to nursing and medico-legal education. Auntie Helen Nads OAM was recognised for her leadership within the Indigenous community. Margaret MacArthur OAM and the late Michael O'Rourke OAM and the marvellous Charles Rise OAM have strengthened our peninsula through community service and sport over decades. Graham Kirk and Tony Makazani represent the courage of our fire and emergency services. Among the men and women of service to the ADF, most associated with HMAS Cerberus, which I visited with the member for Hume on Friday, Commander Stephanie Curick, Leading Seaman Jack Schultz, Lieutenant Commander Scott Chipton and Lieutenant Perry True were all recognised for their devotion to the defence of our nation. On Australia Day, we can acknowledge past injustice while recognising how far we have come and the good Australia continues to do for her people. One of our defining achievements has been the weaving together of Indigenous heritage, British foundations and successive waves of migration, an achievement seen across the peninsula on Australia Day.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. Regional media matters because local stories matter. For more than 60 years, NBN News has been part of the fabric of the Hunter. It's been through floods, fires, factory openings, factory closures, footy grand finals, school achievements and community heartbreaks. It's how the people see themselves reflected on the screens all around the Hunter. So it's encouraging to see regional media being invested in, and the recent purchase of NBN News by Win Network is a reminder that local broadcasting still has value. But investment must come with clear commitment that local content must stay local. People across the Hunter are rightly concerned about what change might mean. They don't want to scale back service, they don't want stories replaced with content from somewhere else, and they certainly don't want to lose the hour-long local bulletin that has kept communities informed for generations. Regional media isn't a nice-to-have, it's essential. It holds decision-makers to account. It tells the stories that won't make it onto capital city news. And it gives people confidence that what matters in their towns, their streets, their workplaces actually counts. Keeping strong, locally produced news alive means backing local journalists, backing local camera operators, backing local voices. If we care about strong regions, we must care about strong regional media, and we must make sure it stays truly local.
Member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And the part-time Energy Minister is at it again, just splashing taxpayers' cash around to try and make up for his failed energy policy, which are causing Australian households an enormous amount of pain. As a matter of fact, since Labor have been in government, electricity prices have risen by 40%. They're driving up inflation in this country, and it could well lead to an interest rate increase which is going to put further pressure on the household budget. But what does this part-time Energy Minister think the response should be? Let's just keep splashing the cash around. And we've seen it now, he's hand-picked a particular EV vehicle he wants to subsidise. But not only that, he's done a secret deal with the Victorian state government on offshore wind. No transparency. No one knows what the cost is. How much is it? Look at his capacity investment scheme. He's spending billions and billions of dollars. Where is the transparency? There is none. This part-time Energy Minister should focus on household budgets and deliver lower energy prices for households, because at the moment it's forecast to go up by another 24% this financial year. Part-time Minister, focus full-time on getting electricity prices down.
The call goes to the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I want to talk about a clear choice in Australian politics: delivery versus division. In the last 2 months, Labor has delivered not one but 2 Medicare urgent care clinics to service my community of Bonner and the surrounding electorates. The Capalaba and Carindale urgent care clinics are now open 7 days a week, fully bulk billed and taking pressure off our emergency departments. All you need is your Medicare card, not your credit card, to receive quality urgent care, thanks to Labor delivering for all Australians. This didn't happen by accident, Mr Speaker. It happened because Labor believes in Medicare, and we're rebuilding it after a decade of neglect by those opposite. And while Labor is rolling out urgent care clinics across the country, delivering more bulk billed GPs and cheaper medicines, those opposite are divided and divisive. They can't agree on a leader, let alone a health policy. Australians deserve better than chaos and culture wars. They deserve care. Labor is strengthening Medicare, expanding urgent care and delivering practical solutions for communities like mine in Bonner. That's the difference. Labor delivers, those opposite divide.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I inform the House of the death on 23 December 2025 of Dr Katrina Jane Allen, a member of this House for the Division of Higgins from 2019 to 2022. As a mark of respect to the memory of Katie Allen, I invite all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. Give the call to the Honourable the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I move that the House record its deep regret at the death on 25 December 2025 of the Honourable Nick Bolkus, a former Minister and Senator for the state of South Australia from 1981 to 2005. Place on record its appreciation of his long and meritorious public service and tender its profound sympathy to his family in their bereavement. Mr Speaker, today we honour the life and service of Nick Bolkus. We remember his warmth, his charm, his intellect and his considerable energy, his devotion to his country, to the Australian Labor Party and to the people of South Australia, who he served in the other place as a senator for 25 years. Nick came to public life as a young man, elected to the Senate at just 30. Yet at that point, he already had 15 years of campaign experience. He had cut his teeth in politics, letterboxing for Don Dunstan in 1965. At 14, Nick was too young to vote Labor, but he treasured the memories of that campaign, sweeping the Playford government from power after 27 years of Conservative rule. And the passion and purpose that drove him as a teenager never left him. Mr Speaker, Nick Bolkus was respected for his political mind and admired for his sense of duty to the community and to the nation. Fittingly, for the first Greek Australian to serve in Cabinet, he cherished democracy. He believed in politics as a vocation and saw persuasion as both an essential skill and also a fundamental responsibility. He was always talking to someone, advocating for a better way, marshalling his big ideas into policies that would make a positive difference. And there was no better place for someone with Nick's vision and ambition than the Hawke and Keating governments. As Minister for Immigration and Ethnic Affairs, and then as Minister assisting the Prime Minister for Multicultural Affairs, Nick was both a powerful advocate for multicultural Australia and a compelling example of its strengths. He both saw and proved what we gain as a nation from the hard work and aspiration of people who want to help write the Australian story. On Australia Day, so many of us here shared in a part of Nick's legacy. He was the minister when the new Pledge of Commitment was adopted in 1993. He wanted a statement that reflected Australian values and served, in his words, as a bonding instrument. 33 years on, those same words bind every new citizen to Australia's democracy, our laws and our people. Mr Speaker, Nick Bolkus was not one for airs and graces, but he was a person of grace. Funny, thoughtful, generous. He inspired deep loyalty from friends, colleagues and staff alike. Over a lifetime, he built a network of associates, friends and comrades from across the world who valued his advice, his wisdom and his warmth. He saw it as his responsibility to be a mentor to others in public life, including many other great South Australians. He took enormous pride in their success, many of whom sit today in the House of Reps and in the Senate. His legacy lives on in their contribution to our nation. He was also a dear friend of mine and one of the people who, when I began work and was active in the Labor Party a long time ago, he was someone who would always reach out to my generation of young Labor and encourage us. He was indeed a true believer. Over recent years, Nick's health suffered. After his passing, his daughter Michaela said of Nick that He stayed to see us love him more and more, even as it got harder for him to stay. That is a true picture of the determined, loving man that we hold in our memories. Our hearts are with Nick's wife, Mary, daughters Michaela and Aria, and his son, Nick. Your husband, your father, will be remembered by this Parliament and by the Australian people, particularly South Australians, for his principles and his compassion, and how he used both those things to shape a stronger, more generous Australia. Vale, Nick Bolkus.
Give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Opposition, I rise today to acknowledge the passing of Nick Bolkus. Nick Bolkus sat opposite the Liberal Party in the other place, but today I want to recognise his service to all Australians. Nick Bolkus served as a South Australian Labor senator for over 2 decades and held ministerial office in the Hawke and Keating governments. Born in Adelaide in 1950 to Greek migrant parents, Nick Bolkus's journey into public office represents so much that is good in the Australian story. He entered the Senate in 1981, representing South Australia until his retirement in 2005. During his service and following it, he was a prominent figure in South Australian politics and a significant voice within the Labor Party, and I know many on the other side of the chamber will feel the impact of his passing directly. He is perhaps best known for his tenure as Minister for Immigration and Ethnic Affairs, and as the Prime Minister has alluded, this was a challenging period in Australian immigration policy. Senator Bolkus approached these issues from his perspective as the son of migrants, and he was a strong advocate for Labor's priorities of multiculturalism and refugee resettlement. While we on this side of the chamber often disagreed with his policy positions, it is important that we recognise that Senator Bolkus held his views with genuine conviction. Senator Bolkus worked across the political divide, even with those who opposed his worldview. Nick Bolkus spoke up for South Australia. He was a stalwart Labor member who believed in his party's principles and policies. He served his state, his party and his country according to his convictions. On behalf of the Opposition, we extend our condolences to Senator Bolkus's family, his friends and his former colleagues today. We acknowledge his decades of parliamentary service and his contribution to public life. May he rest in peace.
And as a mark of respect to the member of the Honourable Nick Bolkus, I ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. I call the Leader of the House.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The Leader of the House.
I declare that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of the Honourable Nick Bolkus is referred to the Federation Chamber.
Call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the Minister for Resources in Northern Australia will be absent from question time this week. She's travelled to the United States to have further discussions about critical minerals. The Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations will answer questions on her behalf.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I'll give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. The average mortgage holder is already paying around $21,000 more each year in interest under Labor. Today, Australians anxiously await the RBA's announcement on interest rates. The Prime Minister promised Australians we had, quote, turned the corner on inflation and that his government had it, quote, under control. Countless economists and each of the big four banks predict that rates will rise even further today and this year. Government spending is fuelling this mortgage pain. When will the Treasurer's reckless spending end, Prime Minister?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Higher inflation and bigger deficits.
Order. Prime Minister will pause. The order. The Minister for Social Services. Order. The Minister on my right will cease objecting. I'd like to hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Point of order. Speaker, you have been consistent for this whole parliament
that it is out of order and disorderly to yell out time when either a minister is finishing their answer and you've extended their time, or a questioner is running a little bit long on their time, and several members were yelling time in defiance of your ruling. In direct defiance.
Order. Order. I thank the manager. Yeah. I thank the manager. Order. I thank the manager. It'll assist the House greatly if everyone could stick to the time limits in the first principle. But in that instance, people will be warned or they won't be here to hear the answer. You know it works both ways, and the Leader of the Opposition was well over time with her question, but I have been generous to ensure that every question is allowed. I'd like the same respect shown on both sides. We'll start on the right foot. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And I do encourage my people to not yell out time. There's enough behind her doing that at the moment. When we were elected,
we'll cease interjecting.
Inflation had a 6 in front of it. Yep. It's now got a 3 in front of it. We turned 2 budget deficits into 2 budget surpluses, and we used them to pay down debt. Just part of what we're doing for responsible economic management. And as the Reserve Bank has said, the budget is not the main game when it comes to inflation. At the same time that we have got inflation down, wages are up and unemployment is low compared with what we inherited. Now, we'll continue to understand that there are real cost of living pressures on Australians, and that is why we have implemented a range of cost of living measures. The only cost of living issue they're interested in talking about is the cost of living with each other. That's what they're interested in, Mr Speaker, and they can't shut up about it. What we're focused on is cheaper medicines, making sure people can see a doctor for free, making sure that batteries are rolled out around the country, free TAFE, getting wages up. These are all measures that we've implemented, all measures that have been opposed by those opposite. We'll continue to engage in responsible economic management. We'll continue to make sure that we deal with the pressures which are there by having a focus on cost of living measures. But those opposite, who went to the last election with higher taxes and a higher deficit over the next 2 years, can't be in a position of doing anything other than, well, I take the interjection. I take the interjection from the Leader of the Opposition. Now, it was 6 when we were elected. Now it's got a 3 in front. That's less. That's less. And we've done that. And we've done that while keeping unemployment low and getting wages up.
Order. The House comes to order. We shall hear from the honourable member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, how is the Albanese Labor government strengthening Medicare, including our public hospital systems, so Australians can access world-class quality health care they deserve? Why is it important that the government remains focused on delivering for Australians?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Bullwinkle for her question. Someone who made a difference as a nurse and is now bringing the skills that she has and knowledge of the health system into this parliament. And on Friday we signed a landmark funding agreement for our public hospitals. A landmark agreement with 3 times the increase that was there in the Morrison agreement that was done during the last decade. This will secure national access to world-class health care as well as disability supports, reducing wait times for surgery and in emergency departments, and helping long-stay patients stay out of hospital rooms and into dedicated care. Now, every Australian relies upon Medicare. That's the principle, that if you're sick, all you need is your Medicare card, not your credit card. and we know how important that is to Australians. We know how important that is. And that's why we're strengthening Medicare across the board. We promised 50 urgent care clinics, and during the last term we delivered 87. Now there are 120 of the 137 we have committed to being opened right now. We've made PBS medicines even cheaper. A script now costs just $25, the same price that it was back in 2004. And we're adding more and more essential medicines to the PBS listing. Now, that happened on the 1st of January, and on the same day, 1-800 Medicare came online. 24/7 free health advice line, making a difference already. Tens of thousands of Australians have taken advantage of that. And we're also making it easier to see a GP for free. 3,300 fully bulk billed clinics around Australia, an extra 1,300 in just a few months, far exceeding what the predictions were. Now, all of those measures are good for people's wallets, but importantly as well, they're taking pressure off the emergency departments of our hospitals, making an enormous difference. Labor created Medicare, and each and every day we're working to strengthen Medicare for all Australians. A big difference from the two sides of this chamber. We are absolutely determined that Medicare will continue to be strengthened, will continue to have more people seeing doctors with just their Medicare card, will continue to take pressure off the emergency departments of hospitals, and I thank the Premiers and Chief Ministers for their unanimous support.
Before I call the honourable member for Warringah, I'll just welcome a few guests to our parliament today. Pleased to advise that the Honourable Rhys Whitby, MLA Minister for Police, Road Safety, Tourism, Great Southern, is accompanied by the Commissioner of the WA Police Force, Cole Blanche. It's good to see Queenslanders in the gallery today. From the Queensland Legislative Assembly, Mr Mark Boothman, Dr Christian Rowan and Mr Glenn Kelly MP. And also I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are representatives from Air T who are visiting Australia from the United States following the acquisition of Rex Airlines. Give the call to the honourable member for Warringah.
The Prime Minister. In recent times, federal governments have called royal commissions into veteran suicide, aged care, anti-Semitism and social cohesion. Last year, the Prime Minister said Australia faced a domestic violence crisis, with one woman being killed every 4 days. Will the government elevate the safety of women and children to the same level of urgency and attention by calling a royal commission into femicide and domestic violence?
Give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Warringah for her question. I know the member for Warringah and for Kooyong and for Mackellar have written to the Prime Minister in similar terms, and I absolutely understand where they're coming from and the intent of their letter and this question. And the government absolutely agrees with the urgency of the issues that the member for Warringah is raising. But the truth is, and frontline workers will tell you this, we don't need another Royal Commission to tell us what's happening with the deaths of women in Australia and what we need to do. In fact, frontline workers have been very clear that they don't want another report. They want the implementation of the work that we're doing right now. Last year, the Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Commissioner's annual report to Parliament pointed out that we have 1,000 recommendations from at least 8 major royal commissions, inquiries and reviews. Most recently, we had the rapid review that the National Cabinet commissioned on the behest of the Prime Minister and the Premiers. We're implementing that work right now. We've had the South Australian Royal Commission most recently, the NT Coronial Inquest, many parliamentary inquiries, the Victorian Royal Commission. We need to get on with the work of implementing these recommendations, and we are. Right now, there are 583 initiatives happening around the country. 122 of those are Commonwealth-led. They're being reported on publicly. Every family violence peak body in this country released a statement that said, and I quote, "Royal Commissions have an important role in the Australian system, including gathering evidence when we have no other way to get to the root of a problem. That is not the situation here. The evidence is clear. We know what needs to be done to prevent, respond to and help people heal from family violence. That's why this government has invested $4 billion in those 122 initiatives that I spoke about a minute ago. It's why we're working so closely with the states and territories that are responsible for policing, for courts, for the justice system and the day-to-day operation of domestic violence refuges. And it's why we're about to start the consultation on the second action plan on the National Plan on Violence Against Women and their Children. That will be a very important opportunity to say what comes next in the implementation of these recommendations. The member for Warringah and other members will have the opportunity of making contributions at that time. Frontline workers absolutely will be part of designing that second action plan, as will victims and survivors of family, domestic and sexual violence. We agree with you, the member for Warringah and the members for Kooyong and Mackellar, about the urgency of this. And I would say that every member of Parliament agrees with the urgency, but we don't need more reports. We need to focus on the actions that will make a difference.
To associate your remarks with the Minister, they'll be... Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the Minister referenced all members of this House, and I know that all members of this House are committed to act on domestic and family violence. And I would just remind the Minister of the Prime Minister and her commitment to 500 frontline domestic violence workers during the last term of Parliament. And at some point, if she could update the House.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. I reminded the Leader of the Opposition during the last sitting of Parliament not to abuse order. Order. The Minister will cease interjecting. I reminded the Leader of the Opposition not to abuse the issue of indulgence, and it was crystal clear in my explanation before. She's clearly ignoring my rulings now and my advice. Indulgence is something I grant to the Leader of the Opposition on behalf of the House. I'm going to ask you again not to abuse when I grant indulgence. And I was specific that your remarks to be associated with the Minister, and you ignored me on that. It's completely disrespectful to me, but it's disrespectful to the House. Give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Emergency Management. What support measures have been activated for communities in Victoria hit by recent bushfires? And what is the outlook for the rest of the high-risk weather season?
The call to the Minister for Emergency Management, the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Bendigo for her question. As she knows, as many people across the House and the country know, it's been a terrible start for many communities across Victoria. We've seen bushfires across the state, most recently across the Greater Otways. I was in Colac last week, where I attended the Incident Control Centre to understand the impacts of the Carlisle River blaze. I've spent time in Castlemaine, in Yark, Alexandra, Euroa, Ruffy and Harcourt over the past few weeks, meeting with emergency services, local councils, businesses and, most importantly, community members. And I'd like to thank the member for Indi and the member for Nichols, who were on the ground with me to hear directly from locals about the best way that we can aid in their recovery. Residents in Ruffy told us they were worried about the local environment, including the impact on waterways, despite losing their own homes. I met with both Strathbogie and Murrindindi Shire councils in their council chambers, who reiterated the importance of building back better after a natural disaster. Through our Commonwealth State Disaster Recovery Funding arrangements, we've now committed over $330 million in response to the Victorian bushfires. This includes $158 million, which the Prime Minister announced at the State Control Centre last week. This latest funding package includes funding for clean-up, business support and advice, funding to rebuild the Harcourt Cooperative Cool Store that I visited with the Prime Minister and the member for Bendigo, repairs to public land and waterways, temporary accommodation, power outage payments for businesses, rebates to repair water tanks and mental health support. This expanded funding package is about delivering practical and respectful support that helps communities begin to rebuild with confidence. On top of that, we've got federal government payments available, including the disaster recovery payment available to eligible residents in 57 locations. It's a one-off payment to support community members who have been most affected in this disaster. The disaster recovery allowance is income support up to 13 weeks, which is now available in 23 local government areas, as well as the Lake Mountain Alpine Resort. I want Victorians to know that we stand with you and will continue to support you. I want to also give a big thank you and a shout out to the thousands of workers and volunteers from all over Australia, as well as New Zealand and Canada, who have been supporting firefighting efforts in Victoria. Of course, we're not out of high-risk weather season yet. Heatwave conditions may have eased, but conditions can turn really quickly. Please listen to local authorities, follow the advice of our emergency services, and continue to look out for family, friends and neighbours who may be doing it tough. As a nation, we have learned a lot since the Black Summer bushfires, and we know that the three levels of government have to work collaboratively together for the benefit of our local communities, and will continue to do that.
Call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Treasurer. In 2022, the now Treasurer declared, I quote, "There are things that real leaders take responsibility for, which matter in the context of high inflation, rising interest rates, plummeting consumer confidence and falling real wages," end quote. The Treasurer is right now failing on all these same metrics, and Australians are getting poorer by the day. Treasurer, when will you start living by your own words and take responsibility?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I've said on a number of occasions today and before that as well, I take responsibility for all aspects of my job. I take responsibility for my part and our part in the fight against inflation. I take responsibility for the fact that this government is rolling out cost of living help that those opposite opposed. I take responsibility for the fact that the budget is much, much stronger now because of our efforts, our collective efforts, than what we inherited from those opposite, Mr Speaker. I take responsibility for all aspects of my job, but more than that, we are taking action. We are taking action with cheaper medicines, with more bulk billing, with student debt relief, with free TAFE, with 2 more tax cuts opposed by those opposite after the first one also opposed by those opposite, Mr Speaker. And so I've made that clear. Take responsibility for all aspects of my job, including my part of the fight against inflation. Now, Mr Speaker, I think what makes it especially galling to get this question from those opposite, Mr Speaker, is because they left us with inflation north of 6% and absolutely galloping when we came to office. The inflation challenge peaked in 2022 because we inherited from them inflation much higher and rising. We also inherited much bigger deficits and more debt. And to make it worse, Mr Speaker, those opposite, every one of them, when they used to be in the same party before they went into their 3 separate ways, they took to the last election a policy for higher income taxes, higher electricity bills, bigger deficits and more debt. So we won't be taking lectures, Mr Speaker, from those opposite about responsible economic management. They might change their leader, Mr Speaker, but they can't change their record. They can't change the fact they left us higher and rising inflation. They left us bigger deficits and more debt. They took to the election a policy for higher taxes, higher electricity prices, bigger deficits and more debt as well, Mr Speaker. Now, what this government is doing is rolling out cost of living in a responsible way at the same time as we get the budget in much better condition than we inherited from those opposite. We delivered 2 surpluses. We found $114 billion in savings. We got the Liberal debt down. We got real wages growing for 2 years, Mr Speaker. We got inflation down from a 6 in front of it and rising, which is what we inherited from those opposite. So again, Mr Speaker, we won't be taking lectures from those opposite. They are the key reason why nobody takes them seriously on the economy anymore, a point that Peter Costello himself made when he was talking to Troy Bramston at Christmas. Mr Speaker, there are real challenges in our economy. We are focused on them. They're just focused on themselves.
The call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Treasurer. Can the Treasurer update the House on the interest rates decision taken this afternoon by the Reserve Bank?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you the member for Adelaide for his question. Today, as expected, the Independent Reserve Bank has increased the cash rate by 25 basis points. Now, this will be difficult news for millions of Australians with a mortgage, and we understand the pressure that this puts on Australian families and businesses. Now, while today's decision was widely expected, obviously that doesn't make it any easier. We know that many Australians are doing it tough, which is why we continue to roll out responsible cost of living relief, including a further tax cut this year and another one next year, both of them opposed by those opposite. At the same time, we're doing what we can to strengthen the budget and address our long-standing productivity challenge. Now, our mid-year budget update showed the budget is more than $233 billion better than we inherited from those opposite. And part of the reason for that is $114 billion in savings since we came to office, including $20 billion in the mid-year update, Mr Speaker. Now, I want to make it really clear to the House and to people watching from home, Mr Speaker, that the statement released by the Independent Reserve Bank explaining the decision that they have taken today does not mention government spending at all. It doesn't mention government spending at all, Mr Speaker. In fact, it makes it very clear that the pressure on inflation is coming from private demand. Let me make this really clear. This is the Reserve Bank Board in their statement just released, Mr Speaker. Growth in private demand has strengthened substantially more than expected, Mr Speaker. This is the point that the Reserve Bank has made today. Pressure on inflation, the big contribution to growth in our economy, is coming from private demand and not public demand, Mr Speaker, and that is clear. And in the statement on monetary policy, which the bank has also released today, they said that the upgrade to the near-term outlook was due to stronger private demand. They said the near-term upward revision is driven by private demand and that the contribution of public demand to year-ended GDP growth has continued to ease in recent quarters, as expected, Mr Speaker. So what we've seen in our economy is public demand in retreat over the course of the last year, private demand growing strongly, and that explains the additional pressure on inflation, Mr Speaker. Now, I want to make it clear that even though inflation has moderated substantially since those opposite were in office, it is higher than we would like. We've acknowledged that since the data came out. Some of that is temporary pressures, some of that is more persistent pressures. All of that is adding to the pressures that people are feeling around the country, and that's why our cost of living relief is so important. That's why it's so important that we've got the budget in better nick than those opposite left us.
Call to the Leader of the Nationals.
My question is to the Treasurer. Treasurer, after today's interest rate hike, mortgage holders are paying more because inflation is staying higher for longer. Treasurer, when will you apologise to all mortgage holders in Australia?
Call to order. The member for Fisher will cease interjecting. Call to the Treasurer.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the leader of one of the three far-right parties in this country for his question. I can't hear you back there. I can't hear you back there.
Order.
I can't hear you back there.
Order. Order.
I can't hear you back there.
Members on my left, there is far too much noise. I can't hear what the Treasurer is saying. The member for Lyne, the member for Lyne is not helping the situation. Treasurer will return to the question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the member for his question. As I made clear a moment ago, we know that even though today's decision was expected, it doesn't make it any easier for people who are already under pressure. I think I've made that really clear. We do know, and we have said repeatedly through the course of today and before now, that we know that Australians are still under pressure despite all of the progress that we've made together in our economy. We know that Australians are still under pressure. That's why our cost of living relief is so important, and that's why it's so strange that those opposite oppose that cost of living relief. It's why our budget repair is so important. and why it's so strange that those opposite left us such a mess and now want to give us lectures about the budget position that we've spent 3.5 years cleaning up, Mr Speaker. Now, as we know, Mr Speaker, some of these inflationary pressures are temporary, some of them are more persistent, all of them are adding to the pressures that people feel in real communities. And we don't just acknowledge that, we're acting on that as a government collectively. We're acting on that with cheaper medicines and tax cuts, more bulk billing, student debt relief and the like. Now, if those opposite really cared about the pressure on people around this country, they would have supported that cost of living help. Instead, they opposed that cost of living help. And worse than that, Mr Speaker, the same people asking these questions today took to the election of policy for higher income taxes on every single Australian worker, Mr Speaker. Now, the only thing that they've been able to agree on in the course of recent months is they all desperately wanted interest rates to go up today. They all desperately wanted interest rates to go up today. It's the only thing that they can agree on right now, Mr Speaker, so they should spare us their confected outrage. Mr Speaker, they left us much higher inflation, they left us a much weaker budget, they took to the election of policy to make all of that worse, not better. This side of the House is focused on the cost of living challenge. That side of the House is focused on who sits where from one week to the next. We won't be distracted by opposition parties which are divided, divisive and in disarray.
Call to the honourable member for Braddon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. How is the Albanese Labor government focused on keeping regional communities connected in the air and on the ground? What approaches to regional Australia has the government rejected?
Call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and can I too thank the member for Braddon for her question. As the member representing Devonport, Burnie and King Island, I know she was very pleased to meet today, as was I, with the Air T CEO, board and executives, the new owners of Rex Airlines, to further reiterate this government's commitment to regional Australia. I, like the Speaker, can I welcome Air T and Rex to the gallery today. We look forward to working with you to see you deliver the valuable service for our regional communities across this country. Our government backed Rex. We committed to keeping it flying until we could secure a buyer. And now Rex is moving on to a new chapter of regional aviation. Because of the work of this government, whether you're travelling from Moruya to Sydney, Coober Pedy to Adelaide, Monkey Mia to Perth, or in fact from the opposition benches, maybe to the crossbench, Rex will continue to get you there. Ensuring Rex kept flying is just one of the ways that we are investing in our regions to keep them connected. Back here on the ground, while the Nationals are busy playing musical chairs, we're building major infrastructure in their electorates because someone has to actually do the job of delivering for the regions. In the former Shadow Assistant Treasurer's seat of Cowper, we're making strong progress with the Coffs Harbour Bypass, a project promised for decades, announced but not delivered, but now being delivered by federal, state Labor governments. Sorry, I can't hear you from way over there. I really can't. In the National Chief's whip seat, congratulations on keeping your role. We're not just making a record investment in improving the Bruce Highway, we're also delivering the Rocky Ring Road and upgrading key beef roads across her electorate. And while the Shadow Assistant Minister for Communications has been busy setting up SurveyMonkey surveys about the future of the coalition, we're upgrading level crossings, pushing ahead with the Western Highway upgrade from Stawell to South Australian border, upgrading the Horsham Junction and fixing bridges right the way across her electorate. And for those that do remain on those benches opposite, I know the member for Wannon now represents the acting shadow of Northern Australia. To give him an update, we're of course sealing further sections of the iconic Tanami. We're working with the Territory Government to deliver the new ship lift, and we've committed $440 million to new developed logistic hubs. We are delivering again right the way across our regions. There's a lot of work happening across the country to ensure regional communities can actually get ahead. I know it can be hard for those opposite to keep up when they're stuck in their internal party machinations. It's Labor that is the party of the bush, and we're getting on for delivering for the regions.
Give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The RBA has just confirmed the worst fears of Australians. Interest rates have risen by 0.25%, meaning the mortgage repayments of millions of Australians will rise. The Prime Minister promised that Australia had, quote, turned the corner on inflation and that his government had it, quote, under control. The Prime Minister took credit for rate cuts last year. Will he now take responsibility for the rate rise today?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. We've acknowledged, certainly, that many Australians are doing it tough. And that is why we not only have engaged in responsible economic management, turning those massive budget deficits into budget surpluses and smaller deficits going forward, why we have made sure that we've paid off some of that Liberal debt by lowering the amount of debt that is owed. It's just a fact. 176 billion.
Goldstein will cease interjecting.
And that's why,
Alongside
when we went to the election in 2025, we went to the election promising lower taxes and lower deficits than those opposite, than the shadow leader over there. Now, what we have done is continue to engage during all of that, dealing with those macroeconomic issues whilst making sure that, because we understand that people are doing it tough, it's not enough to just express grievance. What you have to do is come up with solutions, and that is what we have done, whether it be a tax cut for every taxpayer that those opposed. They opposed at the time. Remember, before they even saw what it was, they said they were against it and they'd reverse it and they'd turn it over. They then opposed and actually went to election saying they would reverse the legislated tax cuts that come in on July 1.
The Prime Minister will pause. Order. The member for Wannon on a point of order.
Just goes to relevance, Speaker. This was a very specific question about taking responsibility for the interest rate rise.
The question was specific, but it was broad in the preamble, listing, accusing the Prime Minister of things. So I think the member for Goldstein will leave the chamber under 94A. For goodness sake. When we're trying to deal with points of order and to give the member for Wannon a fair go, chirping away is not the way to do it. So the member for Wannon's raised his point of order of relevance. I'm going to make sure the Prime Minister is being directly relevant to the question he was asked about, but it was broad in its context, and I'm asking him to return to the question.
Speaker, I note the interjections from those opposite, and they take these issues so seriously. They're playing bets on who can get thrown out of Parliament first, as the member for Goldstein leaves the chamber. The shadow manager of opposition business. And what we have done...
Order. The House is going to settle down. There's far too many interjections. We're going to deal with this in an orderly way. The Prime Minister will continue and be heard in silence.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The tax cuts that were opposed by those opposite, including the one that will come in July this year and the one next year, the 15% wage increases for aged care and childcare workers that those opposite describe as waste, helping people to earn more and keep more of what they earn. We cut student debt by 20%. They said that was waste as well, making an enormous difference to 3 million Australians, making them $5,500 better off. The over 70,000 student, nurses, midwives, social workers and teachers that now actually get paid prac during their placements. The 725,000 Australians that have benefited from free TAFE. The cheaper medicines, over 200,000 cheaper home batteries that are cutting electricity bills of households. These are the measures of what a responsible government does to actually make a difference.
Time has. Give the call to the honourable member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering cheaper medicines for all Australians and making life-changing medicines available on the PBS? Why is this so important after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Hunter for the question, but also his amazing work as the Special Envoy for Men's Health. He's busy lifting awareness and having honest and sometimes brutally frank conversations with Australian men about looking after themselves, really, about getting checked regularly, about seeking help if something doesn't seem quite right, and looking out for each other as well. And I'm delighted that the member has agreed to take a leading role this year in the fight against prostate cancer as well, Mr Speaker. Of course, this is Australia's most common cancer. 1 in 5 Australian men will receive a prostate cancer diagnosis at some point in their life, and although we have very, very high 5-year survival rates, around 4,000 Australian men every single year lose their battle to this cancer. On Sunday, I was delighted to announce the government's 399th new listing on the PBS, a drug called Andrega 10. It's a new combination therapy for advanced prostate cancer that has proved resistant to surgical or chemical castration, Mr Speaker. Around 2,000 men or more will have access to this medicine, including Charles Abdillah, a terrific 84-year-old who joined us at the announcement at the Royal Adelaide Hospital on Sunday. And before Sunday, this new combination therapy would have cost around $900 per script, or $10,000 a year. Now it will be available to those 2,000 men at just affordable PBS prices, Mr Speaker. And as the member for Hunter knows, we've been busy ever since we were elected making those PBS scripts cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. In our first few months in government 3 years ago, we slashed the maximum amount that pensioners and concession card holders would pay for all of their medicines needs in a given year by 25%. And since then, pensioners and concession card holders have received an additional 87.5 million scripts completely free of charge, scripts they otherwise would have had to pay for, saving them hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. Finally, we delivered 60-day scripts for hundreds of common medicines, saving patients more time and even more money, Mr Speaker. And as the Prime Minister has already said, last month we delivered another huge cut to the maximum price of PBS scripts, lowering it to just $25, the same level it was way back in 2004. And for pensioners and concession card holders, we haven't just frozen their medicine prices this year, we've frozen them for the rest of the decade, Mr Speaker. When we came to government, 1 million Australians were saying they weren't having scripts filled that their doctor has said was important for their health because of cost. These cheaper medicines policies are changing that equation. It's good for their hip pocket, but it's also good, Mr Speaker, for our nation's health.
To the call to the Deputy Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm assuming you can hear me. My question is to the Treasurer. AMP Chief Economist Shane Oliver and many other economists have warned that record government spending is adding to inflationary pressures and keeping prices higher for longer. Treasurer, why is this government making Australians pay more for mortgages, groceries, fuel and electricity?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To deal with those parts of the question in reverse order, the inflation was running much higher when he was in government than under us, but the substantive part of the question.
Order. The member for Page has asked his question, so we're just going to show each other respect.
Right,
Treasurer,
the
order the Treasurer return to the question.
Thank
Treasurer
you.
return to the question.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'm asked about the views of economists about what's contributing to the inflation pressures which are in our economy. Let me read you 3 examples of economists who have pointed out, as has the Reserve Bank today, that the pressure on the economy, the upward revision, is because of faster than expected private demand, at the same time as public demand is taking a back seat, actually retreating. And so I give Diana Messina from AMP said just this morning, quoting, "Government spending has peaked and the growth in government spending is going to add less to inflation." Belinda Allen from the Commonwealth Bank, quote, "The public sector's contribution to growth has eased significantly." Lucy Ellis from Westpac, quote, "Public sector demand growth is slowing and indeed was negative over the first half of 2025. Now, Mr Speaker, if the honourable member doesn't want to take those economists' word for it, I acknowledge that there are, as always in the economist profession, contested views about these sorts of things. I encourage him to read the Reserve Bank statement today. Because what that makes it clear is that the pressure on inflation is coming from private demand. And I know that it's terribly embarrassing for the member who wrote this question before the statement came out, but the statement's made it really clear where the pressure is coming from, and so does the statement on monetary policy. And so I encourage him to check that out. He should have read that before he asked the question, but in the absence of that, now is as good a time as any. Economists have got a range of views about the contribution that's being made to inflation, but the Reserve Bank has made their view very clear.
Give the call to the member for Bean.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to provide real cost of living relief to Australians and support them to get a university degree? Why is it so important to continue to deliver rather than divide when it comes to education?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the brilliant member for Bean, for his question. Mr Speaker, I might just do that. I told the Parliament in November last year that we've cut the student debt
Members on my left,
by 20% of 1.5 million Australians. But I can inform the House that that is not correct, at least not anymore, because now it's double that. Now we've cut the student debt of more than 3 million Australians by 20%. We promised it, now we've delivered it. It's the biggest cut to student debt in Australian history. To put it in perspective, for the average Australian with a student debt, we've taken now $5,500 off their back. And that's a lot of help for a lot of young Australians who might be just out of TAFE or just out of university, maybe just out of home. They're just getting started. And, Mr Speaker, this isn't the only thing that we're doing. We're also cutting the amount that they have to repay of their debt every year. So, for example, if you're on $70,000 a year, we're cutting the amount that you have to repay every year by $1,300. Now, that's real cost of living help. It means an extra $1,300 in your pocket rather than the government's. And there's something else that we're doing to help Australians with the cost of living, and that's paid prac, financial help while you do your practical training at university. Because, as many people do, if you have to give up your part-time job to do your practical training, or you've got to move a couple of 100 kilometres away and rent, then it can be tough to pay the bills. And that's why we're doing this. It's real cost of living help, and we're now rolling that out too for teaching students, for nursing students, for midwifery students and for social work students. People who've signed up to do some of the most important jobs in this country, like looking after our kids and looking after us when we're ill and when we're old, or women fleeing domestic violence. And, Mr Speaker, that's what we're focused on, helping Australians with the cost of living, unlike those on the other side who are just focused on how much they hate each other. Mr Speaker, they make the Beckhams look like a happy family. They're like a couple who bought a non-refundable holiday and then they broke up, and now they've just got to sit there and suffer through it. Mr Speaker, they don't like paid prac, they don't like cutting student debt by 20%, and, Mr Speaker, they don't even like each other.
Order. Member for Fisher. Give the call to the Honourable. Order. When the House comes to order. We'll hear from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Treasurer. Scores of economists have linked higher inflation and interest rates to this government's spending spree. Former Treasury Assistant Secretary David Pearl said the Treasurer is, quote, squarely to blame for the inflation mess we are in. end quote, while IFM Investors Chief Economist Alex Joyner said, quote, the fiscal guardrails have come off, end quote. Treasurer, as mortgage holders are hit with their 13th interest rate rise under Labor, will you now finally take responsibility?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. One of the problems with them not talking to each other over there is that his mate over there just asked the same question. Essentially the same question, Mr Speaker. And so
the Deputy Leader
at least when they used to talk to each other, they could work
question.
out who asks what, Mr Speaker, instead of wasting two questions on the same one. But anyway, Mr Speaker.
Which capacity did he ask?
Order. The Treasurer reports that the member for Lindsay and the member for Fairfax have had good goes. So we're just going to cool it. We're going to hear from the Treasurer.
Thank you. I thank the Shadow Treasurer, Mr Speaker, who is also now, I'm told, the Shadow Assistant Treasurer. They found the only bloke over there who could work with him, Mr Speaker, and they're still not convinced there won't be leaking of private conversations. Now, Mr Speaker, as I said a moment ago to his colleague, there are a number of economists who have pointed out, as have the Reserve Bank today in coming to their decision, that the uptick in inflation, the pressure on the outlook, is coming from private demand. I remind him again, Diana Messina from AMP, government spending has peaked and the growth in government spending is going to add less to inflation. Belinda Allen from the Commonwealth Bank, the public sector's contribution to growth has eased significantly. Lucy Ellis from Westpac, public sector demand growth is slowing and indeed was negative over the first half of 2025. They couldn't be clearer, Mr Speaker. There are a number of economists who have pointed out, as have the Reserve Bank today, that what's happened with the inflation outlook is an upside surprise in private demand, not public spending. Now, the Shadow Treasurer and Shadow Assistant Treasurer should also know, now that the statement has been out for almost half an hour, that the Reserve Bank Board itself has said the pressure is coming from private demand. So a bit like his friend earlier on, I encourage him to read the Reserve Bank statement that they put out. Similarly, the statement of monetary policy makes it clear that the pressure is coming from private demand, not public demand. Now, on the last part of his question,
the Deputy Leader of the Nationals will cease interjecting.
On the last part of his question, Mr Speaker, about taking responsibility, I think in the first answer today I made it really clear. I take responsibility for all parts of my job. I take responsibility for playing a helpful role in this fight against inflation, and I remind the House that one of those things I take responsibility for is cleaning up the mess that was left to us by those opposite, who had inflation higher than 6% and absolutely roaring. The same people who had bigger deficits, never delivered a surplus, didn't show spending restraint, took to the election a policy for higher income taxes, bigger deficits and more debt. Of all of the people that I would take a lecture from on responsible economic management, not one of the three far-right parties over there would be on the list.
Give a call to the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering cost of living relief to Australian workers, and what could put workers' wages at risk?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Dunkley for that question and also her passionate advocacy for workers in her electorate but right across the country. Now, the Albanese Labor government was elected on a commitment to help working Aussies with the cost of living by getting their wages moving again, and we are delivering. One way we are boosting wages is through reinvigorating enterprise bargaining, and now we're seeing the evidence of these reforms delivering. New data from the Australian Bureau of Statistics shows that wages of workers covered by enterprise agreements have risen by an average of 9.6% over 2 years. And of course, under our government, we've reached record high numbers of workers on enterprise agreements, and these workers are earning more. Now, in reporting on this ABS data, the Australian newspaper pointed out workers on enterprise agreements are pocketing the biggest pay increases across all pay-setting methods. This is good news for Aussie workers and evidence that our reforms are delivering. Now, Speaker, I'm asked about whether there are any risks, and there are. While this government is focusing on delivering higher wages, there are significant risks when it comes to the pay packet of Aussie workers, and it exists across the chamber. We've seen those opposite in absolute chaos over the last few weeks, squabbling over who gets the top job, who's in charge, focused only on themselves. However, the truth is, when it comes to Australians' wages and conditions, it doesn't matter who leads the Liberal Party, doesn't matter who's in the top job, regardless of whether the Nationals are in or out, those opposite will always look to cut the wages and conditions of Australians. And we know this because they have a long history under many, many leaders. We have the introduction of work choices. We have the economic architecture of keeping wages low as a deliberate design feature when they were last in government. They refused to protect penalty rates, promised to rip away work from home rights and opposed every single one of our government's changes to get wages moving. And it continues. Even in the midst of this confusion and chaos, on the other side, just yesterday, Senators Sharma, Hume and Bragg reminded us there is something that unites them, and that is attacking workers. It is still on their agenda and it doesn't matter who leads. Well, while those opposite remain absolutely divided and wallow in their confusion and chaos, our government is laser-focused on getting wages moving and delivering for Australians.
Call to the member for Ryan.
Speaker, question to the Prime Minister. Australia's billionaires increased their wealth by almost $30 million a day in the last year, according to a new Oxfam report. They now hold more wealth than the bottom 40% of the population combined, while everyday Australians struggle to get ahead. Will your government implement a billionaire's wealth tax so that all Australians have what they need to live a good life?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Ryan for her question, and indeed inequality in Australia is an issue of which this government is focused, and the member is, I think, reflecting a view that many Australians would have when they look at the extraordinary growth in wealth at the very top end, and the fact that for many Australians they are doing it tough. And that is an issue which is absolutely critical. But that's one of the reasons why our focus when it comes to tax cuts was to, you might recall, and I'm sure the member voted for it, to change the stage 3 tax cuts to make sure we, whilst lifting that top rate from $180,000 to $190,000 in which it cuts in, we made sure that we took the same amount, around about $106 billion, and we redistributed it to people who really needed that tax cut. And of course it was opposed by the Liberal Party and the National Party at that time. But that's why as well, when we were discussing in the lead up to last year's budget with the Treasurer and the Finance Minister, okay, how can we help people? Our focus was on lowering that first marginal tax rate down 15-14, to lower that down so that we targeted in to people who really needed it, the action. The other thing that we have done, of course, is to make sure that we have provided government support through measures like the back-to-back rental assistance for the first-time increases for more than 1 million households. Tens of thousands of older Australians are receiving a higher rate of job seeker. 1.1 million Australians are benefiting from higher social security payments. That's why we've as well made sure that 1.2 million people on low incomes continue to pay no or a reduced Medicare levy. And the other thing that we have done is to change the listo for people in retirement to benefit more than 1.3 million Australians. But in addition to the tax cuts, one of the things that we took to the election and that will take place is the automatic refund, so that those people who don't benefit from using accountants or trying to minimise their tax will get that automatic kickback in their bank accounts because of the system that we have put in place. In addition to that, of course, gender equity has been a big focus, so measures such as paying super on paid parental leave, closing the gender pay gap, lifting the wages of people in aged care and childcare, all of these measures as well have been aimed at tackling inequality. That's something that the Australian Labor Party was formed to do, and it's something that my government is absolutely committed to.
Give the call to the member for Petrie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. What has been the impact of the Albanese Labor government's social media age restrictions so far, and how is this policy helping to protect young Australians from the harm of social media?
Call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Petrie for her question and for introducing me to the students at the glorious Humpybong State School on the 9th of December last year, just 24 hours before the ban hit, to talk about what their life was going to look like in just 24 hours. And on the 10th of December, Mr Speaker, Australia's online culture changed for the better. On the 10th of December, parents, teachers, carers, kids and government stood shoulder to shoulder against the social media giants. On the 10th of December, we sent a clear message to big tech to let Australian kids be kids. And in the first week of Australia's world-leading social media law, Mr Speaker, 4.7 million accounts were deactivated, removed or restricted. 4.7 million accounts in the first week. That is a result to celebrate. Mr Speaker, if you average that number, 4.7 million across all of our 151 electorates, it works out to 31,125 accounts in each of our electorates, in electorates like Petrie or Banks or Bass. Though, despite our best efforts, and I try to deactivate these accounts as quickly as possible, there are a number of accounts that still remain very, very active in particular electorates, Mr Speaker. Social media accounts that remain very, very active in Hume and in Wannon and in Lindsay. Nonetheless, we can't catch them all, but we will keep working on this because implementation, we know, will not be perfect, but it will be really important. And every social media account that we deactivate is an extra opportunity for young Australians to make a connection in real life, to play sport, to listen to music, to learn an instrument or to read a book from the library. They can discover and learn who they are before these social media platforms assume who they are. And they get a bit of a reprieve from the algorithms, from the endless scroll, the constant notifications and the pressure to get likes. Australian parents can be confident that their kids can have their childhood back. And I've heard from kids, teachers, parents and carers right across the country who proudly back this law. One email that resonates was from a parent and educator who wrote, "Watching my daughter play with her younger siblings recently, I caught myself imagining the world that she might inherit because of the decisions that you've made." This is what these changes are doing, helping kids build real-world connections. This is an incredible Australian story. It is about delivering cultural change that will take time. We don't expect implementation to be perfect, but we expect progress and continuous improvement, and we will hold social media companies accountable.
Call to the member for Clark.
Prime Minister, it is well established that the opposition is the party or the group which has the most non-government members in the House of Representatives. Seeing as the crossbench is now as big as the Liberal Party and likely to soon exceed them with more defections, on what basis are the Libs still regarded as the opposition and enjoying the perks that go with it?
Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting. Prime Minister has the call.
I thank the member for Clark for his question, and indeed we have noticed the changes that have occurred in this chamber, and that what has been going on over recent weeks while we have been rolling out the cost of living measures and doing deals with states and territories to improve hospital funding, and going to South Australia for the first of the new housing agreements, helping 17,000 new homes be built, 7,000 of which are reserved for first home buyers, is that those opposite have been solely focused on themselves. Now, I used to get admonished sometimes by the Speaker by using the term no-alition. I meant it as a joke, but they've regarded it as a mission statement. A mission statement, those opposite as they go through. They're fighting each other with the same sort of energy that they used to reserve for fighting our cost of living measures, Mr Speaker, as they go through. Now, we will continue to focus on government with regard to the issues that he raises. I'll wait and see what happens. I have said I'll have respectful discussions, including respectful discussions with the Leader of the Opposition, because I think that's appropriate. I am very much a traditionalist when it comes to well,
order.
OK, you won't come to the meeting. Oh, don't bring him. But when it comes to the traditions of this chamber,
order. Members on my left, the member
time,
for Gippsland is warned.
I will, and perhaps the Leader of the Nat shouldn't bring the member for Gippsland either, because the fact is that there are representations being made to me about a range of issues. I will treat those representations respectfully, because I think it's important that this parliament is able to function in an appropriate way.
Yeah. Hear from the honourable member for Sturt.
Yeah. Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering more urgent care clinics across the country? Why is it important for Australians to be able to access urgent care when they need it, after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing and the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. And to the member for Sturt, she's still in her first year, but she's already making a terrific contribution in this place and great representation of her community in the eastern suburbs of Adelaide. Particularly on health, she brings really valuable insights, Mr Speaker, from her time as a board director of the Royal Flying Doctor Service. And she's already delivered on the commitment she made to open a Medicare urgent care clinic in Norwood, Mr Speaker. It opened on the 17th of December. It's in the heart of her community on the parade there in Norwood, and it's already seen hundreds and hundreds of patients, Mr Speaker, like Hermione Farmer's daughter. Ms Farmer wrote online about her experience. She said, "My daughter used the walk-in Medicare clinic at Norwood on New Year's Eve, Mr Speaker, and it's pretty hard to find a GP clinic open." She said it was great. She got the high quality of care that she needed in a timely fashion without sitting around in emergency for hours, Mr Speaker. That was the promise that the member for Sturt made, and it's just one of 122 Medicare urgent care clinics that right now are open, Mr Speaker, with another 15 clinics opening in coming weeks, Mr Speaker. They're all open 7 days a week, Mr Speaker, 365 days a year, extended hours, and already they've seen 2.5 million patients, Mr Speaker. A third of those patients, children under the age of 15, and a third of them were seen on weekends, where they'd find it very difficult to get into their usual general practice. And importantly, Mr Speaker, every single one of those patients have been fully bulk billed. All they needed was their Medicare card, Mr Speaker. Once this is fully up and running, the network will see 2 million patients.
The Minister will pause. I'm up to 11 interjections by the member for Lyons, so she won't make 12. She'll leave the chamber now. Just wait for the member for Lyons to leave the chamber. Minister will continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Once fully up and running, this network will see 2 million patients every single year, not just delivering high-quality urgent care free of charge, all you need is a Medicare card, but importantly, taking pressure off our busy emergency department, something the Prime Minister talked to the Premiers and Chief Ministers about on Friday. All of this is why Australians know what they get from the Labor Party when it comes to Medicare, please, Speaker. But after a decade of cuts and neglect, the alternative's still not very clear at all. Of course, the Leader of the Opposition's got a pretty infamous record on Medicare from her time as Health Minister. The member for Canning, I'm not sure, has ever mentioned the word Medicare in this place. And as for the great pretender to the throne, the member for Hume, who inexplicably remains on the front bench, Mr Speaker, a man with no apparent honour at all, plotting against his leader from the front bench, well, he described our Medicare investments as wasteful spending.
Order. The Minister will pause. Order. Members on my right. The Minister for Social Services. The Minister for Workplace Relations will cease ejecting the manager on a point of order.
On relevance, the Minister is not being relevant to the question he was asked, and he's not referring to members by the correct titles.
Order. On the point of order, the Leader of the House.
To the point of order, I'd say two things. One, the Minister was clearly, from the way that question was framed, able to give the comments that he gave. And secondly, I note the member for Hume never claimed to be misrepresented.
Order. The manager.
Well, if that's
Order.
okay, I can refer to the Manager of Opposition and also a pretender to the throne. That would be in order. That would be his title, if that's what he's saying is in order.
Look, the manager. Order. I'll deal with this. The Manager of Opposition Business is correct. I'm agreeing with him. I want all members. He's entitled to raise a point of order. We're not getting into a situation. He has a job to do, and everyone has a role to play in this parliament. He's entitled to raise board. He did that. All members have got to be referred to by their correct titles. And I just ask everyone to temper their language. I want everyone to show each other respect. So let's just answer the questions. Let's ask the questions, let's get the answers, and keep moving. Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My point is, on this side, you'll get work for a stronger Medicare. On that side, you get Hobson's choice.
The call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Today, the Prime Minister's hand-picked Secretary of the Treasury, Jenny Wilkinson, joined every other RBA board member in voting to raise interest rates. When Labor spends, Australians pay. Prime Minister, what does it say about Labor's economic incompetence when its own Treasury Secretary is voting to lift rates?
Order. Members on my right. The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think it reflects a level of desperation on behalf of the Leader of the Opposition that she would go after a wonderful public servant in the way that she just has. Now, the Treasury Secretary, under governments of both political persuasions, attends these board meetings as a representative of the Treasury, not the Treasurer, not the government, and they play an important and a meaningful role there. They did when you were in office, when they were in office, Mr Speaker, and they do now. And I think it is entirely inappropriate for those opposite to try to drag into this one of the finest public servants that this country has ever seen. And I think especially to do it on the day, Mr Speaker, when we've appointed Sarah Court to be the chair of ASIC, which means that under this government, this Prime Minister and this Cabinet, for the first time in the history of 4 major economic institutions in this country, they're led by women. The Treasury for the first time in our history, ASIC for the first time in our history, Productivity Commission for the first time in our history, the Reserve Bank for the first time in our history. We are proud of the appointments that we have made and the progress that we have made, and those opposite shouldn't try to diminish, as they just have, a very fine public servant. Very definitely.
Order. Order. Members on my right, when the House comes to order, we won't be doing anything until the House comes to order. So I'd like to hear from the honourable member for Bennelong, who's now on his.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government getting on with the job of building cleaner, cheaper energy? Why is focusing on the need of Australian families important? And what are the risks to delivering the reliable, fair and modern energy grid Australians deserve?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for the question, and as a fierce advocate for cheaper and more reliable renewable energy, I'm happy to give the member for Bennelong and the House a progress report since we last sat. Mr Speaker, we've seen the December quarter figures, and we saw record energy demand in Australian history in December quarter, and we saw the grid cope very well. We saw 24 gigawatts worth of demand.
Order.
And because of renewables hitting 51% for the first time in Australian history, the grid cope well, 52% in Western Australia. NEM emissions, National Energy Market emissions, the lowest they've ever been, and no coincidence, wholesale prices down 44% in the quarter, renewables up, reliability up, prices down and emissions down, and that is no coincidence. Now, Mr Speaker, an important part of that story is home batteries.
Order.
And I'm pleased to report to the House that we have now installed 218,023 home batteries. And as I've said to the House before, this is very much a rural and regional and outer suburban story. Taking some electorates at random, Mr Speaker, the member for Hume is doing very well. In his electorate, we've seen 2,404 home batteries installed, which is more than the electorates of Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane combined in the electorate of Hume. He's way ahead of the member for Farrer on numbers. In Farrer, we've seen 1,862 home batteries installed, which is good, but behind the member for Hume. And he's also in front of the member for Canning on 1,986 batteries. The member for Canning has conceded he's unlikely to take top spot when it comes to batteries, Mr Speaker. And in the National Party, I'm pleased to report the member for Flynn has beaten the member for Maranoa for the first time this week on 1,128 batteries compared to the member for Maranoa's 922 batteries. But perhaps reports of a comeback by the member for Riverina have something in them, because he's blitzing it, Mr Speaker. 2,390 batteries in the Riverina. I was pleased to visit Wagga Wagga before Christmas to visit some of those batteries. And in New South Wales, Mr Speaker, the member for Mitchell's been very busy on the numbers. We've seen Mitchell install 2,889 batteries, the highest in New South Wales. I was pleased to visit the Litchfields with the Attorney-General just a couple of weeks ago, very pleased with their home battery. He's in front of the member for Lindsay, who has also good numbers. The member for Lindsay has expressed an aspiration to lead, but she's got some catching up to do. She's installed 1,592 batteries in Lindsay, which I read is about 1,591 more than leadership votes she has in any proposed ballot. So, Mr Speaker, while those opposite concentrate on rolling each other, we continue to concentrate on rolling out batteries, rolling out renewable energy, rolling out cheaper and more reliable energy, because that's what the Australian people want.
It's the crossbench. Give the call to the member for Bradfield.
My question is for the Prime Minister. Parliament has passed laws to combat anti-Semitism, hate and extremism, but legislative leaders are one of a myriad of responses required to prevent terror attacks of the type that we saw in Bondi. You've called for a Royal Commission, but what are the other steps to address the underlying cultural, social and economic factors which contribute to extremism? Will you commit to adequately resourcing the implementation of a national anti-racism framework, a comprehensive strategy commissioned by your government and released in November 2024?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Bradfield for her question. Indeed, we do need to deal with a comprehensive response, not just to anti-Semitism, but to building social cohesion as well. I think the attack that we saw in Perth is an example of something that the authorities are dealing with. I'll be meeting with the WA Commissioner, who was in the chamber earlier today, along with the AFP Commissioner, to be briefed on that at a later time, because that was a very serious incident that is being looked at being designated to be an act of terrorism, and the authorities are looking at that indeed, and having been receive a preliminary briefing, I think it is quite extraordinary that there wasn't a much more serious consequences of what occurred there in Perth. Anti-Semitism requires constant vigilance. It requires we brought forward the legislation, of course, before the Parliament, and it is a fact that there was a considerable advance through legislating not just on guns but on hate speech. It didn't go as far as the Envoy on Anti-Semitism's report recommended, but nonetheless it did. It was a significant advance forward, and I thank all those who voted for that legislation in both the House and the Senate. We'll continue to engage across the board on these issues. We have, the member refers to extremism and to issues breaking down social cohesion. We have had incidents as well of sovereign citizens or so-called sovereign citizens being involved in the murder of police officers in Victoria and Queensland. There are a range of threats that are very real, including, of course, a number of incidents that have been publicised before the court involving myself and members of Parliament indeed. I think we need a broader conversation as a society as well about the impact of polarisation, the impact, as I've said, about social media pushing people towards more and more extremes down these rabbit holes, the fact that as well clickbait. Well, there's 2 seconds.
The member for just give the call to the member for Bradfield.
Relevance. The question was specifically around the resourcing.
The Prime Minister's concluded his answer. The time's concluded. Call to the member for Deakin.
My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. How is the Albanese Labor government's policy of free TAFE supporting Australians to get the skills they want and need? And are there any threats to the future of free TAFE?
Call to the Minister for Skills and the Minister for Training.
Thanks, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Deakin for his question. Every day in this place we see what a wise decision the people of Deakin made last May. He came to this place having been a teacher and saw firsthand the power of education changing people's lives. And he knows, as we all do on this side of the House, that Labor is the party of education and the party of training. And we're the party of TAFE too, which is why I'm so excited to be celebrating the 3rd birthday of free TAFE. Yeah. And Speaker, there's much to celebrate. 725,000 enrolments in courses that are building that pipeline of workers Australia needs, whether it's nurses, construction workers, tech workers, early childhood educators and so many more. And there are already 210,000 courses which have been completed, with plenty more to come. Now, to celebrate the 3rd birthday, I had the opportunity to catch up with some students, past and present, and to hear about how free TAFE has helped set them up for their futures. And in particular, I heard from Ryan from Croydon in the Deakin electorate, who started his working life as a trade apprentice but was injured. And he told me at this stage, even though he wasn't earning because of this injury, free TAFE meant that he could actually, in his words, give it a shot and see if he enjoyed this change of course. And now, thanks to his Cert 4 in cyber, he's got a job in that field and is really contributing to Australia's future, one of near 70,000 enrolments in tech and digital courses, playing their part in helping Australians navigate the online world and keep others stay safe. So when students say free TAFE has been life-changing, those of us in this place should listen. And on that note, the member also asked me about the future of free TAFE and risks. And I can say to everyone on this side of the House, the future is secure. More Australians under us can do what Ryan has done and set themselves up for life. But those opposite, who used to be in coalition, haven't been listening to people like Ryan. They're too busy arguing amongst themselves. But they can agree on one thing, that they hate free TAFE. The Leader of the Opposition thinks Australians don't value it, and they would cut free TAFE, and with it the benefits that hundreds of thousands of Australians have seen. So let me be very clear about this. This Albanese government will always stand up for free TAFE. Yeah. Australians have sent a really clear message the last 2 elections. They back free TAFE. That's why we legislated for free TAFE. Starting next year, it will be permanent. So Australians right around the country can continue to get skills they want to do the jobs we need.
Yeah. Call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Treasurer. In announcing today the 13th interest rate rise under Labor, the Reserve Bank said in its official statement that, and I quote, "Inflation is likely to remain above target for some time." In light of this, can the Treasurer rule out future rate rises this year?
Member for Isaacs. Give a call to the Treasurer.
You'd think by now, Mr Speaker, that the Shadow Treasurer would know that the Reserve Bank takes its decisions independent of government.
Order. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition has asked his question.
And I can hear them interjecting over there, Mr Speaker, including the member for Hume. But when we took steps to make the Reserve Bank even more independent, the member for Hume supported us until everyone else rolled him, and then they opposed us, Mr Speaker. So he doesn't come to this with a heap of credibility when it comes to Reserve Bank independence. Now, as I said before in the answer to an earlier question, I have responsibilities when it comes to managing the budget, rolling out the cost of living, working with these colleagues to make sure that we play a helpful role in this really important fight against inflation. We have different responsibilities to the Independent Reserve Bank. The Shadow Treasurer really should know that by now. He's been in the role for a little while. And so we've got different responsibilities, but we've got the same objective. We need to get on top of this inflation challenge in our economy. We need to do that in a way that doesn't sacrifice too many jobs, Mr Speaker, and that's the task that the Reserve Bank independently and the government separately are engaged in. Now, Mr Speaker, if the Shadow Treasurer wants to refer to the statement put out by the Reserve Bank a little while ago, he should concede that this whole campaign that they've been running up to today, and they've been desperately hoping for a rate rise today, in saying that the Reserve Bank was terribly concerned about public spending, they need to admit now that that was rubbish. Because if you look at the Reserve Bank statement today, it doesn't mention government spending. It's not a factor in the decision that they took today. In fact, they've gone out of their way to say that the upside surprise in inflation and the pressure on the outlook is coming from private demand. Now, these aren't my opinions on their own, Mr Speaker. They are now in the statement issued by the Independent Reserve Bank, Mr Speaker. Now, if those opposite want to pretend now, that government set interest rates, well, that is obviously dishonest. Of course we don't. But we do work as hard as we can to get on top of inflation, to roll out this cost of living relief, because we do understand that people are under pressure. But more than acknowledge that, we are acting on that. And if those opposite really cared about cost of living pressures, they would have supported our tax cuts, they would have supported our cost of living relief, they wouldn't have left us a mess in the budget, they wouldn't have taken to the election a policy for higher taxes, bigger deficits and more debt. Now, Mr Speaker, those opposite spent the end of last year trying to divide the country, they spent the start of this year trying to divide themselves, and now they want the Australian people to believe all of a sudden they care about the cost of living. Only this side of the House does.
Yeah. Call to the honourable member for Holt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitment to strengthen paid parental leave? What approaches has the government been asked to consider?
The call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you so much, Mr Speaker, and thanks so much to the member for Holt for her question. I know she's a huge supporter of paid parental leave, and it was lovely to see baby Ilya again growing up so quickly yesterday. Mr Speaker, before the Rudd and Gillard governments, Australia was one of the very few developed nations that had no paid parental leave scheme. Labor started paid parental leave and we are expanding it. And from the 1st of July this year, we will expand it again. Families will get the benefits of a full 6 months of paid parental leave. Under this Prime Minister, paid parental leave, people who are receiving paid parental leave are already $12,000 better off. Just since 2022, we have almost doubled paid parental leave since coming to government. 180,000 families are benefiting from our changes. Our changes mean more time, the full 6 months, more money, higher payments, and also, of course, superannuation on paid parental leave. More flexibility, more time for mum and dad to take off together, more people eligible as well. And of course, when they go back to work, mums and dads get cheaper childcare as well, saving thousands. Of course, those opposite have not been clear on paid parental leave, not ever. It was in fact the former Treasurer who called mothers double dippers. On Mother's Day, it was former Prime Minister Scott Morrison who called them rorters. And when those opposite tried to introduce their own scheme, the member for Mitchell called it unaffordable and unsustainable and an albatross around the neck of the party. And the member for Goldstein, he said, to me, it's a very bad scheme. It's not my choice that women have children. It's genetic. They have always been a mess on paid parental leave. And if we needed a reminder, we had a tragic reminder of that during the debate on baby Priya's bill, when we had the members for Canning, the member for Bowman, the member for Barker hijack the debate on baby Priya's bill. While the Liberals and the Nationals have always been ambivalent about paid parental leave, we are absolutely clear on this side. We support new families, we support new parents, we support this investment. We are delivering, they are in disarray.
Yeah. Call to the honourable member for Nichols.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How many Australians received the $275 reduction in their energy bill that Labor promised by the end of last year?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for Nichols for his question. And I say 218,000 Australian families have reduced their energy bills to very close to zero or are getting a rebate now because of the Albanese government's cheaper home batteries policy, and every single Australian saw wholesale prices fall by 44% in the last quarter of last year. We have more work to do to make sure that flows through to retail prices, Mr Speaker, and we intend to keep that work up. The member for Hume promised that wholesale prices would be $70 a megawatt hour. They were $341 when he left office in 2022, Mr Speaker. So that's the track record of the member for Hume. And in Victoria, the wholesale price of electricity in May 2022 was $233 a megawatt hour. It is today $37 a megawatt hour.
Call order. 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 When the House comes to order, the member for Gippsland. The member for Hume. When I'm settling the House, it'd be greatly assistance if you could help me with that. Give the call to the honourable member for Solomon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister inform the House about his recent visit to Timor-Leste and explain why building our partnerships, Australia's partnerships in our region, is so important?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Solomon for his question, and of course he served in Timor-Leste as well with the Australian Defence Force, but also has an important relationship with the people of East Timor, including its leaders as well. And one of the things that strikes you very clearly when you visit Timor-Leste is the respect that members of the Australian Defence Force and others who provided support for them over a period of time for their struggle of independence and since then are held. Last week, that was the first time I had visited as Prime Minister, and there was a very warm reception from President Ramos Horta and Prime Minister Guzmão. I was honoured to address the National Parliament, and we spoke of our shared history but also our shared future, the deep bond between our two nations. Of course, that bond was forged during World War II, where when Australian troops were there fighting for the defence of our nation in our darkest hour, the people of East Timor provided extraordinary support, and 50,000 lives were lost as a direct result of the fact that the Timorese were there side by side with Australian diggers. Many Australians were captured and imprisoned by the Japanese during that struggle, including my mentor, Tom Uren, during that period. After the 1999 independence referendum and again in 2006, Australia stepped up to secure peace and democracy in Timor-Leste. And our historic bonds are important, and now we look towards our nation's shared future. We proudly supported Timor-Leste's ascension to ASEAN last year, the 11th nation to be given full membership. And together we signed with Prime Minister Xanana Guzmão a Parceria, a new partnership for a new era, an updated security agreement focused on cooperation. This is a relationship between equal partners based on mutual respect, and I thank Timor-Leste for the honour that I was given while I was there, which I received on behalf of Australia as well. My visit to Indonesia on Thursday will also be an important step engaging in our region. These relationships are so important for Australia. The new alliance with Papua New Guinea, the treaty that we will sign with President Prabowo on Friday in Indonesia, the Parceria with Timor-Leste, the upgraded relationship in our region is critical. In a turbulent world, we have a crucial role as a middle power, bringing nations together, advocating for our shared interests, building a region and a world where sovereignty is respected and where the economic potential of our nation and our region is fulfilled, always working in the national interest to make a positive difference in the lives that we serve and represent the Australian people. I look forward to visiting Indonesia later this week, and I thank very much President Ramos Horta and Prime Minister Guzmão for the very warm reception. They are both very good and dear friends of Australia. And on that note, Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Members can leave the chamber as quickly and quietly, and I'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
Good, Mr Speaker. I move that leave of absence for the remainder of the current fortnight of sittings be given to the honourable member for Blair. I spoke with the member for Blair yesterday, and can I say, I think on behalf of all members, we wish him, but particularly dealing with the illness of his beloved wife, Carolyn, all the very best for this period. I have said to him that is his correct priority. He's continuing to serve his electorate, but it's important that he not travel at this time, and I'm sure that will be respected.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Pursuant to Section 42 of the Parliamentary Service Act 1999, I present the report of the Parliamentary Service Commissioner for 2023 to 2024. I present the Auditor General's audit reports number 10 to 12 for 2025 to 2026. Details of the reports we recorded in the votes and proceedings. Call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the failure of the government to curb its reckless spending, now at the highest levels in 40 years outside of recession, and making Australian mortgages more expensive. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And today I do indeed rise on this matter of public importance because Australian families are being squeezed harder and harder, and this government clearly refuses to take responsibility. And if people were tuning into Question Time, and apparently fewer and fewer Australians are, but if they were today to listen to this Prime Minister, listen to his Treasurer and listen to the response from his ministers, they would feel an incredible sense of disappointment in their government. And they would say they just don't get it. Do they not understand what the lives of ordinary Australians are like at this point in time? Clearly not, because for millions of Australians, today's decision isn't read in an economic statement or the arcane pages of a financial publication or a financial market update. Today's 25 percentage basis points rise in interest rates hits like a hammer blow. And that is something that this government clearly does not understand. But we do, Deputy Speaker. This announcement will be felt at the kitchen table, felt in the mortgage repayments of Australian householders with mortgages, in the rent notice, in the power bill, in the grocery bill, that somehow just keeps getting higher and higher week after week. The cost of supplies for a battling small business, the cost of fertiliser, diesel, inputs for a struggling young family farmer, somebody whose mortgage is just coming off a fixed interest rate. To look at this 13th interest rate rise under this Labor government will bring real pain. But it's a pain that the Labor Party simply does not understand. And it is the 13th interest rate rise, and it will hurt. And it is a reminder that inflation is not going anywhere under Anthony Albanese's Labor government. And to listen to the Prime Minister say, as he did, we've turned the corner. We haven't turned the corner. If we have, we're stuck on completely the wrong road. And these, absolutely, Member for Durack, we're going round in circles in some sort of holding pattern with inflation high because spending is so high. And when you listen to the miserable excuses from the Treasurer, oh, read the fine print. People aren't interested in the fine print in the discussion. They're in the decision. They're interested in what happens in their household mortgages and what happens in their bank balances. I don't think this government has met anyone running a battling small business today. But we have, I have. And if you go into any small business, they will tell you nobody's spending money. Everybody's worried. Kids are going back to school. Everything costs more. How do you pay for everything that the school kids need as they go back? How do you sort of look at the credit card balance after Christmas? It's really tough times. And the point I want to make very clearly, Deputy Speaker, is if you listen to this government, they don't understand it. Now, we are on our own here, and I want to make that point, because every time you hear the Prime Minister, oh, it's all part of the big picture internationally, we're just, all working together. He has no understanding, because 2 years ago, Australia had lower interest rates than the US, the UK, Canada, New Zealand and the euro area. Today, after this rate increase, Australia will have higher interest rates than all of them, and we need to let that sink in. Canada has cut interest rates 9 times without a single increase. New Zealand has cut 9 times. The euro area 8 times. The US 6 times. The UK 6 times. We stand alone, not because global conditions are different here, but because the government has made the Reserve Bank's job harder, not easier, with their reckless spending. And the simple truth is this: inflation is staying higher for longer because Labor has spent too much, they've borrowed too much, and they have refused to put guardrails around government spending. Now, it's not the Liberal Party saying that. It's economists. The economists that the Treasurer clearly despises because they don't agree with him. He'll be on the phone now. giving them a piece of his mind. He always tells them they need to back him in, but today and this week and this month and this year, they haven't and they won't. So it's economists saying this. It's businesses saying this. This morning, the Australian Financial Review reported big businesses urging the government to cut more than $50 billion a year in spending to help tame inflation. Big business, don't always come out and have a lot to say about what the Labor Party is doing, or even the Liberal Party. They stick to their knitting, as they should. They're getting on with the job. But even they have come out to say, wow, $50 billion a year cut in spending, that's their advice. And another chief economist that was poo-pooed today by the Treasurer, Shane Oliver, well-respected chief economist for AMP, who said very plainly the best thing that Australian governments can do to help bring down inflation would be to cut government spending back to more normal levels. And, we hear this excuse about, it's, private sector. What the government has done is shrink the private sector by increasing public demand. The private sector is shrinking, but the private sector are the people who take risks, who give back, who build this country, who build their communities. That's the private sector. That's the battling small businesses that we walk into every day of the week. That's who's hurting right now. And that's the people that this government does not understand. And it flows into every sector of the economy and every household. Now, under Labor, the cost of living crisis is just getting worse and worse. It's not modelling. It's lived experience. And what does that mean? What do these numbers mean in real terms? Well, insurance is up 39%. Electricity is up nearly 40%. Wow. Rent is up 22%. Health costs are up 18%. Education is up 17%. Food is up 16%. I'm not reading out luxuries, Deputy Speaker. I'm talking about essentials. And while families are tightening their belts, Labor keeps spending. And every time they answer a question in this place by talking about money they've spent, I just want people to think of two things. We are paying, this country is paying, $50,000 a minute on interest on the debt. $50,000 a minute on interest on the debt. Now, that's not going to Medicare, that's not going to schools, that's not going to hospitals, that's not going to tax relief, that's just interest on the debt. This is a government that is very generous with borrowed money. And every time more money is borrowed, and it is, we're heading towards $1.2 trillion in debt, people need to think, well, what does that mean for the next generation? Because it's them that I think of today. It's the next generation that can't find a pathway into a home, whose rents have gone up 22%. It's Gen Z and millennials who say, when asked, the biggest worry they have is the cost of living, and will they ever be able to afford a home? There's no time to talk about this government's dismal record when it comes to building houses, but trust me, it is incredibly dismal indeed. And Labor's debt is climbing fast and making it harder and harder. It's not fair on the next generation. It's not responsible. It's intergenerational recklessness. Now, with today's announcement, the average mortgage holder is paying around $23,000 a year more in interest than under the coalition. $23,000 more. Monthly repayments up around $1,800. And small businesses are going under. They're going under at record rates, as the member for Goldstein reminds us, because he's in those small businesses too, and he knows the pain they're feeling. Nearly 15,000 collapsed last year. These are not statistics, Deputy Speaker. These are families and livelihoods. And Labor, they treat these small businesses like an ATM because they pile on more costs, they pile on more debt, they pile on more red tape and regulation. Senator Bragg in the other place made some very strong announcement yesterday about red tape and deregulation, because that's what we want to do. We want to take this pain away. We want to give people the capacity to grow stronger, build their businesses, contribute to their community. The Liberal Party believes in aspiration, that if you work hard, if you play by the rules, if you do your best for your kids, you contribute to your community, you should be able to build a better life. But that promise feels distant today because Labor has lost control of the budget and they've lost control of the economy. We believe that you must live within your means. It was the first statement I made as opposition leader, how we do, in fact, have fiscal guardrails, live within our means and recognise that we should do that, because that's how we deliver fairness to the next generation, and it's how we look after the vulnerable. So our plan is clear. We will ease the squeeze. We will fix the budget. We will keep Australians safe. We will rein in the reckless spending. We will respect every single taxpayer dollar. We will always back small business. And we'll make energy more affordable. And we will restore confidence that hard work in this country is always something to reward, not something to punish. Australians deserve better than the higher prices, higher rates and higher debt they're getting. That's the alternative the Liberal Party offers.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care, Indigenous Health and Women.
Very much, Deputy Speaker. Our government knows that some people across our country are doing it tough, and that's why we're so focused on helping them responsibly, thoughtfully, deliberately. If you look at the statement that was released by the RBA today, it talked about an increase in private demand. It didn't talk about government spending, which is the premise of the motion that we're debating here in this House today, a false premise, because what we know is that what our government is doing is helping Australians. If you have a look at what our government inherited from the opposition, they left us inflation with a 6 in front of it and rising. Now it's much lower than that. They left us with higher spending, no savings and bigger deficits. They went to the election with a plan for bigger deficits and more debt and a plan to hike up taxes for every taxpayer to pay for nuclear reactors, and weren't they popular? Particularly in my home state of Tasmania, which is renowned and proud of its renewable energy efforts with hydro. And the fact that you were taking a plan like that to the election went down like a lead balloon. We are focused on cost of living. They are focused on themselves, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're focused on turning 2 budget deficits around and making them budget surpluses. Wages have come up. Unemployment is down compared to what we inherited. And our government is focused on supporting Australians dealing with their cost of living issues that they are facing. And we are serious about that, not just empty statements from the Leader of the Opposition about a plan. What plan? The Opposition doesn't have a plan. They haven't even got a plan to reconcile with their former coalition partners. It's false promises from the Leader of the Opposition. And I think it's important to put it in context. When you look at the decade of the former coalition government and think about that decade as a lost decade, a decade of cuts and neglect, they left the country with structural deficits, wages stagnating, a housing crisis they did nothing about. For the Leader of the Opposition to come in here and lecture us about our program to build more homes, to support Australians into home ownership, to support them into affordable and social housing, when they did barely anything at all to support Australians dealing with this, is offensive. Think about the way that they left families struggling to access affordable childcare, people struggling to find a bulk billing GP. How many Medicare urgent care clinics did you build? 0. The member for Lyme up there giving members for Lions a bad name because she gets ejected and people think it's me. Our government is building Medicare urgent care clinics. Their government didn't build a single one. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the record of those opposite speaks for themselves. Australian people voted them out for a number of reasons, and amongst them was the fact that those opposite didn't have a plan to help tackle cost of living, and the fact the opposition leader got up just now and said that you've got a plan, they've got a plan. Where is it? You certainly didn't take it to the election. You didn't present to the Australian people an option for them to vote for you because you were outlining a range of measures to help support them deal with cost of living, and you haven't done that since. The reality is, Madam Deputy Speaker, those opposite have nothing to offer Australians today. What solutions are they providing? Those opposites can't agree on who should sit where in the chamber, and we saw that again today. We're focused on cost of living and delivering for Australians. Those opposite are focused on themselves. I thought it was notable today when the opposition leader was giving her remarks, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the member for Hume was missing. Where was he? The division in the opposition benches is clear for all to see, and you can't help but have a giggle about it because you know it's true. You know it's true. It's on display for all Australians. I mean, how can we take you seriously? How can Australians take you seriously when you can't take each other seriously? You can't even show up for the speech the opposition leader gives in this chamber on the first day back for the parliamentary year for the official calendar. I think it was interesting, some of the remarks made by the opposition leader when she said things like, she spoke about a pain the Labor Party simply does not understand. Was she talking about herself, Madam Deputy Speaker? The pain of the coalition split? When she talked about going around in circles, stuck in some kind of holding pattern, was she talking about this malaise the opposition finds itself in as they negotiate behind closed doors to roll her? The government's focused on Australians. Our priority is supporting them to make sure they live a life of dignity, to live a productive life. And that's why we've been serious about taking deliberate steps to support initiatives that not only reduce the cost of living pressures Australian families are feeling, but also increase the productivity of our economy. Look at some of the measures that our government has invested in. This is not wasteful spending, and I challenge members opposite to tell me which of these initiatives you don't support. I mean, some of them we know you don't support, tax cuts for one. We know you don't support tax cuts for hard-working Australians. You've made that plain. You voted against it and you took a policy to the election to increase taxes. So we know you don't support that. Energy bill relief, another thing you didn't support. In fact, you wanted to spend taxpayer money building nuclear reactors. Billions of dollars. That would have put power prices up through the roof for hard-working Australians. What about more free GP visits? This has been a hallmark of our Labor government that understands the value and the importance of Medicare. It's in our DNA. Do you propose to roll back the investments that we've made to fund Medicare urgent care clinics across our country? Is that reckless spending? What about the increase in the bulk billing rate that we've seen? 1,300 more practices convert to be fully bulk billing across the country since the 1st of November last year. Is that reckless spending? Is it? Are you going to roll that back? Are you going to introduce the co-payment again? Why don't we go back to the ghosts of Liberals' past, like the former member for Dixon, and introduce a co-payment? The opposition leader, when she was the health minister, did nothing about addressing the falling rates of bulk billing. What does she do about the Medicare rebate? Does she increase it once? Donuts. I mean, I think the record of the Liberal Party speaks for itself, but maybe it's an interesting question for constituents in their electorates to ask them, and Australian public to ask them. Is spending on healthcare reckless spending? Is increasing the bulk billing rate for Australians who can now finally see a doctor for free reckless spending? Is investment in Medicare urgent care clinics that are supporting millions of Australians to see a health professional in their time of need reckless spending? What about cheaper medicines and the $1 billion that Australians have saved on cheaper medicines because of our government's commitment to lower the price of medicines, to support Australians to get the health care that they need? Is that reckless spending? These are serious questions for the opposition to confront, and there's no response. What about free TAFE? We know you're not a fan of that. This is a productivity-enhancing measure. This is about equipping Australians with the skills they need to be able to go and pursue their dreams, to get a job here in our country and support in areas of economic activity, in childcare, in aged care, in teaching. These are investments that are supporting Australians to live a good life. This is not reckless spending. What about the cuts we make to student debt of 20%? You're going to put that back on? You're going to increase student debt by 20%. I mean, this is what Australians need to ask themselves when they hear the Liberal opposition leader talk about reckless spending. The RBA has been clear in its statements today. It's private demand that's been the key reason why they've made a decision as an independent board to lift rates. There is no doubt that this will hurt some Australians who've got a mortgage. And that is why our government has been so single-mindedly focused on delivering cost of living relief to all Australians. It's why we've supported pay rises for some who are working in highly feminised industries like aged care and childcare. It's why we've supported pay rises for those who are on the minimum wage. We're supporting parents, whether it's through enhancing paid parental leave, access to cheaper childcare and more childcare places, because I know that this is one of the key ways that we unlock opportunity for particularly women to participate in our economy. These are productivity-enhancing investments. This is not reckless spending. And I would like to just finally make the point that when Australians think about who's going to give them a fair go, I think, well, I feel confident when I look at our benches that there's a competent group of ministers and a team here working every single day in their electorate that are working for that single purpose, is to give Australians a fair go. Do those opposite really think they have anything to offer Australians at the moment with respect to a comprehensive economic narrative? Do you? Really? I mean, you can't even work out who's going to be your shadow assistant treasurer. It's just embarrassing, and just embarrassing. I mean, you can mark yourself up if you like, but I think Australians are marking you down right now.
Time has expired. I give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And it actually genuinely is with great sadness that I stand today, because Australia today has received some very bad news. And I think, first and foremost, of the families who have come through Christmas and their family budgets are looking awful. They've been dropping the kids off to school. They don't know whether or not they have to forego takeouts or is it school sport. They're having to buy the shoes, the uniforms, the textbooks. They're struggling. And today they received the news from the Reserve Bank of Australia that interest rates are going up. Now, I don't know how bad this has to get for the Australian people before the Albanese government starts taking this matter seriously. Through our question time today, despite this being the most important issue facing Australians, we had continuous hubris from the Prime Minister, giggles and laughs and jokes from the front bench of the Labor government. Meanwhile, the Australian people are struggling. Now, it might be true, of course, that most Australians aren't going to be glued into question time, but it does go to the character of those who are running this country. The fact that the Treasurer continues to refuse to take any responsibility for the fact that interest rates are going up due to his spending spree. I can't find a credible economist in the country who is not saying that the Albanese government isn't overspending. All economists are saying they are overspending. And the more they spend, the more it's basically putting pressure on the RBA to lift rates. This government cannot stop spending. This is the highest spending government in 40 years outside a pandemic. 40 years. No government has spent as much as this government. It's an extraordinary amount. Spending as a percentage of GDP has gone from 24% to 27%. 27%. Amazing. And every single time we see an economist coming out saying the government is overspending and it's driving up interest rates, that the Treasurer denies it. And who are the ones who lose? It's the Australian people. I mean, spending is so bad that last week we revealed a $60 billion black hole in Labor's government. That is a deterioration of $60 billion since the election. Now, did they come forward and transparently tell the Australian people about this? No, they didn't. We had to go and find it. We had to go and find it in the MyEFO report that they laid down in December. They want to keep it a secret. $60 billion. To put that in context, that's around the size of our entire defence budget. But here's the thing. When the Treasurer has been asked to explain that deterioration, he doesn't know the answer. So spending is so bad, the majority of that $60 billion, according to the official figures, is due to more spending, but the Treasurer himself doesn't know what he's going to spend that money on. This is how bad it is. In fact, when he was challenged to explain, he tried to brush it off and say it's only a small deterioration. Since when is $60 billion a small deterioration? And we know economist after economist is coming forward and saying that this government is overspending. We also have revealed that in this financial year alone, there's an additional $50 billion being spent by the Albanese government on discretionary items. So we're not talking here about health and education and NDIS and social welfare. We're not talking about those pressures on the budget. We're separately talking about cabinet ministers sitting around the table and deciding on separate initiatives. Now, governments have every right. They are entitled to decide on what they want to spend the money on, but they have an obligation to find offsets in the budget, and this is what they are not doing. They are pouring more money into the budget, into the economy. The economy has capped out with a speed limit, but they keep putting money in, forcing the Reserve Bank to come in and take money out. And how do they do that? They do that by increasing interest rates. And this is why it is the responsibility of this government. But they refuse to take responsibility. So let's not take this debate today really as being, the Labor Party versus the Liberal Party. This is about the Labor Party versus the Australian people. This is the Labor Party against Australian families. This is the Labor Party going to hard-working Australian families, taxing them more, taking more money out of their pocket to feed a spending spree, forcing interest rates up, and then they have to pay higher mortgages. That's this problem.
And I give the call to the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am privileged to have the opportunity to stand here and talk about this moment. It's interesting to hear the Shadow Treasurer lecturing the government on credibility. Fascinating, considering that during question time he did not know how interest rates were set and that they're independent from the government. Nor did he read the RBA Governor's statement on interest rates. If he read the statement, he would have seen that it was a growth in private demand. And the truth is, if we have a Shadow Treasurer that lacks credibility, what does that say about the coalition as a whole? But I won't talk about that, because what we really want to talk about is Australian families. And I am the member for Swan. I have an electorate which has many people that have households. I got to drop off my daughter at school yesterday. Sometimes those opposite talk about things in an esoteric way. I had the privilege of dropping her off for her very first day of full-time school. And what I would say is that I'm in touch with what's happening in our communities, and I know that households are doing it tough. But what I also know is that people out there in Australia know which government or which side of politics has their back, and it is indeed the Albanese Labor government. We are a government that managed to deliver 2 surpluses. We have been looking for savings at every single part of our budget. I know that the Finance Minister has been working very hard on this, and what I would say is that the Finance Minister and the Treasurer are a dream team. There is so much talent on this side of the bench, and the truth is, when we talk about dream teams, theoretically that should be the Liberal Party and maybe the Nationals, but they can't even decide on whether they're a team or not. So, it's fascinating when we're at a time in politics where the opposition and the crossbench has exactly the same numbers. And when you talk about numbers, right, you want to trust a side that understands numbers, and it doesn't sound like that side understands the numbers. Very, very concerning. So what I would say is that this government has been working very intentionally to bring down inflation, and we have been doing that for a long time, slaying that naughty inflation dragon. And so I totally recognise that, and it has been persistent, and we need to make...
Justify your 7%.
There are parts of it that have been persistent, but I'm going to say that we have done a better job of dealing with inflation than the other side.
Right.
What our side of politics has been doing is looking at what sensible investment looks like, and I have seen that in my community. And an example is MetroNet, where we have seen the elevated rail line, which is increasing productivity on our roads. It's also activating community spaces. Also, last week I got to attend the Chunghwa Community Centre, which will be a new project, again in the heart of Swan. And one of the things that we got to hear about is the Lunar New Year and the project of something that symbolises something bigger. And the Lunar New Year calls us to remember that prosperity is not created overnight. It is built step by step, one brick at a time, one apprenticeship at a time, one community at a time. So that is what responsible delivery looks like. It also looks like strengthening Medicare so people can get care without a credit card. Medicare urgent clinics are providing fully bulk bill care for urgent care, but not life-threatening issues. We began this commitment at 50 clinics and we've already delivered 90, with a plan to expand the network further. This means that more families are getting seen sooner and putting less pressure on our hospital departments. Cost of living pressure relief also looks like 2 tax cuts, which are coming this way towards households, something that those opposite did not take to the last election. Yes, the Labor Party is the party of lower taxes. We are also moving on wages as well, because the Labor Party fundamentally understands that we want to see incomes increase, something that those opposites do not believe in.
Member for Goldstone.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, today is a sad day for millions of Australians as they finish their work and they drive home. They catch the train or a tram if you're in Melbourne, and people will be hearing over the radio about how the Reserve Bank has increased interest rates off the back of inflationary data, which shows that the government has lost all control of its fiscal purse strings. And Australians are going to receive this news at a time where their Christmas credit card is coming, where they've just paid for the cost of new uniforms, book lists, and all of the other costs for kids going to school for the new school year. There has never been a time in Australian history where people can afford less to absorb higher interest rates, particularly families who are only just getting their head above the financial water. But unfortunately, the Reserve Bank has delivered some terrible news to those households today. And of course, we know it will be passed on by the banks quickly, and while the government wants to defer responsibility and say they are not to blame, it simply isn't the case. Even Industry Super's chief economist from their entity IFM Investors has said the fiscal guardrails have come off. Time and time again, we have heard from economists that it is government expenditure at both the state and the federal level that is driving inflation. Debt spending of borrowing from tomorrow to fund today is driving the inflationary pressure and the pressure that sits on the Reserve Bank to increase interest rates. And you just need to see it from the headlines only a few days ago, where it was reported that the government got its projections around expenditure $57 billion off. Well, Deputy Speaker, if you have ever watched The Life of Brian and the episode of The Black Knight, I think they're trying to pretend on the other side of this chamber in the Albanese government that's a fiscal flesh wound. It is so much more serious, because when you borrow from the future to spend for today, you have too much money chasing too few goods and services, prices rise, interest rates go up, and that's precisely what is happening under this government. We know it's not just their fiscal recklessness, it's also industrial relations inflation, where they come into this parliament every single time, make the case about why they need to increase the costs on employers and undermine, directly attack the root and branch of small business in this country. And that's why, off the back of inflationary data, you don't just see a rise in the cost of prices of goods and services. You also see it, Deputy Speaker, in tax rates, where so many state governments now engage in an active process of taxation inflation to increase the charges that are going on small business. So households are doing it tough, small businesses are doing it tough, and what, of course, is the Labor Party's answer say there's nothing to see here, it has nothing to do with us. Well, that isn't the lived experience of the 40,000 small businesses that have gone insolvent under the Albanese government, who can't bear the cost anymore of higher interest rates, higher inflation, higher industrial relations inflation and higher taxation inflation. 15,000 in the past year alone, a record in Australian history since it has been kept. And I can tell you, Deputy Speaker, I would never come into this parliament and boast, as the members of the Labor Party have, boast about how they are such a successful economic manager when 15,000 Australian households lost their capacity to be able to fund their costs last year, lost the pathway to be able to support their families. It isn't something to be proud of. It is an absolute disgrace. 40,000 Australians who have lost their incomes since this Labor Party came to government. They have their priorities wrong. And I hear so many of the Labor members screaming out, well, what would you cut? I'll make it crystal clear. We would not resist for 1 second cutting the cartel kickbacks that the Labor government wants to pass on to the CFMEU, which is increasing the cost and passing it on to Australian taxpayers and consumers. No, we know the Labor Party is compromised after the Prime Minister has said previously that he would never accept donations from the CFMEU, and in the AEC disclosures he was exposed for telling a fib. We know directly that the Prime Minister has now been caught up misleading the public, and why? So they can continue the cartel kickbacks from taxpayers' dollars at a state and federal level, funded by Australians, to the CFMEU, who have direct connections to bikie gangs and organised crime. Taxpayers' money should never land in the hands of organised crime or bikie gangs. But this seems completely irrelevant. There is only one pathway through this, Deputy Speaker. We must change the government.
And I give the call to the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We this afternoon have outrage unencumbered by self-awareness. The Assistant Minister asked earlier why the member for Hume wasn't in the chamber before. I think I can guess. It may have something to do with the fact that he came as Shadow Treasurer at the last election, proposing a budget that would have a $7.9 billion deterioration in the first 2 financial years of a hypothetical Dutton government. So when they wave the finger around big spending, they forget the fact that they were kind of for it only a few months ago. This isn't ancient history. We're not going back to 2022 or 1981. This is recent history. They did not propose responsible spending measures, and now we have yet another misdiagnosis of economic reality. Today is a tough day for mortgage holders, and we shouldn't walk away from that. There are many people in my electorate, often described as part of the mortgage belt, for whom today is going to be a really difficult day. Another weight on the shoulder. So when something that serious happens, we have to actually take the issue seriously, which means we have to look at what are the driving factors that have led to it. The RBA says that it's largely from the private sector this time, and that's not about a blame game. It's not saying, oh, the private sector's done a wrong thing. It means we have to dig a little deeper. So what are the issues? Well, one of them is that our demand is starting to be too high relative to our productive capacity. So where do we go from there? Well, the Albanese Labor government has been investing in the productive capacity of our economy, skilling up our workforce with free TAFE, working to cut red tape. Since the Productivity Roundtable last year, we've seen a number of measures begin looking at simplifying government processes, ensuring that pieces of information don't have to be inputted more than once. Time-wasting, silly forms, things like that. They have been a focus of our government because we know that in order to support our industry, to support our economy, to really get that kickstart it needs at this point in time, we need to ensure that we are as productive as we can possibly be. And that means working with the private sector. It means ensuring that we as government are setting the example by ensuring that we're being as efficient, effective as we can be. But we also don't let fairness go by the wayside. We're focused on the impact of households, ensuring that medicines are cheaper, that young people and people returning to the workforce have access to the skills they need to get the job they deserve. And that also in turn means that employers have access to the labour that they need in order to improve the way their businesses are operating and to maximise their profits in the long term. Inflation is the most pernicious tax. It is something that affects all of us, and we as a country get nothing in return. So the fight on inflation is real and important, and has been one of the 3 focuses of the Treasurer in recent times. It is looking at doing what we can to support reduction in inflation over time. It is ensuring that we are resilient to global headwinds, and it's also making sure that we are building productivity in our economy across the board, and that is exactly what we're doing. Today is a very serious day, and that is why we need to talk about serious solutions, rather than just relying on tropes and cheap tricks and trying to just throw blame about, oh, is it the amount of money or is it things like that? The RBA has said the reasoning for their decision. The fact that public consumption has gone up as in relative terms to, that private consumption has gone up in relative terms to public is there in black and white. It wasn't only in recent data, it was in the last monetary statement as well. It's right there in the ABS data. It's not a mystery. We also know that there's variations between states in terms of what's going on in the economies, housing prices increases in other particular prices. It is a complex set of circumstances, and that is why we have to work it to deal with it in a very serious, a very methodical way, rather than just relying on what frankly have become cheap theatrics and predetermined indignation. We've got to take this job seriously. Governing isn't as simple as throwing away lines that might make the other side feel a little sad for a moment. It is about getting the important work done. It is about identifying what we can do to support the success of Australians and to ensure that our economy is going at the best pace possible. So when we look at today's announcement, this isn't one of glee. It's not one where any of us should be saying, job well done. The job is nowhere near done. There is a lot of work to do. The good news is that this government is doing it. We are focused on the task of improving the economy, of improving the impact that has on households in Australia. Things are getting more expensive because inflation, and we need to deal with inflation, which means we have to take it seriously, and misdiagnosing it is not the solution to that problem. Simply throwing political tropes, cheap tricks, saying, oh, your fault, your fault, your fault, that does not get anything done. We need to actually invest the time in reading the full report by the RBA. Rather than drawing our own conclusions, rather than cherry-picking quotes from economists here, there and everywhere, the RBA tells us why they have made the decisions they have. Read the full document, then we can have a serious adult conversation about what steps to take next. We should be taking the politics out of this. We should be a solution-focused parliament. It is the least we can do for the hard-working Australians who are having a very, very tough day today.
Member for Grey.
Speaker, representing more than 92% of South Australia, I represent small business owners, farmers and families who understand the value of a dollar. Out in the country, we know that weather, like the economy, can be unpredictable. We know that good years can be followed by lean ones. Because of this, country people understand the discipline. When you have a good harvest, you don't run into town and blow every cent in the pub. No, Speaker, farmers put money aside to prepare for the drought that they know is coming. They show restraint. Unfortunately, Speaker, our Treasurer, Dr Jim Chalmers, is no diligent farmer. Indeed, he has no economic credentials at all. He has a PhD in political science. He, by its very definition, is a spin doctor. Is a spin doctor. I'll go again. Now, Speaker, I'm a farmer from Butte, but I also went to uni and studied economics and engineering. Economics 101. A fundamental principle of a government is that it acts in a counter-cyclical fashion to the private sector. In fact, Mr Maguire, my high school teacher, taught me this very fact. And unfortunately, Speaker, our Treasurer, the spin doctor, cannot stop borrowing our money and spending it, and completely ignoring the inflation right under his nose. We saw it today. The Reserve Bank of Australia has been forced to raise interest rates again. And Dr Jim, with a PhD in spin, has nobody to blame but himself. The facts are simple. Rates are higher than they should be because his Treasurer has absolutely no discipline. Higher grocery prices, higher mortgage repayments, higher energy prices. The Treasurer's own budget papers tell this story. Since Labor came to office, they've added $50 billion of new discretionary spending to this financial year alone. $50 billion. Speaker, to put this massive number into simple terms, that is money the government chose to spend, but it wasn't scheduled and it wasn't necessary. It was Labor sitting around the table deciding to spend more money without finding any savings. When a farmer spends more money than they earn, the bank manager steps in. In this case, the Reserve Bank is that bank manager. When the government borrows more and pumps that extra money into the economy, it drives up prices. It makes inflation worse. And to fix that, the RBA must raise interest rates to slow the economy and increase prices in the process. And here we are. What a surprise. Standard economic analysis tells us a scary truth. To cancel out the damage of Labor's $50 billion spending spree, the RBA will need to raise interest rates 9 times. You heard that right, 9 times. The Treasurer tries to hide. He blames the former government, yet he's the one responsible. It's like being surprised that everyone is drunk when you were the one buying the beers. Speaker, the Treasurer even hides behind the Governor of the Reserve Bank. He boasts that she hasn't explicitly called him out. Well, out in the country, we know the polite folk don't always go around shouting at people. The Governor is polite. She tries not to embarrass this Labor government. But for the Treasurer to use her professionalism as an excuse for this bad management shows a total lack of respect. Here is the reality for families in the country. If we swapped out one for the other, economists say that Labor's extra spending spree has the same impact on the economy as 9 interest rate cuts. Think about that. If Labor had done their responsible thing, if they'd acted like disciplined farmers, I represented regional SA, and showed restraint, we could effectively be enjoying the benefits of 9 rate cuts now. For the average mortgage holder, that is worth about $14,000 a year. That is $14,000 that should be in the pockets of Australian families. But it isn't, because Jim Chalmers couldn't say no to more borrowing and more spending. To go back to my farm analogy, he couldn't resist the new double cab 70 series with a lift kit, a snorkel and a bull bar, when really the old one was plenty good enough. Speaker, public spending is currently growing twice as fast as the rest of the economy. The government is getting fat while the private sector, our farmers, our tradies, our small businesses, are starving. It is simple. The more the government spends, the higher your mortgage goes. The Treasurer won't take responsibility for this mess. And if he can't take responsibility for the problem, he certainly cannot be trusted to fix it. For that, Speaker, we need a different government.
Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's been a really interesting day. We've just heard that apparently the Reserve Bank Governor was not telling the truth because she was being polite, which frankly is a little bit patronising for a professional woman at the top of her career. During question time, we discovered that the member for Fairfax, who is now both the Shadow Treasurer and the Shadow Assistant Treasurer, doesn't know how interest rates are set. Perhaps he needs a better assistant. Anyway, while it may be inconvenient for an opposition desperate to politicise everything, to deflect attention from their chaos and disorder, the Reserve Bank Governor Bullock has in fact said that the drivers of inflation in Australia are strong domestic demand relative to supply, housing costs and market service prices, labour and non-labour pressures, temporary price movements and a tight labour market, which of course means we have low unemployment. You will note that government spending was not included in her comments. And I don't think she was just being polite. I think she knows her stuff. And in fact, nor was it included in the Reserve Bank Board's comments today, where the cause identified was in fact growth in private demand. And let's not forget that the opposition, when they were in government, left Australia with inflation that was 6.1% and rising. It's now much lower than that. They left us with higher spending, no savings and bigger deficits. And then, most recently, as coalition opposition, they went to the election with a plan for bigger deficits, more debt and a plan to hike up taxes for every taxpayer to pay for nuclear reactors. We are focused on cost of living, they're focused on themselves. They oppose pretty much every cost of living measure to help Australians that we put forward over the last term of government, right down to voting against tax cuts for Australians. Meanwhile, we delivered 2 surpluses after a decade of deficits under them, paid down some of the Liberal debt we inherited from those opposite, and the MYEFO showed the budget is now $233 billion better than we inherited, and we found more than $114 billion in savings. But if the opposition truly thinks we should be cutting government spending, perhaps they could suggest exactly where they would like those cuts. Do they want us to cut health funding? We know they've tried to undermine Medicare since it was introduced, and at a time when we have an ageing population with increased demands on the health system, we have responded by investing in Medicare urgent care clinics, Medicare mental health clinics, 1-800 Medicare, cheaper medicines and 60-day scripts, and extra funding for the hospital system in our agreement with the states. So do they want to cut funding for health? We know they neglected veterans, so maybe that's where those opposite think we should be cutting spending. When we came to government in 2022, there was a backlog of 42,000 veterans' total and permanent incapacitation claims. These claims were sitting in the department for up to 18 months or more, had not even been allocated to a worker for assessment. And I can only assume that's their idea of saving money by not paying veterans' TPI claims. Shame on them to target people who've served our country who, as we know, often only put their claims in when they're really desperate. But when we came to government, we were appalled at their treatment of veterans, so we fixed the problem. We allocated an extra $477 million to process the claims, and those claims, paying veterans who've served our country what they are justly entitled to, those claims have cost an additional $8.5 billion. So is that the government funding that those opposite think we should cut? We know they don't believe or maybe don't understand climate change and the need for energy transition, since 22 coal-fired power stations announced closure under them and they did nothing about it. Perhaps they want to cut funding for clean energy and instead spend squillions of government dollars on nuclear power plants. Perhaps they want us to get rid of the tax cut that will be coming in July this year and the one in the following July, because we know they opposed our tax cuts in the last term of government and they took a policy to reverse tax cuts to the last election and, in fact, increase taxes on Australians. So you see, Deputy Speaker, it really is easy to say cut government spending with no detail. They don't seem to have learned from their detail-free policies at the last election, and they've reverted to a three-word slogan: cut government spending. But budgets are serious business and spending cuts have impacts on real Australians. So I challenge those opposite to give us some detail on what you actually think we should cut. Are you saying we should cut spending on infrastructure like roads? Should we cut on defence? Should it be education? Are we cutting the age pension on cost of living measures? You need to tell us what it is.
Expired. The member for Monash has the call.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It might be a new year, but Australians are still lumped with the same hardships inflicted upon them by this government as they were last year. As families in my electorate of Monash sent their kids back to school last week, on top of the school supplies and new uniforms, they continue to get slugged with the cost of economic mismanagement by this government. Inflation is a homegrown problem, as the former Governor of the Reserve Bank, Philip Lowe, has said. It's a homegrown problem because, as he noted, as well as many others, government spending continues to grow. As the MPI says, the government's reckless spending is now at the highest levels in 40 years outside of a recession. This is a primary driver of inflation, and the Treasurer's continued revenue ram raids are driving this. So much so, it's known as gymflation, because gymflation is an invisible tax on the financial security of every Australian. Australians work bloody hard for the tax that they contribute, and this government's got complete disregard for those efforts. Australians deserve to know that their hard-earned taxes are going to be spent in the most effective and efficient way possible. This government disrespects the tax that they work hard to pay. Australians deserve better than a government that continues to channel Paul Keating's "you've never had it better" every time our economy goes backwards, every time we see someone struggling to get ahead. Today, we've seen the 13th interest rate rise under this government. And it's important to note that the minutes provided by the RBA today have left the door open for further rises. Meanwhile, the Treasurer again tells us the budget is in better nick. He refuses to see that government spending is making inflation worse. Now, here's just a couple of examples which Judith Sloan has put forward in The Australian earlier. According to MyEFO, real government spending will increase by 4.5% this financial year. It grew 5.5% last financial year. Government payments as a percentage of GDP are close to 27%, another record outside of COVID and several years in the early 1980s. The Treasurer cannot continue to hide behind these figures, Mr Deputy Speaker, because government spending is driving inflation. Just today, the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman released a report on the health and well-being of Australian small businesses. And he says the December 2025 quarter marked the end of another demanding year for Australian small and family businesses that saw rising input costs, squeezed margins and new regulatory demands. And I would note that the government continues to fail on its word to reduce red tape. Small businesses have never worked harder for less and faced more risk and red tape than under this government. And it's not just small businesses, it's households too who are at the coalface of this government's inflation crisis, which went up to 3.8% in December last year. This is at the worst possible time for families heading into a Christmas and into the new year. When the coalition was last in government, inflation averaged just 2.1%. Half the 4% Australians, nearly 4% Australians are seeing under Labor. And everywhere I go across my electorate of Monash, people are telling me that they're struggling to pay their bills. Community groups are telling me they're struggling to keep their head above water. Insurance has gone up, energy has gone up, rent's gone up. We have a Prime Minister that loves to wave his Medicare card around telling us that's all you need to see a GP, when in reality health's gone up 18%. Education's up 17%. I had a lady come out of the supermarket when I was at a listening post recently holding 2 bags of groceries saying, "Mary, I cannot get my groceries, these 2 bags of groceries for under $100. People are struggling. They deserve a government that cares. They deserve a treasurer that is going to be real with them about the economy. And they deserve a Prime Minister that will face up to the challenges that we have instead of continuing to mislead them." Thank you.
The member for Gorton has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition for this fantastic opportunity to talk about the important measures the Albanese Labor government has taken to ease cost of living for families right around the country. We have spent this entire term in government focused on the needs of the Australian community, delivering for all Australians. The Liberals and the Nationals, no coalition on the other hand, have spent their entire time in opposition focused on themselves and their own political infighting. If those opposite want to talk about failure, they should be focusing on the failure of their own coalition. There's been so many breakups, reshuffles, get-back-togethers, will they, won't theys, that I'm not even sure who's on the front bench anymore. Seriously, I cannot handle another seating plan. If the new season of Married at First Sight tanks, Deputy Speaker, Channel 9 has some new material to draw from right across this chamber. So they want to talk about Labor's cost of living relief. Sure, I'd be more than happy to oblige. The Albanese Labor government is delivering real cost of living relief for all Australians. As the member for Gorton, I've spoken to many members of my community about cost of living. Young people struggling to get into the housing market, people on pensions struggling to make ends meet when they pay their bills, a generation saddled with student debt. People are doing it tough, there's no doubt about that. And that's exactly why we've introduced the 5% deposit scheme and expanded eligibility to all first home buyers so more people can break into the housing market. In my own electorate of Gorton, Labor's expanded home guarantee scheme has meant more than 1,800 people have been able to buy their first home. That's real change for real families. And we're building more homes. In Labor's last term in government, we built 500,000 homes, and we're delivering more than 21,000 new social and affordable homes right across the country through round 3 of the Housing Australia Future Fund, its largest round yet. There's no doubt today is a tough day for mortgage holders, Deputy Speaker. It's why we've cut student debt by 20%. It's why we've given every Australian household energy bill relief. It's why we've added more medicines to the PBS and capped costs for PBS-listed medicines at $25. It's why we've increased the listo and raised the eligibility threshold to give low-income workers a superannuation boost. It's why we've delivered a tax cut for every Australian, and we'll deliver a further tax cut this year and another one next year. And then there's the 3-day childcare guarantee, paid prac, the biggest ever investment in Medicare, so people can see a GP for free. And then there's free TAFE. It's actually free TAFE's 3rd birthday. 3 years of free vocational education and training for Australians, something that unlocks doors, and something that I know well, Deputy Speaker. Thanks to free TAFE, my husband Chris can retrain to become a Sparky. All this comes alongside our most recent announcement of $25 billion to state and territory governments, to public hospitals, as part of a landmark agreement. I could go on, but the point is, this is not reckless spending. It's real cost of living measures that are making a difference to household budgets around the country. Real cost of living measures that those opposite consistently voted against. Tell that to the families in Melbourne's western suburbs. Tell that to my community. We are listening to communities like mine, and we are responding. Meanwhile, by the way, appropriately managing inflation. When Labor came to government in 2022, the inflation rate had a 6 in front of it, a 6. Now it's got a 3 in front of it. We've had 2 budget surpluses, and we've used those to pay down debt. Compared to what we inherited, wages are up and unemployment is low. To be clear, they call this reckless spending, and yet they can't string together a reasonable policy agenda. They're inconsistent. They struggle to find a coherent position to scrutinise the government from. Last month brought us a clear example. On one hand, they insisted we recall Parliament early. Fine, done. And then when we recalled Parliament early, they told us it was rushed. There is no consistent position in their no elision. And it's no wonder, because looking over there at the Libs and way over there at the Nats, right now I can't see a coalition at all. And I'm wearing my contact lenses today. Their inconsistency on key issues and their failure to form a functioning opposition is not helping Australians. This motion is not government scrutiny. It's a thinly veiled attempt to distract from their own political infighting. And quite frankly, it's just not working. I thank the House.
The discussion has on the matter of public importance. No, the discussion has concluded. The member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the following. The member for Curtin immediately moving a motion relating to the Boorloo Perth bombing attack, debate on the motion continuing immediately, no amendment to the motion being permitted, and any variation to this arrangement being made only on a motion moved by a minister.
Is there a seconder? The member for Bradfield.
Yes, I second the motion.
Second the motion. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the House, 1, condemns the attempted bombing on January 26th in Boorloo, Perth that targeted First Peoples and their supporters. 2, notes that the Western Australian Joint Counter-Terrorism Team, consisting of the Western Australian Police Force, the Australian Federal Police and the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, is investigating the incident as a potential terrorist act. 3, acknowledges the serious harm this has caused and expresses solidarity with all those impacted by this event. 4, notes that an attack against First Nations people is an attack against all Australians. 5, notes that for many First Nations people, January 26 is a day of mourning and that an attack on this day at an Invasion Day rally represents a serious escalation of racial violence against First Peoples. 6, condemns all acts of violence and racism against First Peoples and stands in solidarity with First Peoples against rising racism and hate directed at them. 7, affirms that this Parliament's recent condemnation of racially motivated hatred unambiguously includes racism directed at First Peoples. 8, notes that the federal government has a duty to equally protect all people in this country from racism, discrimination, hate speech and the threat of racially motivated violence. 9, acknowledges that First Peoples in Australia continue to face entrenched racism, racially motivated hate and threats of violence, and that any instance of this is unacceptable and must be addressed. And 10, calls for governments to continue to take urgent action to address racism, discrimination, hate speech and violence against First Peoples. I thank the House for allocating this time in the parliamentary schedule to discuss this motion, and I thank Senator Thorpe for preparing the words of this motion. This is the first sitting day since the incident at Forest Place occurred, and it is so important that we acknowledge it, reflect on it and offer support to those affected. On the 26th of January, a peaceful Invasion Day rally in the heart of Perth was violently targeted in what police are now treating as a potential terrorist act. A homemade explosive device, a bomb, was thrown into a crowd of people, families, young people, elders, community leaders, who were simply exercising their democratic right to gather, listen and be heard. We now know that only luck prevented a mass casualty tragedy. An attack on a peaceful protest strikes at the core of our democracy. Our system depends on people being able to express views, including uncomfortable ones, without fear of violence or intimidation. This is not a privilege, it's a cornerstone of our democracy. Any act intended to frighten people away from participating in public debate is an act that threatens the health of our civic culture. We must also recognise the particular context of this event. This rally was attended predominantly by First Nations people and those who stand in solidarity with them. First Nations communities continue to face systemic racism and marginalisation, which shapes how this incident is understood and felt. Violence does not occur in a vacuum. It lands differently on communities already carrying the weight of intergenerational trauma and ongoing inequity. Jim Morrison, Noongar elder and head of Yokai, reminded me today that not long ago, Aboriginal people were not allowed to gather in the city of Perth. They were not permitted past Newcastle Street. That context makes it even more important that we fiercely protect the right of First Nations people to gather and protest in our streets. At a time when the strength of our social fabric is being tested in so many ways, maintaining social cohesion has never been more important. Acts like this don't just harm individuals, they undermine people's sense of belonging and safety. When a marginalised group is targeted, the ripple effects extend far beyond those who are physically present. People begin to question whether they feel safe participating in public life, in gathering, advocating, or even just being visible. After an attack like this, it is so important that the Parliament sends a clear message that attacks on First Nations people, as with attacks on any Australians, will not be tolerated and will be pursued with the full force of the law. For many Australians, particularly First Nations people, 26th of January is not a day of celebration, but a day of reflection, grief and remembrance. It's a reminder of dispossession and the enduring impacts of colonisation. That a violent act occurred during a peaceful gathering on that difficult day only heightened the sense of distress. Last week, I spoke with a constituent who attended the rally. He shared with me the confusion and fear that swept through the crowd. He explained how profoundly vulnerable they felt. They were doing something entirely lawful and peaceful, yet suddenly they felt like targets. They did not understand why they were being asked to move, and the traumatic history of relations between Aboriginal people and police made them fearful and suspicious. Many in my community have also expressed concern about the limited mainstream visibility of the incident and the dismissal of racism as a factor. When a serious act of violence that appears to have targeted a racial group receives minimal national attention, it raises legitimate questions about consistency. Consistency in how we perceive threats, how we categorise them and how we respond. Australians want to trust that violence is condemned wherever it occurs, whoever the victims are. That consistency is essential to building and maintaining social cohesion. I welcome the joint investigation by WA Police, the Australian Federal Police and the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation. And I urge those involved in the investigation to act with urgency. Their coordinated effort is vital to ensure the full circumstances of this shocking incident are understood and that appropriate charges are pursued using the full range of federal and state offences that apply. But as important as law enforcement is, our response cannot stop there. We must consider what this incident means for social cohesion in Australia. Cohesion is not something we can take for granted. It requires leadership that brings people together, that encourages understanding and shared purpose, and that resists attempts to inflame or divide. Violence aimed at suppressing participation has no place in our democracy. Neither does indifference. We have a responsibility to acknowledge harm and to stand with all communities who feel targeted or unsafe. We also have a responsibility to commit ourselves to a more cohesive future, one where differences are aired respectfully and where all Australians feel they can participate freely in our shared civic life. For these reasons, I commend the motion to the House to condemn the attempted bombing, acknowledge the serious harm that this has caused, stand in solidarity with the First Nations people affected by this attack and condemn all acts of violence and racism against First Nations people and against all people. Thank you.
Is there a second to the member for Wentworth?
Thank you. I rise to speak in support...
Is the member for Wentworth seconding?
I'm seconding this motion.
Thank you. The member for Wentworth has the call.
Thank you. I rise to speak in support of this motion. I unequivocally condemn the horrendous attack against peaceful protesters marching in Burlew or Perth on January 26 and acknowledge the deep fear, anger and grief that this attack has caused, particularly for Indigenous people, but for Australians right across the country. For decades, protests on January 26, often referred to as Invasion Day marches, have been held every year. This year, in capital cities and regional towns alike, tens of thousands of people gathered peacefully. They gathered to recognise the suffering of Indigenous Australians, the enduring impacts of colonialisation, the trauma of stolen generations, ongoing racism, and the devastating reality of deaths in custody. In Boorloo, around 2,500 people came together peacefully. Families were there, children were there. People were marching peacefully to express their support for Indigenous Australians, exercising a fundamental democratic right and calling on the government to do better. At approximately 12:40, it is alleged that a homemade explosive device was thrown into that crowd, landing among women and children. By sheer luck, it did not detonate. This was not a hoax bomb. This explosive was reportedly packed with ball bearings and nails to deliberately inflict maximum injury and death in that peaceful crowd of families. This bomb reportedly failed only because of a faulty fuse. The thought of what could have happened is horrifying. Police confirmed that had this bomb exploded, this could have been a mass casualty event. It should not be an image that any community has to imagine, and it should stop every one of us in our tracks. Tragically, Australians now find it easier to imagine the horror of terrorism. Now, many Australians are understandably afraid that hatred was motivated, for another attack on this Invasion Day protest. Now, Australia is a nation woven from many sources. First, Australians trace their history back on this continent for 70,000 years, but most Australian families have come through this place through migration. The strength of Australia is, to paraphrase Noel Pearson, braided from ancient Indigenous history and culture, British institutions and multicultural achievement. Binding us together is a shared tolerance that accepts the rights of all to practice their faith, enjoy their culture and express their opinions in a way that accepts difference and acknowledges the reciprocal rights of others. This attack on this march was just not an attack on a protest. It was an attack on our shared values, on the right to gather peacefully without fear, hatred, racism or violence or motivated by racial hatred, on the safety of Indigenous Australians simply standing together in a public space. I welcome the fact that the Western Australian Joint Counter-Terrorism Team is now investigating this incident as a potential terrorist attack. That acknowledgement matters because it reflects the seriousness of what occurred. But acknowledgement is not enough. Differences of opinion are inevitable. For some, January 26 is a day of mourning. For others, it is a day to come together and celebrate. We must make room for both. I am a very proud Australian, but I recognise that for many Indigenous Australians, the celebration of Australia Day is a painful reminder of the impact of colonialisation on their people. For some Australians, the Invasion Day protests are an affront to their national pride, but we must accept these differences and recognise the importance of the rights of all to express their views. This is something I think all Australians can unite on. We should, and everyone should in this country, be able to gather peacefully without any threat or fear of violence. We cannot tolerate those who turn difference into extremism and violence. We must ensure that free speech does not become an excuse for speech intended to generate hate and excuse violence. We must ensure that we have effective de-radicalisation programs in place to steer vulnerable people away from radicalisation. And we must ensure that our police and security forces have the necessary tools to prevent this violence before it happens. And those protections must extend to all Australians, including absolutely fundamentally our Indigenous Australians and their allies targeted at the Invasion Day rally in Boorloo, Perth. We must act. We must stand with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians, and we must ensure that no one in this country is made to fear for their life simply for exercising their democratic rights.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On 26 January, people gathered in Boorloo in Forest Place in Perth. It's been the home of democratic expression in my electorate for more than a century. And what followed was the most abhorrent attempted attack on people simply exercising their democratic rights. This was an attack on First Nations people. This was an attack on all Australians, and indeed it was an attack on our democracy. This was a potential terrorist act designed to cause significant harm, to cause fear and to kill our fellow Australians. A weapon was thrown into the crowd, a homemade explosive device that was there to kill and harm innocent civilians. That breaks my heart. Any attempt to attack or intimidate First Nations Australians is completely unacceptable. And this indeed was a direct attack on the social cohesion which we treasure here in Australia. There is no place for hate, intimidation or racism in our country. It's not the sort of country that we are, and it's not the direction that we will head. Because our democratic rights, whether you be a First Nations Australian or our newest Australians, they are fundamental to who we are. And democracy must never be met with threats of violence or threats of terrorist acts. I'm so grateful that this parliament didn't have to deal with a condolence motion as the first item of business when we gathered today. I'm grateful that we've not had to have leaders and colleagues come and lay flowers in Forest Place. We have not had to attend funerals. But there is significant hurt in my electorate and across this country because what happened was potentially devastating for many of our fellow Australians. And I want to talk a little bit about the crowd. This was not just a crowd. They were treasured members of my community gathered in our peaceful town square. Noongar people who've stood on and cared for that land for 45,000 years. We had First Nations leaders and Australians from all walks of life. Young people were at this gathering engaging in public debate. We had friends and neighbours jump on trains to attend a rally that's happened in Perth for many decades. We had parents pushing their kids in prams. When I was a kid in a pram, Deputy Speaker, my parents used to take me to Aboriginal land rights marches through the streets of Perth. Back then, there were horrible chants. As a baby, I was spat on for attending those marches with my parents. This was 1,000 times worse. Because this was an attack on people who were simply having their say. It was not just a crowd, it was our community, it was Australia. The Perth CBD, and this location, for those who don't know, it sits between our two CBD train stations next to what we call the Cactus, a big piece of art in our city. 200,000 people go into Perth every day to work, to study, to spend time together. And that's why I thank the member for Curtin, because the Perth CBD belongs to all Australians. It is Australia's West Coast capital. It is where visitors come for tourism. It's our cultural capital, our nightlife capital, our business capital, and a retail and hospitality hub. And I don't think there's any Western Australian who hasn't at some point found themselves in that very location. And it's important that this motion passes through this House. And I also want to thank the member for Wentworth for seconding it, because it sends a very powerful message across this country. Our government has stood firm in condemning this disgusting attack. I first put out a statement just hours afterwards, thanking police and first responders when details were still very unclear. But what was clear even then was the vile nature of this act. I want to again thank the WA Police and equally the members of the public who spoke out when something didn't seem right, when they saw this explosive device thrown into the crowd. And I say to all Australians, we all have a responsibility. If you have information that can keep your fellow citizens safe, please take action. Don't wait until it's too late. The National Security Hotline is there for all Australians on 1800 123 400 or Crime Stoppers 1800 333 000. I said shortly after this happened, to our First Nations community in Perth, I stand with you. That commitment has not wavered. I stand with that community and I stand with those who seek to uphold our democratic freedoms, even if at times they are, as has been said very well by other speakers, sometimes putting views that don't sit with our own. I've said very clearly that I want to see our town square in the Perth CBD be a place where people can express their views in the democratic traditions that we've had since Federation. And as the investigation continues, I hold firm in that view. On 28 January, it was announced that the West Australian Joint Counter-Terrorism Team would investigate this attack as a potential terrorist act. And again, I thank WA Police, the Australian Federal Police and the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation for their continued efforts in this regard. I also want to note in this place, Deputy Speaker, I've had a number of conversations with WA Police Commissioner Cole Blanche. He's continually briefed me on the situation, and I want to thank him for that and thank his team who've been working incredibly hard following this incident. I met with him again today, and yesterday I was briefed by the Deputy Commissioner of the Australian Federal Police, Hilda Sirik. And today I also met with Minister Rhys Whitby, the WA Police Minister, as part of the ongoing work across Commonwealth and state to make sure that this is a full, thorough investigation, and we await the outcomes of the work that's underway. The WA Government has shared in our commitment to keeping Perth the peaceful and vibrant city it has long been. In the words of Premier Roger Cook, quote, "We must also recommit ourselves to making sure that we can maintain a peaceful and safe community, doing everything we can." And indeed, we are doing everything we can. I also want to note the Prime Minister firmly and clearly said just the day after the incident, quote, "This was an incident that is quite shocking, and he's been charged with 2 serious offences. I look forward to him being prosecuted to the full force of the law." I couldn't agree more. And then I want to put on record my thanks to Minister Malarndirri McCarthy, who has engaged extensively with First Nations communities across Australia. And I think, as other speakers have noted, the hurt is real, not just in Boorloo. It is real across this country. Minister McCarthy said the following: "I've heard from elders who met with the West Australian Police Commissioner. They have been briefed on what took place on the day at the rally. They were certainly very pleased to be part of that briefing. The WA Police are working closely with them to keep them informed." The response, while ongoing, has been clear. We've got law enforcement officials, the WA Government and the Commonwealth Government share a determination to keep Perth safe, to keep First Nations Australians safe, and to keep our democracy safe from those who seek to harm it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the member for Curtin's motion, and I rise also to ask, what does it say about our democracy when we seem to have 2 sets of standards for protecting citizens from hate? We had a violent start to modern Australian nation. We have made some, but very little progress on making good on that. Little progress politically, institutionally, economically and culturally. And let's not forget, report after report shown that we're just not adequately closing the gap. We don't have an ATSIC. We don't have a voice to Parliament or a permanent way to have solid representation in this Parliament with the hundreds of nations, First Nations, that make up Australia. We continue to stand by whilst the states and territories pass laws to allegedly address crime, but which have the practical effect of discriminating, targeting young First Peoples offenders, institutionalising them in harsh, cruel cells and detention centres with little regard for their cultural, social and economic needs. We essentially add to their harm rather than help remove it. So last week, when we watched as people with hate in their hearts and harm in their hands hurled a bomb into a crowd of people peacefully demonstrating, as they have for years on January 26, as is their right, as is everyone's right in this precious but increasingly precarious democracy. Let me be clear, just as in Bondi, Sydney, where the target were Jewish people, In Forest Place, Perth, the target was our First Peoples. This is a hate crime on the basis of race, of othering. Sadly, it felt to me that the hate shown against First Peoples on this day wasn't as seriously considered as the hate shown to others, and therefore that a strong response by our institutions wasn't as swift and wasn't as warranted. Now, let's be clear. Hate on anyone in this country is hate on all of us. And my message is how our institutions, the media, the intelligence agencies and people in this place respond matters. Responding appropriately when this hate crime happened in Perth is not about protecting weak and vulnerable. This is about acknowledging that everyone is equal before the law and within our communities. And it's all our responsibilities to ensure that this is so. So when we don't speak up for our children, for all our brothers and sisters, we're leading down the entire family, our Australian family. With every thought, word and action, or lack of action, we are creating a permissive environment where this hate can continue and even thrive. And hate can't be solved with more hate. We need to grow understanding, courage, and we need to make tangible progress. And that starts with calling out hate every time and wherever it occurs. It means applying the levers at our disposal, all of them, to match the wrongdoing. And it means making sure that our lawmakers and enforcers, our commentators and our leaders start to see that hate actually harms people, no matter what your colour, of your skin, the God you worship, or who you love. We are all entitled to the freedoms and securities of the person who lives next door to us, across the road or across the country. When we pass laws and lead the clean-up of institutional behaviours that harm rather than nurture those who need us to have their backs, we start to replace the hate with care, we replace blame with responsibility, we replace them with us, all of us. I strongly urge the government to adequately resource its own anti-racism framework that it commissioned in 2024. It's good, it may help, and I'm really sorry that this has happened in our community across the country. So thank you for the opportunity to talk about something that is so important. We can do better, we must do better, and we get this done by working together. That's why I commend the member of Curtin's motion to the House.
The member for Kooyong has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This motion confronts us with the truth that should unsettle every person in this chamber. Racial violence across First Nations people in Australia is not hypothetical, it is not historical, and it is not isolated. It remains a real and present threat. The attempted bombing in Boorloo, Perth, on the 26th of January was not just an attack on a peaceful protest. It was an attack on First Peoples who were asserting their identity, their history and their right to gather on a day that to them marks a day of dispossession. That this incident is now being investigated as a possible act of terrorism is both appropriate but also deeply alarming. It speaks to the seriousness of the threat that we are now all confronting. Violence motivated by racial hate has no place in Australia. Many of us spoke to this fact, and we tried to legislate to that effect in this place last month. But words of condemnation, while they are necessary, are insufficient. When acts of racial violence occur and are not met with immediate, visible, decisive action by police forces and by government, they don't fade, they metastasise. An attack against First Nations people is an attack on all Australians. This is not a political slogan, it is a statement of fact. Our country and our culture rest on the principle that no group should live in fear because of who they are. When that principle is breached for one community, it is weakened for all of us. For many First Nations people, January 26th is a day of mourning. As a country, we should have the heart and the maturity to respect that fact. To target a non-violent Invasion Day rally with an act of violence represents a deliberate attempt to intimidate and to silence. That's why this motion matters and why the response to it must be more than just the sum of the words that we speak here today. What happened in Perth on January the 26th didn't happen in isolation. Months earlier, after the March for Australia rally in September, neo-Nazi protesters in Melbourne openly attacked a camp which was asserting Indigenous sovereignty.
These were not covert acts. They were carried out in public in broad daylight, with symbols and chants that left no ambiguity about their intent. But the response from authorities, from both Victoria Police and from the AFP, has been slow and opaque. 5 months after this act of violence, we're still waiting on investigations to be completed and charges to be issued. For First Nations people from Victoria and their allies, the message has been unmistakable, that expressions of white supremacist intimidation can occur in the open, in the heart of our city, without immediate consequence. Now, that perception is corrosive. It emboldens extremists. It deepens fears in people who have already been subjected to entrenched racism for generations. Deputy Speaker, the federal government has a duty to protect all people in this country from racism, discrimination, hate speech and the threat of racially motivated violence. That duty doesn't end in statements. It requires coordination with the states. It requires enforcement of policing standards. It requires the disruption of organised extremist networks and a willingness to name neo-Nazism for what it is, an ideology of racism and violence. First Peoples in Australia continue to face entrenched racism, threats and intimidation. This motion appropriately calls for urgent action in response. Urgent means now. It means ensuring that camps asserting sovereignty are protected, not ignored. It means ensuring that those who organise, incite or carry out racially motivated violence face consequences proportionate to the harm that they cause. This Parliament has recently and rightly condemned racially motivated hatred and extremism. That condemnation has to unambiguously include the incitement of hatred and violence towards First Nations people. So I thank the member for Curtin for moving this motion, and I join my colleagues here today in acknowledging the significance of this event and expressing solidarity with all those impacted by it.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Kennedy.
Speaker, I've remained incredibly silent about these issues. I was the Minister in Queensland for 6 years, and the First Nations people, as they are referred to here in this place, are kind enough to name the freehold titles that were issued under my administration, the cattle leases. My son in a meeting, he said, "Cattle leases? There's no cattle on any of these places." He said, "Not cattle, it's Katter, your name." Now, why that was because I simply went out to the 24 community areas in Queensland that are blackfellow areas, not whitefellows, they're blackfellow areas, right? And I said, well, what do you want us to do with the land? And do you know what they said? We put up all the alternatives on a big board. You can have tribal ownership, you can have community ownership, you can have local government ownership, you can have private ownership, same as all the other places in Australia, whatever you want. And, over 3,000 people voted. 3 voted against private ownership, and the other 3,000 voted for private ownership. They did not vote for tribal ownership. What does this place do? It moves for tribal ownership. Well, I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but I'd be flat out naming all the people in my bloody family tree. They come from everywhere. And I'm dark and I come from Glengarry, so, I identify as a Murray pretty often, and no one would object to that, Murray from the Curry. Now, so you said that you're going to look after the land for them, right? You're going to protect nature so that it'll be kept the way it was. Well, it may have passed your knowledge that these people are starving to death. The life expectancy in this country has slipped from 54 to 49 years of age, when the rest of us enjoy 82 years of age. And if you want to know why, it's because you won't let them own property the same as everyone else on earth owns property. The Making of Capital was one of the most important books written in the last half century. And the World Bank economist has said the creation of capital comes from the ownership of property. And let me be very specific. A very great Australian, and he was getting a Great Australian Award from the Prime Minister because he'd mustered more cattle than any other person in human history. Now, he became the mayor of Dormagee when he returned home from running all the cattle station camps, and he got 1,000 head together. Now, he could not own land to put on where his family's lived for 30,000 years. There's no process by which he could own land. So what he did was the same as what we Australians from overseas did when we came here in New South Wales. We just took up the bloody land and squatted on it. And that's where the word squatters come from, because all the land in New South Wales was taken up by squatters. And that's exactly what he did. Righto, I'm taking up this 10,000 acres, 20,000 acres. It's my land. Don't set foot on it, right? And so that's squatters' rights. So he's sick of waiting for you white fellas to do anything. He's been waiting like 200 years for you white fellas to do something for him. And except for a brief period, when a bloke is referred to as a black fella, me, said, what do you want? I said, we want private property rights. So government property rights. Now, yeah, I mean, I'm just an ordinary knockabout bloke, and I think most people that know me would say that, right? So they named the lease after me because they were so appreciative that someone listened to them to what they wanted, Now, I ran into a lovely young lady, and I said, what are you doing? She said, I'm in economic development. Oh, righto. This was in Cairns. I said, I'm not too sure what economic development's taking place. And she said, oh, no, I do it in the, she used the words Aboriginal areas. I said, oh, righto. And so what's it entail? Oh, she said, I'm preserving nature for them. Well, you're not preserving it for them because you're not allowing them to do anything there. I mean, they've been taking kangaroos for the last 40,000 years, and you've said they're not allowed to take kangaroos anymore. And God bless Murrindoo Yanna, and many shortcomings in Murrindoo, but good on him for taking them to court. Now, I got a right to take that kangaroo. I've had that right for 20,000 years. You white fellas that came here got no right to take that off me. So good on him. So that's what he did, right? Now, you've taken away their right to take game. You've taken away their right to use the water. You've taken away their right to use the land. And God bless Jason Ned. Now, Prime Minister of Australia was going to Mount Isa and giving Jason Ned a Good Australian Award. There were two other people getting that award that day, and equally distinguished. But he died before he got the award. Now, the point of the story is, if we want people to have a decent income and a decent way of life and some opportunity for their kids, then the first Australians are left no alternative but to simply defy the people in this place, simply defy the people in the Queensland Parliament and just take the land and squat on it. And God bless the people that came from Europe and did that in New South Wales. Now, where I come from, we probably had maybe 1,000 people living in northwest Queensland, maybe 1,500, I don't know. But, I mean, it's an empty land. Now, there is a message here for everyone in this Parliament. And that message comes from von Clausewitz, the greatest commentator on warfare in human history. And he wrote in his book on war, he said, there is one truism of history that a people without land will look for a land without people. And go and talk to my black fellas, talk to me, I'm a black fella too, and say how we got on with a policy that we didn't have to have a population here. How that went? Well, it went real bad for us. Real bad for us. So what are we doing now? If you take a little tiny strip out around the coastline, about 120 kilometres wide, a little dot around Perth, there's no one living here. There's no one living here. I represent half of Australia's water runoff. I've got all the great rivers of Australia except the Murray-Darling and the Kennedy electorate. We're not using any of that water. We are 0.2% of that water we're using. We're not using it. What right have we got to do that when 1,000 million people are going to bed hungry every night? And do you think the rest of the world's going to continue to accept this? So when we stand up today and talk about racism in this country, it takes many forms. And I don't want to be disrespectful to my colleagues. But when you start looking after us because we're black fellas, we start to get a little bit toey with black fellas because we don't want to be different. The whole idea is we just want to be ordinary Australians. Now, where I come from, my father was in partnership with a bloke owned a very big cattle station. He was first Australian. They owned 3 or 4 mining undertakings together, and I was in a couple of those mining undertakings together. And my partner was Les Pross, who was regarded as the last of the Colquhoun. And his mother was one of the few Piccaninny survivors of the big battle on Battle Range, which wasn't a battle really, it was a massacre. And story for another day. When they were doing guerrilla warfare, we Colquhouns did real good with guerrilla warfare. But when we stupidly took them on in open combat, that was not a good idea at all. Story for another day. Speaker, you know, they don't want to be regarded as different. You don't want different laws. All they want is the same laws that every other Australian has, which enables them to own their own house. I mean, you don't even give them a provision to own their own house in the land that they've been living on for 30 or 40,000 years. They're not allowed to own a house. There's no process in Queensland by which you can own your own house. Why haven't you got off your backside, instead of crying about them in the Queensland Parliament or the Federal Parliament, why don't you go out and listen to them, what they want? And if you do, you might be surprised at how much they appreciate what you do out there. So I plead with people here to say, read The Making of Capital. He was the World Bank economist, not a lightweight. De Soto, a cousin of his, was the head of Rio Tinto, the second biggest mining company in the world. These are heavyweight people. In The Making of Capital, he said, the thing that enabled the West to get ahead of the rest of the world is they had property rights. If you've got property rights, you can borrow money from the bank. If you can borrow money from the bank, and myself and one of my best mates, I'm ashamed to say, we were a little bit under the weather. We bought 500,000 acres one night for $25,000, 500,000 acres, in a 24-inch rainfall area. That's good rainfall area.
The member's time has
we had
expired.
To develop it.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Indo has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I wish to thank the member for Curtin for bringing this important motion to the House, and to Senator Thorpe for bringing the motion in the other place. I commend this motion, and I condemn the attempted bombing attack on First Nations people on January 26 in Burloo, Perth. This was a deliberate and terrifying act designed to murder innocent people, innocent, ordinary Australian people, and it is rightly being investigated as a potential act of terrorism. Every Australian should pause and sit with what could have happened when this homemade bomb was hurled into a peaceful rally. As a nation, we should be outraged. I'm outraged. Around 2,500 people had gathered peacefully for an Invasion Day rally. This is not a one-off event. This is an event that happens year after year. Deputy Speaker, if that device had detonated, the consequences would have been catastrophic. We've heard from the member for Curtin and the member for Perth representing those constituents who could relate so meaningfully what this could have meant in their communities. This could have meant that we saw a massacre of peaceful protesters on a day that is already one of deep mourning for many First Nations Australians. And make no mistake, this was an act of hate. This was an act with racist overtures. This was an attack on First Nations people, and therefore it was an attack on all Australians. An attack on peaceful protest strikes at the very, very heart of our democracy. It's appalling. And I think that this House is right today to speak of what could have been the most dreadful atrocity, but what was an absolute and appalling act of hate. The 26th of January for many First Nations people is one that marks dispossession, one that marks loss and deep grief, one that marks injustice. And we must be a nation that comes together, not a nation that seeks to tear each other apart. I acknowledge the profound harm this incident has caused, and I express solidarity with everyone impacted, particularly our First Nations brothers and sisters. Australians who live daily with the threat of harm and with daily acts of prejudice and racism, many small, some big. Because truly there is no place for violence or racism in Australia. There truly isn't, but what we're seeing really chills us. And this act on the 26th of January certainly reinforced that sense of dread. I echo the motion's calls on governments at all levels to continue to take urgent action. It's been said many times this afternoon, we can't just use words, we must use the actions that we've formulated to address racism, discrimination, hate speech and violence against First Nations peoples. That action must be urgent. We have a framework that's been constituted already. It needs to be activated at its fullest level. My words are just brief today, Deputy Speaker, because I know others wish to express their sorrow and condemn this act of violence on the 26th of January. It's important that we do so, but most importantly, we must act. Anything else would be a failure of our responsibility and ultimately a failure of our humanity.
I thank the member. I call the member for McKellar. The question is the motion be agreed to.
Thank you, Speaker. I also thank the member for Curtin for moving this motion and also to Senator Thorpe for moving it in the other place. It is only by sheer luck that a bomb lobbed into the thick of a crowd at a peaceful rally of First Nations people in Boorloo on the 26th of Australia did not detonate. And it was only sheer luck that nobody was killed or seriously injured. This deeply disturbing event and the following response or lack of it raises many concerns and questions that need scrutiny and a response. The reality is a homemade bomb was thrown into a peaceful public gathering where families, elders and children were present, gathering in a way that was their democratic right to express their own views. This was a potential mass casualty event, and it was avoided not because the risks were managed, but because the device failed. And yet, in the aftermath, the response from much of the political leadership and media was muted to the point of seeming indifference. Of particular note was the fact that the leader of Western Australia's opposition Liberal Party, Basil Zempilas, took 3 days to even mention it publicly. Where was the outrage? Where was the urgency, the clear and immediate condemnation, the sustained attention and the decisive action? Instead, there was minimisation and there was delay. It was only after First Nations leaders and communities pushed for answers that WA Police confirmed they were investigating the incident as a potential act of terrorism. But that response did not seem to happen automatically. It had to be demanded, and that should concern us. This incident reflects how far racial hatred against our First Nations people has been allowed to mushroom and how emboldened people now feel to act on it. The slow and muted response is also sadly indicative of the institutionalisation of racism against our First Nations people. And this incident has not happened in isolation. The attempted bombing at the Invasion Day rally at Boorloo follows a pattern of racism and violence directed at our First Nations people that so often does not make it into the media as it should and does not receive the response that it should. Just last year in August, the neo-Nazi attack on the Camp Sovereignty in Naarm, a sacred Indigenous site for healing ceremony and protest, was similarly muted. 4 people were injured that day, 2 seriously with head injuries requiring hospitalisation. Again, this incident was initially underreported and minimised. The City of Melbourne had been warned of the potential threat against that camp, but those who made that warning received no response. These events reflect an escalation in racism and threats against First Nations people that too often goes unnamed. Too often it is left to First Nations people themselves to fight for the recognition of the seriousness of these attacks, to ensure they are not again overlooked by the media, politicians and law enforcement, and to force a response that should have come immediately and automatically. There is a clear step that the government can take. More than a year ago, the National Anti-Racism Framework was delivered by the Australian Human Rights Commission. It sets out practical measures that can be used to address First Nations racism. Truth-telling for First Nations people, support for self-determination, a nationally recognised definition for First Nations cultural safety, and coordinated action across health, media, justice, the arts and data. It recognises that racism in Australia is systemic and structural. The government hasn't yet responded to this proposal. It has not yet funded the framework and it has not yet implemented it. That is a decision. If the government is serious about preventing violence against Australia's First Nations people, rather than simply reacting when it nearly costs lives, then it should urgently fund and implement the National Anti-Racism Framework in partnership with First Nations communities across the country. Thank you.
I thank the member for McKellar. The question is that the motion be agreed to. And I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I speak in support of the very important motion brought by the member for Curtin to this place and by Senator Thorpe in the other place. The failed attack in Boorloo, Perth on an Invasion Day rally was an attempt to kill First Nations people. Attempted murder. Let's not mince words. And it needs to be taken incredibly seriously by authorities, by politicians and by the media. And I would assume all of us, are hugely grateful, obviously, that the device didn't detonate, but the intent was crystal clear. This was an attempted terror attack, and the definition of terrorism is a violent attack attempting to sow hate and division, and that was clearly what the Boorloo Invasion Day attack was. We must reject that division and come together to take care of each other and show solidarity with our long-suffering First Nations brothers and sisters. The significance of this attack on the 26th of January, on Invasion Day, a day of mourning for First Nations people around the country, cannot be overstated. For decades, First Nations people and allies have marched peacefully on the 26th of January to mark that day of mourning, and they've been attacked and criticised for it by many politicians and much of the media. This thankfully unsuccessful terrorist attack is a major escalation and it should be treated as such. And the initially muted response from the major party politicians and the media is nothing less than shameful and offensive and irresponsible. The same voices ignoring, turning a blind eye to the fundamental historic and ongoing violence committed against the First Nations and First Peoples of this country since colonisation, the embedded institutional racism, the reason we marched together on the 26th of January, they're also ignoring this attempted terror attack. Amnesty International Australia and many other groups and organisations and legal experts have condemned the attack at Boorloo Invasion Day rally on January 26th and has called on WA Police and the government to conduct a proper investigation of this as a hate crime, with charges that properly reflect the severity and the intent of the alleged conduct. Amnesty reasonably asked the federal government to implement the Australian Human Rights Commission's anti-racism framework and expand the Royal Commission into anti-Semitism to cover all forms of racism and far-right extremism. This was a targeted act of violence against a First Nations-led rally and must be treated as a hate crime. Repeated attempts to frame or downplay the incident as anything less misrepresents its seriousness and risks normalising violence directed at First Nations people. This warrants a clear, a united response from this parliament, from us. It's racism Plain and simple, it is hate directed at First Peoples in this country, and this hate is rising. We all must stand united against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Ryan. The question is the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I want to rise in support of the spirit of the motion. I won't necessarily agree with every step of the wording that's used, but I think the spirit of it is resolutely clear, and I would think that every member of this parliament is deeply distressed at what has occurred in Perth on the 26th of January and what it could have been as well. And I say this against the context, of course, of what we have seen over the past couple of years. I'm not going to try and pretend that there haven't been past, nor should anybody, past incidents of racism in this country. There resolutely has been. But, and I say this with a genuine sense of sadness, we have seen a spike in the level of racism in this country over the past few years on a scale that is very hard to imagine in our more recent history, particularly in the context of the rise of anti-Semitism, which of course we know led to tragedy in Bondi, but now we see very distressing signs, and I acknowledge that there is still a police investigation going in at the moment that may raise serious questions about what occurred in Perth as well. This should be condemned by every decent, good-meaning Australian. I see the Minister on the other side of the table nodding her head, and I do not doubt her sincerity for one second, knowing her previous experience in the area, and I'm sure it's shared very directly by other members in this chamber on the opposition side as well. We do need to acknowledge, of course, that the matter is still being investigated, and it's very important that it's done, which is not to defer or delay, it's simply to acknowledge that we need to understand what the motivation was and what the intent was, but it's impossible to say that it was anything good. It was only the extent of the connections and matters that go beyond that. It really distresses me, Deputy Speaker, about where we are seeing extremism and violence occur in this country. You know, one of the reasons, many of the reasons that I know many members of Parliament stood for public office is because we're fighting for the type of country that we want to be. And the type of country and the type of nation that we want to be is one that's respectful, one where every Australian citizen can live out the fullness of their lives, and there certainly is no place for violence, whatever its motivation, in this country, whether it's, as some members quite justifiably regularly raise, the issues of family and domestic violence through to public acts of violence that we've seen more recently. Every single step of the way, it comes down to leaders to stand up and condemn this violence, because it is the intent not just, of course, to from so many people, not just to cause specific harm, but sitting behind that as a motivation of seeking to promote fear and stop people living out the fullness in their lives. And that's why I want to speak on this motion, Deputy Speaker, because I think the spirit of it is right, and I think it behoves on all of us in this parliament to stand up and fight for the type of country we want to be, but it isn't our words, it is in our deeds. And one of the things that has disappointed me over the past couple of years, and I've said in this parliament, I don't want to distract from this motion, is I don't believe we've had enough strength in our leadership, and I've said this again in other debates, extremism begets extremism. That's a very different thing from people's freedom to be able to debate and contest important issues and affairs that define our country and its future. But when we don't stand up and it leads to a pathway through radicalisation or cultivation to the point of tragedy or near tragedy, as we have seen in this case, it behoves on all of us to stand up and stand up for what we believe in, and importantly for this country. Because I want a nation that's built on respect. I want a nation where every Australian feels confident about how they're going to live their lives and safe, and to make sure, thank you, Member for Wright, and safe, but more importantly, that some of the most marginalised sections of our community have continued to be targeted by this type of conduct. And of course, no person should have to tolerate it, but it turns to the responsibility of people in this chamber and in public institutions to stand up in this time and stand up where others may not have that same privilege. Because we don't just want a nation of respect, we want a nation where we never have to see the evils that we have seen in recent months perpetuate on any other section of the community, because we want to be, I would hope, a role model not just for Australians but for the world. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Goldstein. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. I think the ayes have it. And I now call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, I present the committee's report on the inquiry into the Department of Defence Annual Report 23-24, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I thank the Minister. Leave is granted.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Department of Defence and the Australian Defence Force protect Australia and our national interest to the advantage of our security and prosperity. Defence pursues this mission during a time of global uncertainty where challenges to the rules-based international order continue to shape our strategic environment. Defence effectiveness is essential for Australia's national interests. The Defence Subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade therefore conducted its inquiry into the Defence Annual Report 23-24 to examine areas relating to Australia's overall defence strategy as outlined in the 2024 National Defence Strategy. The subcommittee found that while the Defence is fulfilling its mission to protect Australia, there are areas for improvement. The subcommittee has therefore made 23 recommendations which will enhance Defence's communications with the public, the Australian defence industry, strengthen defence social licence and improve industry's capacity to support defence. This is a comprehensive report put forward by the committee. They've done an enormous amount of work on that. I recommend that the members read the report. As it goes on to say, in this area of or the world uncertainty that we face today, it's important that we support our ADF personnel and all their requirements therefore. I would like to thank the subcommittee Senator Deborah O'Neill for her stewardship of the inquiry, and I thank my fellow subcommittee members for their contributions throughout this inquiry. And I also thank the Honourable Shane Newman MP for chairing of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, and also Senator Dean Smith as Deputy Chair for their leadership in their council. I also take note, Deputy Speaker, that the Honourable Shane Newman is away from Parliament, and my best wishes to him and his family.
I thank the member for Flynn. Any other members seeking to make a statement?
I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
The question is that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the committee's report entitled Review of Administration and Expenditure No. 23, 2023 to 2024, Australian Intelligence Agencies, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Member for Bennelong. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security's Review of Administration and Expenditure No. 23, 2023 to 24, Australian Intelligence Agencies. This annual review is undertaken in accordance with the committee's statutory responsibilities under the Intelligence Services Act 2001. It examines the administration, expenditure and financial statements of the 6 agencies that make up Australia's national intelligence community, the NIC, ASIO, ASIS, AGO, DIO, ASD and the Office of National Intelligence. The committee's review is a part of a strict oversight and accountability framework within which these agencies operate. Their public reporting is necessarily limited to protect sensitive capabilities and operations, so this annual parliamentary review is an important mechanism by which the Parliament receives assurance on these agencies' governance, resource stewardship and administration. Deputy Speaker, the committee sought evidence on each agency's performance against its objectives, its budget situation and the health and integrity of its financial statements. This included examination of strategic priorities, organisational governance, risk management practices, workforce capability, security arrangements and major ICT and information sharing initiatives. Submissions also covered the impact of the legislative changes on agency operations, workforce pressures in specialist fields, recruitment and retention challenges, and the coordination of intelligence activities across the NIC. Deputy Speaker, the committee received detailed material from all 6 intelligence agencies, as well as from the Australian National Audit Office and the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security. Classified hearings assisted the committee in discharging its obligations while ensuring national security was maintained. The report highlights the sustained high tempo at which intelligence agencies continue to operate and the importance of ensuring that administrative systems, governance structures and financial management remain robust. The committee notes the ongoing modernisation efforts across the NIC, including work to strengthen shared systems, enhance ICT platforms and uplift workforce capability in response to emerging national security challenges. Deputy Speaker, although much of the committee's work understandably occurs in classified settings, the outcomes reflected in this report demonstrate that the Parliament, through the committee, continues to exercise strong bipartisan oversight of intelligence, administration and expenditure. This oversight is essential to maintaining public trust in agencies who work by necessity, whose work is largely unseen. The committee thanks all agencies, officials and oversight bodies for their cooperation throughout this review. Their engagement supports not only the committee's work, but the broader accountability framework that underpins the operation of Australia's intelligence community. Deputy Speaker, I commend the report to the House.
I thank the member for Bennelong. Any other members seeking leave to make a statement? No. I therefore call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 4, Excise Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Warringah.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Customs Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025. And I call the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And in continuation, it was Slim Dusty who said there is nothing more lonely more for lonely or drear as to stand at the bar with the pub with no beer. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is. It's to stand at the bar of the pub with no patrons. And if we don't start doing something about the cost of the fundamental core of why people go to a hotel, there won't be patrons there, because the obvious place to be will be to stand at the bottle shop with the slab with no fear rather than the pub with no beer. So it's embellished in the Australian psyche of where the hotel, the local hotel resides. We talk about it from everything from Crocodile Dundee to Priscilla of the Desert. What's that one? It was a
Queen of the Desert.
Yeah, Queen of the Desert. And yet we are doing our very best to try and put them out of business. And we will. We'll successfully put them out of business. And even in my area, such as Urbanville or Drake, there's a hotel called the Lunatic Hotel. They're always trying to get me to have my photo taken underneath it, but I'm not game. But you know, these places just won't exist unless they have that centre of a community. And that centre of the community is how you organise everything from your camp drafts. It's how you organise things such as your bushfire rosters. It's how you organise, but most importantly, what are you going to do on the weekend? You've got to do something. We can go have a beer, have a countery, and just basically get away from the property for a bit and just relax. If we lose our hotels in Australia, if we lose our little regional pubs, then we are diminished as a nation. And we are not going to maintain these hotels unless we remove the excise completely. Now, I believe the cost of removing the excise from hospitality venues is around about $2 billion. And I can understand people say, well, where are you going to get the money from? Now, we are spending hundreds of billions of dollars on intermittent power, the so-called renewables, the euphemism for basically butchering our power grid. So you can find the money. The money is there. The money is there. And it'd be more appropriate if you want to look at, they say that, intermittent power, renewables are going to look after regional Australia. Well, they're doing a fine job of it, Mr Deputy Speaker. They're wrecking our roads. They're destroying our communities. They're putting pensioners out of their houses. Even the construction, in a lot of areas, we can't even find the water for the mixing of the concrete. They're a disaster. And we believe that it's not that you should slow them down. We believe the construction of them should stop. That's enough. We've got enough. If you want them on your roofs, in your cities, knock yourself out. No problems with that. It's none of our business. But if you want them in our areas, it is. And this goes to show you the juxtaposition of things that are relevant to us in regional areas and what actually happens. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I had a bit of a discussion with a few of my office did, with a few of the publicans around this area, and they say a slight reduction in the excise is not going to help them. If you freeze it, it's already too high. And we've got to go beyond freezing it. We've got to get rid of the excise completely. Get rid of it completely. And that's whether it's Donnie and Tina from the Top Pub at Stanthorpe or the Bernhards at Walker Road Hotel. But Stephen Ferguson, CEO of the Australian Hoteliers Association, quite properly says that every drink poured into a glass in the pub creates a job. The most sociable and safest place to have a drink is in a licensed premises. We need to make sure that excise does not force people to stay at home away from their communities. And isn't that correct? I mean, how many people in country areas have had a period of their life where they worked at a hotel? I know I worked there for a couple of years, and that's part of growing up. It's part of the socialisation. It also gets you a job. It's a job that's in a local community. It's a job that's proximate. It's pretty used to be, you're paid at the award rates, but that opportunity also goes. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have to do something substantial if we are going to stand behind the iconography of the local Australian hotel. We have to do something substantial if we truly believe that, that in a country area, in remote regional areas, they have a right to the most minimal form of social infrastructure. In cities, you have so much taxpayer-sponsored social infrastructure. It's immense. The classic ones you can see, like the Opera House, or parks, or sponsored by the state, or basically subsidised by the state. We don't have that. But what we do have, one focal point, is our local hotel. And we are not going to have those. They are closing down. I can go to places such as Warrial to Rail. Used to be a pub there, no longer there. As you see, as you drive along, you can go through areas where there were pubs, and now there's just a ramshackle building that's falling over. And why would that happen? If they were commercially viable, of course they wouldn't close. But it's just they're not commercially viable, and people are making the best attempts to try and tell the hotels into restaurants and stuff like that. Works in a form, but of course you're going to turn into a restaurant and you're going to have to employ chefs. You've got to find chefs. You've got to pay them more rates that are probably beyond the scope of the hotel to manage, and you've got, obviously you're finding a much higher, basically, price per patron, and a lot of families can't afford that. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I move an amendment. I'm going to move an amendment that we repeal, that we get rid of the excise on beer completely. And the movement, as proposed, has been circulated. So I now move that amendment that we remove the excise completely.
Is the motion seconded by the member for Kennedy? The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for New England moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for New England has now moved, and as an amendment to that amendment, the original amendment was moved by the member for Warringah. The honourable member for New England has now moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after house be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for New England to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Warringah be agreed to. And I call the member for Kennedy.
Mr Speaker, I could tell 1,000 stories, but just a quick one. I'm in the pub at a little place called Garradunga in North Queensland, and I was going to a Lions Club meeting and having a Lions badge on, and someone said, "I didn't know you're a lion." The bloke across the bar said, "Mate, he's been a lion all of his life." And everyone roared laughing at my expense. But it's fun, but it's also, it's ironic that the ALP is moving this, because the ALP was founded in the pubs in North Queensland. All right, you know, Barcaldine, Cloncurry, and also Western New South Wales. But I would say Red Ted Theodore was the real founder of the Labor movement in Australia. And the story is told about he and Big Bill McCormack, Red Ted Theodore and Big Bill McCormack. And he goes to the pub and he says to one bloke drinking there, "Tommy, you haven't taken out a ticket." It's a union ticket. And he just starts writing him out the ticket. And Tommy says, "Stick it up." Well, we know the rest of stick it up, you know. And so Big Bill McCormack comes over and said, "Did you say to Ted that he should so-and-so, so-and-so?" And he said, "Yeah, I'll say it to you too." So McCormack grabs him by the hair, punches him in the mouth. He goes down, he kicks him all around the floor, then lifts him up by the belt and says, "Now take the bloody ticket out." So he takes the ticket out. And he said, "Well, why didn't you take it out in the first place, Tommy? It would have saved you all a lot of trouble." And Tommy said, "Oh, well, you didn't go to trouble to explain it to me properly like Bill did." You know, bashing the hell out of him. I tell the story to indicate that the Labor movement, and both sides of the House would agree, it's made a magnificent contribution to the people of Australia, the Labor movement. 1 in 30 of us that went into the cane fields never came back out alive. 1 in 30 of us that went down the mines never came back up alive until the Labor movement came along. And I'm very proud to say that my family were very well off through their full weight behind the Labor movement and its early years. But the point of the story is that the Labor movement was founded in the hotels, just the same as the democracy movement was founded in the coffee houses in France. Now, I always thought this was very funny, but probably not so funny. When the revolution took over, the revolution had been made in the coffee houses in France, and the minute the revolutionaries took over, the first thing they did was close down the coffee houses, because nobody else is going to make a revolution here. And the minute the Labor Party gets in, they start banning pubs. Well, you know, the same story really is being repeated again. Now, I don't want to get too dramatic here, but the good Lord, Jesus, turned water into wine. So there can't be anything much wrong with alcohol if the good Lord turned it water into wine. Mr Speaker, if you're looking for money, you are importing now $62,000 million a year of petrol. In 1990, you imported no petrol at all, virtually. There's no reason why we can't move back to that immediately. I mean, in Brazil, they're on about 60% ethanol and other things, and they supply the other 30% from indigenous crude, and we're 30% indigenous crude. So just one thing alone, if you buy the petrol here in Australia, instead of importing it, the same as we did in 1990, then you give a gift to the Australian people of $62,000 million a year, a gift to the Australian people. If you build the Bradfield scheme, it wasn't exactly an idiot Bradfield, built the Sydney Harbour Bridge, built the underground railway system, won the World Prize for Engineering, built the University of Queensland. But if you build that great water transfer scheme, that's 40,000 million. Well, it's 100,000 million in 2 hits. That's 25 billion in tax revenue for the government. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, let me just repeat that. If you buy the government motor vehicles in Australia instead of importing them from overseas, there's a $40 or $50 billion benefit there for Australia. Bradfield is 42,000 million. And if you stop the importation of petrol and go back to the way the country was run in 1990, then 62,000 million. Well, there you go. There's all the money you would ever want to replace the little pittance that you're getting. But the honourable member for New England is dead right. Australia's identity very much comes out of the bush pub. You are eroding the identity of Australians if you take that away. You are also eroding our ability to talk to each other. As a member of Parliament, I like to find out what people are thinking, you know, what's their attitude towards the government, its policies. And the best way to do that is to go down to the local hotel. But I'm well aware of the foundations of the Labor movement, of which my own family was a very, very important little cog in the machine. I can tell you that the irony of the people coming in here to abolish hotels when their very movement was founded in the hotels of Australia and the bush hotels. And, you know, there's a little town called Maxwellton, and I love pulling up there because all the cockies in the area and all the contractors and various other people that are employed in the cattle and sheep industry, you find out what's going on, you can have a good time at the Maxwellton pub. Well, it doesn't exist anymore because the impositions that you placed upon it were such. I mean, in a pub in Queensland, you are watched by Big Brother. There's a camera there. And when I went to university, on the reading list in the schools and in the university was Big Brother is Watching, 1984, a very scary book and a very scary story. And that Big Brother is now watching us all the time in a hotel. I mean, what sort of people would demand that you have the government watching you in a hotel when you're trying to have a bit of fun and a bit of good time and to let down your hair and get away from the stresses of the world? And it's interesting to watch the graph of suicides amongst males in Australia, and it parallels the graph of the decline of the hotels and the people going into the pubs. But I know with myself, if I'm really down, I just go down the pub, have a lot of good fun with my mates, you know, and I go home a lot happier and more relaxed than before. But people who are more traumatised by reality than probably I am, it really is a matter of life and death in many cases, and that's not an exaggeration. So I want to say that, hey, you people, your party was born in the pubs, and the first thing you do is closing it down. And the first thing that leaps to my mind was the Puritans, a very ugly group of people in Britain. And the first thing they did, of course, was to ban people from celebrating Christmas and from having a few beers and any other sort of type of fun that they might have. Well, you know, when they dug up the body of Pym and the other leader, and they tore their bodies to pieces in the streets. Their hatred of those two men, the two Puritans, was such. And there's very few examples of that in human history, where the people just went out, dug the skeletal remains out of the ground and tore them to pieces in the street. But their hatred of those people that stopped us from having fun, from stopping us to have a good time, from stopping us to talk to each other and maybe coming up with an improvement in society, that's their reaction to it, the English people, our forebears that came from England. So, Mr. Speaker, there's terrible irony here and a very sad irony that the party that was founded in the pubs is the party now is closing down the pubs. Shame upon them, shame.
I thank the member for Kennedy. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for New England, the amendment moved by the honourable member for Warringah be agreed to, and I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, mates, anyone in North Queensland will tell you our one day of winter normally falls on a Wednesday. So for the rest of the year, it's prime beer drinking weather. There's nothing quite like it. The sound of just cracking a coldie open after a long hot day. Whether you're pulling up crab pots out in the creeks of the Burdekin, or knocking off after a shift in Paget, or wrapping up a week of training in Laverack Barracks in Townsville, that first sip of frosty beer is one of life's simple pleasures. It's not just about the drink, it's about the moment. The mateship, the laughter, the stories told over the bar, the sense that no matter what's going on in the world, you're among good people. And that's what this debate is really about, is protecting our way of life, protecting the local pubs, the clubs and the breweries that keep our communities connected. Deputy Speaker, we are talking about the draft beer bill. And look, any relief from our pubs, sporting clubs and brewers is a good thing. The National support this freeze on draft beer excise because we'll never stand between a cold point and the Aussie public. But let's be honest, this move from Labor is but a drop in the schooner. When you crunch the numbers, this so-called beer tax cut works out to be less than 1 cent per pint. That's not cost of living relief. That's a headline dressed up as a happy hour. The real pressure on Aussie families doesn't come from the bar tap. It comes from the bills on the kitchen table. Inflation has smashed through the RBA's target band. Mortgages are up, groceries are up, electricities are up, and it's all being driven by this government spending that is going faster than the economy can grow. Government spending is running at more than 4 times the rate of the economy, and Australians are paying the price. Since Labor took office, on average, mortgage holders are paying $1,800 more per month. Families are paying 16% more for food and 22% more in rent, 39% more for insurance and 38% more for electricity. So yes, 1 cent off your beer is a tiny step in the right direction, but it's cold comfort for when your grocery bill is going up by $50 and your mortgage is eating your pay packet. Now, in my electorate of Dawson, we don't just drink beer, we celebrate it. In Mackay, we've got 2 great breweries that come to mind. Red Dog Brewery was named one of the best breweries in Queensland as a finalist in the Queensland Days Best Pub Awards last year. Congratulations to Jason and his team. And Goanna Brewing is a place where you can actually brew your own beer. Pick your own ingredients, roll up your sleeves, make a beer that's as unique as you are. Shout out to the team in Victoria Street. It's a fantastic microbrewery with great live entertainment on the weekend. Deputy Speaker, that's the Australian spirit. Hands-on, proud and community-driven.
Member for Kennedy, order. Member for Kennedy, props are not allowed. But I'm sure it's a very fine beer, but props are not allowed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Kennedy for his assistance with this speech. These places aren't just businesses. They're where our people come together. Locals after work, tourists chasing a real taste of local life, mates catching up for a yarn. In the Whitsundays, hospitality is the lifeblood of our economy. People travel from all around the world to sip our fine Australian beer on a beach in paradise. And up in Townsville, our garrison city, there's no one more deserving for a cold one than our fine men and women from our Australian Defence Force. They train, they serve, they protect our country, and they've earned a frothy at the end of the day. That's why protecting the affordability of beer isn't just symbolic, it's cultural. It's the Aussie way. Behind every bar in North Queensland, from the Burdekin to Airlie Beach, Mackay to Townsville, there's a hard-working local doing their bit to keeping the economy turning. Across Australia, around 176,000 people work in the alcohol and hospitality industries. They are students, parents, part-timers, full-timers, pouring beers, cleaning glasses, greeting guests. They're the heartbeat of our pubs and clubs. So when we're talking about freezing the beer excise, we're not just talking about tax policy, we're talking about real people, real jobs, and real communities. Because when a pub shuts down in a small town, it's not just a business that's lost. It's a meeting place, a fundraising venue, a social hub. It's where raffles raise money for the footy club and where stories are told and pubs define who we are. But here's the rub. If Labor was serious about fixing the problem, they'd call for a comprehensive review of the alcohol excise system. The Nationals also believe this excise relief should be extended to include spirits on tap. It's hard to believe, I know, but not every Australian drinks beer. Deputy Speaker, from this government, we get patchwork fixes that sound good on the news but barely make a dent in reality. This freeze is worth $90 million over the forward estimates, less than 2% of what the government collects in alcohol taxes each year. Meanwhile, Labor's reckless spending has added $100 billion to our national debt in just 3 years. Debt is heading for $1.2 trillion by the next election. And every minute, Australians are paying $50,000 interest in debt. That money could be going into regional roads, hospitals and schools. Now, I don't want to sound like I'm frothing in the mouth here, but Labor's economic policy has gone flat. Deputy Speaker, what we need to do, what we need isn't a quick pour from a tap, it's a full tap reset. We need leadership that's focused on growing the economic pie, not slicing it thinner. Because a rising tide lifts all boats. And in North Queensland, the ones that are moored, a lot of them are moored outside the pub. The Nationals' plan is simple. Stop the spending spree and start growing the economic pie. And that's how we will deliver lasting cost of living relief. We believe in backing the people who make things, growing things and employing Australians, not punishing them with higher taxes and endless red tape. When local businesses thrive, local communities grow. Whether it's a sugar mill, a farm or a small brewery, they all deserve a fair go. When I visit pubs and sporting clubs across Dawson, I see the hard-working people doing it tough, but they still show up with a smile. I see publicans who kept their doors open through COVID, through cyclones, through staff shortages and rising costs. Bartenders who know every regular by name. Families gathering for birthdays. Mates catching up after a long week. That's who this bill should be helping. Not in a token way, but in a tangible, meaningful way. Because in places like Mackay and the Whitsundays, hospitality isn't just an industry, it's part of who we are. Now, I'll give you this government some credit. At least they finally recognised that beer matters. But when your idea of cost of living is shaving 1 cent off a point, while inflation eats your paycheck, well, that's like offering a stubby cooler on a warm beer. Deputy Speaker, Australians don't need a photo op at a pub by a politician. They need a plan to tackle inflation, a plan to grow the economy, a plan to back the industries that make this country tick. So tonight, when we raise our glasses, whether it's to Red Dog, Goanna or Great Northern, let's remember what we're really toasting. Let's toast to our hospitality workers, the quiet heroes on the weekends. Let's raise a glass to our local brewers who pour pride into every pint. Let's toast to the soldiers, the farmers, the tradies, the nurses and the teachers, the Australians who have earned that knockoff beer the hard way. And let's toast to a better government, one that understands that cost of living relief can't be brewed overnight. Because in North Queensland, we don't just drink beer, we defend it. We know that when the heat's up, mateship matters. When times are tough, communities rally. And when there's work to be done, Australians roll up their sleeves and get it done. No excuses. So let's keep our pubs open, our breweries busy, and our communities strong. So here's to common sense, and here's to a cold one that we can actually afford. Cheers.
Thank the member for Dawson. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for New England, the amendment moved by the honourable member for Warringah be agreed to, and I call the member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me start by saying quite clearly the Liberal Party supports the freeze on the beer excise indexation. Personally, I support reducing excise, especially in our pubs and clubs, and so we welcome this relief. For every Australian who enjoys a cold one, I know I certainly do, Speaker. Small country towns who I represent, actually the most of in this place, rely on three things: the primary school, the footy club, and of course the pub. And the pubs, they are hurting. We're seeing closures every other week, and eventually the community shrivels up and that town becomes a ghost town. And that story is all too familiar in regional South Australia. And Speaker, a small segue. In 2022, when this Labor government was elected, the Treasurer delivered his first bill, and at that point in time, we already had the most expensive cigarettes in the world, and he hiked up the excise on tobacco yet again. And I can quote my friends. I said at the time, all he's going to do is create a black market. Well, indeed, that's exactly what happened, and we're losing billions of dollars a year in excise, smoking is up, and illegal tobacco crime is up as well. And Speaker, I'm concerned that we're seeing the same with alcohol, particularly in regional Australia in my community. And Speaker, beer is a regional industry. I'm a farmer myself. We grow a lot of barley, particularly malting barley, which goes into the beer that we drink. We export barley, we export malt all over the world. It's South Australia's biggest export commodities: wheat, barley, lentils. It goes to India, Indonesia, China. And indeed, as I said before, it is our biggest export market. And of course, South Australia has the famous Coopers. So beer is a regional industry and it must be supported. But Speaker, while we are happy to take the discount, let's be honest about the service we are getting from this government and at Jim and Albo's pub. Just on that pub, I wonder what it should be called. Maybe the Slug and Lettuce? Or perhaps the Chook and Parrot? Anyway, I can't help but look at the Treasurer and see a man who has missed his calling. He's running the economy like a confused bartender. Bartender Jim is behind the tap. He waves at you with a big smile. He says, "Mate, good news, this round is on me. I'm freezing the tax on that schooner." And you think, beauty, finally a win. But then you look at the change he hands you. It's less than 1 cent per pint. 1 cent. They don't even make a coin for that anymore. That is the extent of this so-called relief. It's enough to buy the Labor Party a headline, but it is not enough to buy a single peanut at the front bar. If this government was serious about alcohol excise reform, they would not be throwing us a 1 cent coin and asking for a round of applause. They would have the Treasury conducting a comprehensive review of the entire alcohol excise system. Instead, we get a patchwork fix. It doesn't help those buying a bottle of wine. It doesn't help those winemakers either. In fact, it doesn't help the wine industry at all. Mr. Speaker, from the Lower Eyre Peninsula to the Clare Valley, Grey, beautiful Grey, is home to some of Australia's finest wine growing regions. And while Bartender Jim is focused on beers, the wine industry needs help. Last year I wrote to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry about the crisis facing our wine industry. Small, family-owned operators are drowning under commercial pressure, regulatory failure and rising costs. Where is their support? Well, take Flinders Run, for example, in my electorate. They paid $14,000 to Wine Australia for their US market entry program. It was a disaster. Poorly communicated and offering zero value, raising serious questions around how grower levies are spent. Additionally, while I welcome the government's response to the Emerson Review and the decision to progress a mandatory code of conduct for wine grape purchases, growers have been clear with me that regulatory reform alone will not address the market conditions facing this industry. And indeed, the impending container deposit scheme also adds massive costs. They're trying to solve a problem that does not exist. Industry estimates suggest that while... We start again, Speaker. Industry estimates suggest... One more time. Industry estimates suggest that this will impose an additional cost of up to $100 million on the sector. This measure risks becoming a cost grab that further undermines the viability of wine businesses, particularly in regional South Australia. Speaker, wine producers have been forgotten by this government. They need targeted assistance packages and genuine accountability. So while Labor is making a song and dance about saving a fraction of a cent on a schooner, business is hurting. But it isn't just business. Let's look at the rest of the menu prices at this Labor pub, the Chook and Parrot. Inflation just hit recently 3.8%. Insurance is up 38%. Energy bills up 38%. Rent is up 22%. Health costs are up 18%. Education is up 17%. And food is up 16%. These aren't luxuries, Speaker. These are the essentials. But Bartender Jim says, don't worry about the mortgage, just grab another pint. The reality is that this treasurer is watering down the drinks while charging top shelf prices. Spending is at the highest levels outside of a recession for this government in nearly 40 years. Government spending has blown out from 24% to 27% of GDP under Labor. That is an addiction, Speaker. Bartender Jim is drinking on the job and it's on the taxpayers' tab. Speaker, we support this bill because any relief is better than no relief. But let's not pretend that this is a solution. This is a mid-strength distraction. The Treasurer is shouting around with one hand and pickpocketing the nation with the other.
And I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to make a few brief comments on the Excise Tariff Amendment Draft Bill, Tax 2025, and the amendment moved by Mr Joyce, the member for New England. The member for New England, I listened to his contribution and he's absolutely right when he says or refers to the iconic song by Slim Dusty, there's nothing so lonesome, morbid or drear than to stand in the bar of a pub with no beer. Well, there is. You go to any of the outback towns where I come from and you walk into the bar and you're the only person there. That's the worst thing. And this is what is happening across rural and regional Australia, in the small communities where the only focal place in those communities is the local pub. And the reality of it is there's a reason for that, and that is because people don't go to the pub anymore because it costs too much money to have a beer. Now, whilst I support the intent of the government to address the beer excise and freeze it, I agree with that, it does simply not go far enough. 1 cent a pint, as many of my colleagues has pointed out, that is not cost of living relief at all. You know, that is a headline, as one of my colleagues again has pointed out. The reality of it is that we need to get rid of the excise altogether, as the amendment from New England has suggested, and I do support. The reality is that in many of these small communities, people going to the pub, having a couple of beers, saving 2 cents, you know, that's nonsense. So, as I say, we must support our publicans, we must support the brewery industry, the beer industry, our local hotels and clubs and societies, the bowls club, the golf club, everywhere these licensed premises are that sell beer. The reality is the government needs to wake up to itself and go back to their own report, the Henry Tax Review, which acknowledged was written more than a decade ago that the alcohol tax system is broken and needs reform, and it certainly does. And that's what I encourage the government to do. The removal of the excise on beer and alcohol is reported to cost somewhere around $8 billion. And again, as the member for New England has pointed out in his contribution, we're quite happy to subsidise the renewable energy sector to the tune of billions, yet we won't remove the beer excise and alcohol tax and help out our small communities, our clubs, our pubs and so forth. The renewable energy sector is driving up the cost of electricity. How can the small pubs and clubs and so forth keep the beer cold? This is another issue that needs to be addressed. Now, furthermore, this goes all the way to the tobacco tax excise, and we've seen what's happened there, the loss of some $10 billion on revenue because the old ciggies, the durries, they're just too expensive. And that's been taken over by the illegal tobacco trade, by the criminals and so forth. And now are we sending the alcohol industry down the same road? So we need to make significant reforms. I do support the government's intent, but it just simply does not go far enough. Let's support our small communities. Let's support the beer drinkers. That'll be about all I have to say today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Call the Minister.
I move that the debate for this bill be adjourned.
I now move that the debate be adjourned. All those of the opinion say aye. The ayes have it, and I call the clerk. Oh, sorry, Minister.
Yep. Thank you, Speaker. I move that the order of the day number 6, government business, be called on immediately.
And I put the question. I call the clerk. You put the question. So I put the question that the debate be adjourned. All those opinions say aye. So I move that the order of the day number 6, government business, be called on immediately. All those the opinion, so I put that question. All those the opinion say aye. No, the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 6, Corporations Review Fees Amendment, Technical Amendments Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And I call the member for Chifley.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Corporations Review Fees Amendment
Technical Amendment Bill of 2025. And at first glance, the bill is a technical and administrative. It validates certain fees collected by the Australian Securities and Investments Commission, ASIC, between 1 July 2011 and 11 March 2025. These include late fees, upfront review fees and fees for special purpose companies. The bill doesn't introduce new changes, and it doesn't increase what Australians pay. It simply corrects a technical error in the indexation methodology introduced back in 2011. And over the years, practice on indexation diverged from Parliament's intent, and this bill fixes that. So in many respects, the amendment is an integrity measure. It ensures the law reflects what Parliament intended and what ASIC has consistently applied in practice. It's administrative in nature, but it matters because it validates ASIC's authority and ensures consistency in the way that fees are understood. So while the bill is technical in nature, it points to something much larger as well, the authority of ASIC and the value of the work that it does every day. ASIC isn't just a bureaucratic body. It's a frontline defender of fairness in our financial services system, and its work touches every Australian, whether you're a small business owner, a shareholder, a superannuation fund member, or simply someone with a bank account. Regulatory watchdogs like ASIC ensure that financial power serves the public interest, not just corporate interest. And that protection is not abstract. It's measured in real enforcement actions. We just need to look at specific cases. And none is more instructive than the action that ASIC took against one of our biggest banks, ANZ. Last year, ASIC determined it would level the largest penalty ever secured against a single entity, penalising ANZ $240 million for a range of actions that ASIC characterised as a betrayal of the trust of Australians. In April 2023, ANZ was assisting the Commonwealth Government's Australian Office of Financial Management with a $14 billion bond issuance. Instead of taking steps to limit the market impact on this issuance, ANZ sold a significant volume of 10-year bond futures around the time of pricing. ANZ knew its trading could expose its client, the Commonwealth, to significant risk, but didn't disclose this. ANZ also misled the government about its trading turnover for nearly 2 years. This was not just a technical breach. The bond deal was raising money to finance government services, health, education, infrastructure, defence. ANZ's conduct risked taxpayer funds and undermined trust in sovereign debt management. These are exceptionally serious issues. ANZ's current chairman, Paul O'Sullivan, and new CEO, Nuno Matos, told investors there had been no loss to the Commonwealth after mishandling $14 billion in government bond sales. Yet according to ASIC, they estimated that the government suffered a $26 million loss as a direct result of ANZ's misconduct. So it appears that ANZ misled investors about how they misled the Commonwealth, which is simply extraordinary. How can you have confidence that ANZ will seriously tackle cultural issues in its bank when its senior leadership responds this way to an act that prompted one of the largest penalties ever? ANZ has claimed that senior leadership were made accountable for this, yet the same senior managers are now contesting the action taken against them. While new CEO Nuno Matos is promising a new approach, I'm yet to be convinced this will be a serious effort. The CEO may be different, but the chairman seems unrepentant. How can the chairman of that bank, in a role that is supposed to shoulder a lion's share of responsibility for overseeing corporate governance, not appear to take any responsibility for the cultural issues that seem stubbornly ingrained at the bank? And it's worth noting that this is not the only misconduct by ANZ that has attracted regulator intervention, particularly from ASIC. Between May 2022 and September 2024, ANZ failed to respond to 488 customers who submitted hardship notices. These were Australians facing unemployment, illness, bereavement, family violence. Yet ANZ pursued debt collection against them without responding to their hardship pleas in the required timeframe. Between 2013 and 2024, ANZ promoted bonus interest offers but failed to apply them consistently, making false, misleading or deceptive representation to customers, and in 2024-25, further errors attracted nearly 57,000 or affected 57,000 customers, with 480,000 in interest not paid. Between 2019 and 2023, ANZ failed to refund fees charged to thousands of deceased customers. Families dealing with grief were left to fight for refunds. And this is on top of prior misconduct spanning over more than a decade, a $900,000 penalty in or breaching disclosure laws in a $2.5 billion share placement, a $10 million penalty for contravening the Credit Act and accepting sensitive customer documents from unlicensed third parties in its home loan introducer program, a $15 million penalty for misleading customers about available funds in credit card accounts, leading to wrongful fees and interest, a $25 million penalty for failing to deliver fee waivers and interest discounts to 689,000 accounts over 20 years, a $10 million penalty for unconscionable conduct over improper periodic payment fees, a $5 million penalty for irresponsible lending in car finance, a $10 million penalty for attempting to manipulate the bank bill swap rate on 10 occasions. The pattern's clear. Repeated breaches, repeated penalties. Yet the $250 million fine is minuscule compared to ANZ profits and far lower than the maximum penalty that ANZ could have incurred. And while I respected the decision of ASIC in terms of levelling the penalty that it did to ANZ, I did make the point at the time, and I make it again, that they should have penalised ANZ harder. Because if deterrence is to work, penalties have got to bite. ASIC has the power to send that signal, and I would urge it to do so. When misconduct is this widespread and repeated, it's not just a series of technical errors. It's a failure of governance at a serious level and a failure of oversight right at the top of the bank. And the behaviour of ANZ has been so egregious that it attracted the attention of the Federal Court. Federal Court Justice Jonathan Beach summed up the reason why this litany of misconduct prevailed for so long. I quote, "ANZ's lack of accountability at both management and execution levels and inadequate senior ownership of formal framework and governance arrangements." Said, yet despite record penalties, we've seen few meaningful consequences for those ultimately in charge. In fact, I'm informed that at the recent ANZ shareholder meeting in December, uncomfortable questions were repeatedly shut down and given short shrift. This is not the sign of an organisation prepared to confront and repair its governance failings. Docking a bonus or trimming an incentive payment is not accountability. It is not commensurate with systemic misconduct that costs Australians millions of dollars and erodes trust in our financial system. If leadership isn't truly held responsible, fines simply become a cost of doing business. We cannot have this mindset solidify in our banking system, because I believe experience shows that bad corporate behaviour becomes a factor that reshapes political environments. And when the public believes that big businesses like this can act with impunity, it undermines faith and trust in institutions and questions the ability of governments to act. That's why I'm so focused on the behaviour of the banks and their treatment of everyday Australians. If the ANZ can treat the Commonwealth with such disregard, imagine what they might do to a mum and dad retail investor. And that's before we even discuss the way that the Commonwealth Bank of Australia was prepared to have 2.2 million customers or concession holders, many low-income earners, inappropriately sitting in bank accounts, attracting nearly $280 million in fees over 5 years. An act that on its face contravened the Banking Code of Conduct, which requires banks to be proactive in protecting customers from fee-related harm. They weren't the only bank to have been found to do this, but they were one of the few to set up hurdles for customers to claim back the fees that they were charged. I've got to say, if customers owed money to the Commonwealth Bank, I'm sure the path to recovering that money off customers would have been as smooth as silk. I'm concerned that we're seeing the same weeds that prompted the last Royal Commission pop up yet again, and the banks aren't taking this seriously. I do believe that it is imperative that we do focus on these governance issues and that the senior management of our biggest banks are held to account, because it does have an impact on ordinary Australians, and when they feel that they are not getting fairness delivered to them, it does have repercussions. And if you don't believe that, then you just need to see the growth of the Tea Party in the US following the global financial crisis, where people reacted to the way in which major financial institutions seemed to get off scot-free for the decisions that they made that impacted on ordinary people and where people weren't held to account. ASIC's work is vital not just in banking, but it's also vital in superannuation, where Australians' retirement savings, their security and their dignity in later life is at stake. For most people, superannuation is decades of hard work. It's time away from family, missed holidays, overtime shifts, careful saving. It's the promise that after a lifetime of hard work, the contributions you made to your savings via super will give you a chance to retire with confidence for your financial future. So when that promise is broken, the consequences are deeply personal. In 2024 and 2025, two major superannuation schemes, the Shield Master Fund and the First Guardian Fund, collapsed, leaving more than $1 billion in retirement savings at risk. More than 12,000 Australians were affected. Many lost what they believed were their life savings. One could just imagine the crippling anxiety and fear that people would have had when they believed that their life savings to sustain them in retirement had completely gone. Investigations revealed that high-risk investments were being marketed as safe. Research ratings misled investors, networks of advisors and lead generators steered Australians into unsuitable products. Oversight failed, ordinary people paid the price. I'm grateful for the attendance of the Assistant Treasurer in the chamber, because I do know the huge amount of work that he has undertaken with consumers directly impacted by these collapses. And I know that hearing stories like those that he was forced to confront made clear the very real toll that these events took on families across the country, and we cannot ever lose sight of that human cost. In December, the government announced it would be consulting on a range of actions in response to these collapses, including cracking down on lead generation, risky superannuation switching, high-pressure sales tactics, and ensuring our regulatory settings are fit for purpose. I also understand the Assistant Treasurer wrote to regulators ASIC and APRA to identify action that could be taken to prevent anything like this happening again, and has requested ASIC to consider whether current financial resource requirements for managed investment scheme operators are appropriate. These collapses have exposed weaknesses across the broader financial ecosystem, all of whom, across that, all have a responsibility to protect investors from risk. And the release of the outcomes of APRA's thematic review of superannuation platforms is a welcome step, but right now the priority's got to be preserving what funds can be preserved and getting money back into people's hands. We cannot have faith in the superannuation system undermined, and I think it has been important that the work led by the Assistant Treasurer has come to the fore to be able to give people some sense of comfort. Finally, I just want to congratulate Deputy Speaker Sarah Court on her appointment as Chair of ASIC, starting her 5-year term on 1 July. When Ms Court delivered ASIC's 2026 enforcement priorities, she revealed ASIC has doubled the number of new investigations and nearly doubled the new matters filed in court in the last 12 months. I wish her every success as she continues this important work on behalf of Australian consumers and investors. I thank the House.
Thank you. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the amendment as circulated in my name. The Greens will be supporting this bill, as it fixes a technical inconsistency to ensure certain fees collected by ASIC are valid. However, it is telling that when Labor mentions the word corporations in a bill, it is to fix a technical error and not the bold reform this country desperately needs. The most recent ATO tax transparency report found that 1 in 3 of Australia's largest corporations paid zero corporate income tax in the 23-24 financial year, including fossil fuel, gambling and airline corporations. This means that a single nurse or teacher in my electorate of Ryan paid more income tax than fossil fuel corporation Adani, streaming giant Netflix or the parent company of disgraced telco Optus, which is Singtel. The amendment I have moved calls on Labor to support the Greens' push to impose an excessive profits tax on corporations. We took this policy to the election. A 40% tax on the super profits of Australia's largest companies would ensure that corporations pay their fair share of tax so we can properly fund the services people need, like affordable housing and expanding Medicare to include dental and mental health. During the election campaign, Labor finally got on board with the Greens' push to ban price gouging, at least in the supermarket sector. This is a good thing, it's a great thing, but it needs to apply right across the country and right across the economy. Supermarkets are not the only corporations that are pushing up prices to increase their own profits. The cost of insurance, mortgage payments and flights are through the roof and definitely contributing to people's struggles in this cost of living crisis. This is why the Greens amendment also calls on Labor to implement an economy-wide ban on price gouging. Experts, including the former head of ACCC, Professor Alan Fells, have recommended a ban across the economy. No other international jurisdiction, including the European Union and the United Kingdom, have a ban on price gouging that singles out one sector. So it's your wealth and they're taking it from you. It's time to take it back. Taxing big corporations, taxing billionaires fairly, that's not asking for handouts. That's people asking simply to keep hold of some of their own wealth, some of their own money. Every time you get price gouged for groceries at Coles and Woolies, that's your wealth being taken out of your hands by ultra-wealthy corporations. When you're in a mountain of debt for your first home and you're paying exorbitant interest to the bank, that's your wealth being siphoned off into record bank profits. When our gas, which we all own, gets ripped out of the ground for free and exported for massive profits, that's our wealth going to ultra-wealthy investors. As wealth accumulates further and further at the top, the big corporations and billionaires naturally consolidate their control over our political and economic system. No wonder it's getting harder and harder to get ahead. 1 in 3 big corporations are paying no tax. The wealth of Australian billionaires is increasing at a staggering rate. In 2024, their wealth increased by $3.2 million every single hour. It's time to make them pay their fair share. People aren't stupid. It's a controversial statement sometimes in this parliament, isn't it? But it's true. This Labor government wants to tell you that everything's fine, that all we need is a few tweaks here and there. But if you get to the end of a fortnight and you've got far less in your bank account than you used to, you're not falling for that. If you're shocked by your weekly shopping bill, if you can't buy a house, no matter how hard you work, you are not falling for that. People know that things are getting harder and someone's at fault. But now the entire establishment is trying to shift blame onto migrants. Well, they're wrong. This is the fault of decades of privatisation, deregulation, tax breaks for the ultra-wealthy by both Labor and Liberals. The number of billionaires in Australia doubled over the last decade and 1 in 3 big corporations pays no tax. Wealth flowing upwards, out of your pockets. It's time to turn the page on this hopeless politics. We all share more in common with a migrant than we do with a billionaire. We all deserve a decent, comfortable life, and Australia can afford it if we take our wealth back. Thank you.
Is the amendment second? And I call the member for McKellar.
Yes, I second the motion, the amendment, sorry, and reserve my right to speak.
All right. The original question was that this bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Ryan has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Minister and the Assistant Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, I would like to thank those members who have contributed to this debate. Can I acknowledge the contribution that was just made by the member for Chifley and Chair of the House of Representative Economics Committee. He made a number of observations about different players in the financial services sector and regulators, but I also wanted to acknowledge the great interest he's shown in the Shield and First Guardian matters, both as a local member and as Chair of the committee, and I look forward to him continuing to contribute to what is an extremely important and complex public policy issue, but as he said, it is also at its core an issue that affects a lot of individual investors and families, and that is such a critically important dimension of that issue and the way that this chamber will deal with it going forward. Can I say that the government will not be supporting the amendments moved by the member for Ryan? Ensuring companies pay the right amount of tax means the services that the Australian community needs can be delivered. The Albanese government has strengthened the ATO to continue to do just that. The passage of the Corporations Review Fees Amendment Technical Amendments Bill 2025 affirms the long-standing fee structure for certain company review fees collected by the Australian Securities and Investments Commission. The government is addressing a technical error in regulations that have applied indexation to certain company review fees since 2011. The company has acted swiftly to ensure that the current fee structure does not need to change and that there will be no disruption to businesses and individuals who engage with the ASIC business registers. Users of the registries can have confidence that the government is correcting this error to maintain predictable and consistent business registry fees. I commend the bill to the House.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Ryan has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those the opinion say aye. The contrary, no. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. All those the opinion say aye. Aye. No. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Corporations Review Fees Act 2003 and for related purposes.
Call Minister. Do you want to do the third reading?
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave's granted.
Minister?
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
So I put the question that the bill be now read a third time. I call all those the opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Corporations Review Fees Act 2003 and for related purposes.
And I now call the clerk. Government visitors.
Government business, order of the day number 7, Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025. This bill enables eligible registered nurses to prescribe certain medicines under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. It establishes a framework for approving authorised nurse prescribers, including safeguards that allow approvals to be suspended or revoked where necessary. It also formally recognises authorised nurse prescribers as a new category of PBS prescriber, ensuring that patients receiving care from authorised nurses can access medicines under the PBS. Registered nurses make up around half of Australia's health workforce. They serve communities right across the country, including in rural, regional and remote areas where access to doctors can be limited and where healthcare workforce shortages are most acute. Expanding scope of practice in a safe and regulated way has the potential to improve access to medicines, particularly for Australians living outside metropolitan centres. The introduction of nurse prescribing follows extensive consultation and regulatory development through the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia. An agreement among health ministers and the first cohort of nurses is expected to begin prescribing from mid-2026. The opposition won't stand in the way of this bill passing the House. On its face, the bill is broadly consistent with the objective of ensuring Australians have timely and affordable access to essential healthcare, particularly in rural and remote communities. However, as always, the details matter. We will be carefully examining the implementation of these arrangements through the upcoming Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee process and considering any issues or amendments that arise once the committee reports later this month. While this bill deals with prescribing arrangements, it sits within a broader challenge facing Australians, the rising cost and challenge of accessing healthcare. Australians relying on prescription medicines are facing increasing healthcare costs under this government, including the highest out-of-pocket GP fees on record. Patients are now paying, on average, more than $50 out of pocket simply to visit a GP. For many Australians, especially families and those managing chronic conditions, healthcare costs are becoming harder to absorb, particularly amongst the broader cost of living challenges impacting household budgets right across this country. Labor's mismanagement is forcing Australians to make difficult decisions about their health, decisions no Australian should ever have to make. We're seeing more Australians delaying doctor visits or putting off refilling their scripts because they simply cannot afford it. The Coalition and, of course, the Opposition has always supported affordable access to medicines through a strong and sustainable PBS. Our record shows consistent investment and reform to ensure Australians have access to the medicines they need at prices they can afford. Supporting appropriately qualified registered nurses to prescribe PBS medicines is consistent with that commitment to improving access and affordability. But access is not just about who can write the prescription. It is also about whether medicines are available to Australians on the PBS in the first place. And on this measure, Australia is falling behind. Despite growing healthcare needs, investment in the PBS fell in real terms in the 2024-25 financial year under the Albanese government, a decline of almost $200 million compared to the previous year. This stands in contrast to the record of the former Liberal National Government, which approved more than 2,900 new or amended PBS listings with investment totalling around $16.5 billion. Meanwhile, Australians are waiting longer than ever for new medicines to become available under the PBS. On average, it now takes around 466 days after registration for a medicine to be listed. That is more than a year's delay. Behind those numbers are real people waiting for treatments that could change or even save lives. Patients, clinicians and industry stakeholders consistently tell us that Australia's system for approving and funding medicines is slow, outdated and overly complex. The Health Technology Assessment Review was commissioned to fix precisely this problem. Yet more than 600 days later, many of its recommendations are still sitting unanswered. This review represents a critical opportunity to modernise our processes so they remain world-class, responsive to innovation and genuinely patient-centred. That opportunity must not be wasted. So while we support enabling nurse prescribers to prescribe PBS medicines, We also condemn the government's broader failure to ensure Australians can have timely and affordable access to life-saving and life-changing medicines. This bill also intersects with a broader discussion across the health sector regarding scope of practice reform. There is significant interest in the government's response to the scope of practice review and what it means for workforce reform across the healthcare system. We view this process as an opportunity for the government to provide a clear roadmap for reform. When health professionals are enabled to work to the full extent of their training and capability, patients benefit through improved access and more efficient care. Empowering the workforce is one of the most practical ways to relieve pressure on the health system. But reviews alone do not deliver reform. Action does. The government must now respond to the final report as a matter of priority. This review must not join others commissioned by the Health Minister that ultimately result in delay. We know this, it's a fact, inaction or simply more reviews instead of real reform. Healthcare workers and patients alike deserve clarity and progress. In closing, the opposition supports measures that responsibly improve access to healthcare for all Australians, particularly in rural and regional Australia where this remains a significant challenge. We recognise the important role nurses play in our healthcare system and the potential benefits of sensibly expanding scope of practice. At the same time, we will continue to scrutinise implementation details carefully to ensure patient safety, system efficiency and workforce sustainability are maintained. We look forward to further clarity arising through the committee process and to ensuring that reforms that genuinely improve access to healthcare for Australians wherever they live. The opposition will not oppose the passage of this bill, and we will continue working to ensure Australia's healthcare system delivers timely, affordable access to healthcare for all Australians.
Call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, there is a bit of irony in the member for Lindsay raising the track record of the former coalition on the matter of health, because what we know about the coalition and what we know about those opposite is, despite the fact that there is no current coalition, the Liberals, the Nationals, the coalition at the time tried to introduce a co-payment when it came to healthcare for GPs. A co-payment which would have destroyed bulk billing in this country, a system that is the bedrock of ensuring that every Australian has the ability to access affordable healthcare. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to this bill, I wanted to start by talking about my family. My daughter Margaret, the apple of both her parents' eyes, is 2.5 years old now, just a little touch over that. And Margaret, like many toddlers, babies, children across this country, suffers from reactive airways. Basically what it means is that sometimes she finds it difficult to breathe. She has issues with her respiratory system. And more than a few occasions, we have taken Margaret to the hospital. And when, as a parent, you go to the hospital, a few things become clear. Your heart starts pounding, your brow has sweat on it, and your mind is racing. And when those things happen, whether you're going in an ambulance to that hospital or whether you're driving in the car up to emergency, those things are constantly on your mind. The thing for me, when you walk into the room and a nurse comes into that room, is that they are the relief that hits you. They are the beacon of care in our community. They are the people who make sure that Australians are okay every day. And nurses are absolutely at the core of our health system and of the care that they give up every single day to make sure that Australians get better. I want to acknowledge in this place the former nurses. I want to acknowledge the member for Cooper, Jed Carney, for her extraordinary work, not only as a nurse on the ground, but also for her work in advocacy for nurses across this country and across this nation. I acknowledge the member for Bullwinkle, Trish Cook, and her fantastic work as a nurse, and also the member for Indo. We are lucky to have those nurses here with us in this place who bring the experience of nursing into and onto the national stage.
Deputy Speaker, in my short time giving speeches in this place, I've had the great opportunity to speak on health legislation and health-related issues numerous times. The reason for this is simple. It's because the Albanese Labor government is committed to universal healthcare and it's committed to Medicare. We are committed to strengthening it. We are committed to making medicines cheaper. And we are committed to expanding bulk billing. And we are committed to making access to timely healthcare easier for Australians every day. Urgent care clinics, and I'm delighted to say I got to visit one just last week in my local area in Oxley, and Medicare mental health centres across the country enable this 7 days a week. And today, we're acting on our commitment to health with a health legislation amendment prescribing a pharmaceutical benefits bill. This bill builds on the strong Labor foundation of healthcare support by providing easier access to medicines. In December 2024, state and territory health ministers approved a new registration standard which enables suitably qualified registered nurses, or RNs, to become designated RN prescribers. The endorsement for scheduled medicines designated as prescriber status enables this group of RNs to prescribe medicines. The standard outlines the required qualifications that an RN must have when applying to the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia to attain and retain the endorsement for prescribing scheduled medicines. Deputy Speaker, this bill is important because reforming the scope of practice for health practitioners means real, tangible benefits for Australians. Australians who would be able to access the affordable medicines they need when they need them. And that's what this bill is all about. This bill is about affordability and accessibility, and it builds on what we've already done as an Albanese Labor government. We've already put in place urgent care clinics, and as we heard from ministers earlier today, there are more and more rolling out every single day. We've put in place a $25 cap on PBS medicine prices so that when you go to the pharmacy, you will never pay more than a 20 and a 5. And we've been investing in women's health to make sure that women's health is front and centre with the biggest investment in women's health in the history of this country. As the Australian College of Nursing Chief Nursing Officer Frances Rice said, and I quote, "This increases access to care and boosts healthcare efficiency by allowing a registered nurse to work to the top of their scope. Further, it takes pressure off nurse practitioners and medical practitioners and allows them to focus on more complex cases." Deputy Speaker, this legislation is not just about increasing access to healthcare. It's also about freeing up time and giving more efficient healthcare options across the system. The bill amends 2 acts. It amends the National Health Act 1953 to enable a suitably qualified RN to be an authorised medicines prescriber. Such RNs will be able to prescribe certain medicines that are available under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. And it also amends the Health Insurance Act 1973 to enable RNs to review their prescribing services under the Professional Services Review Scheme. Most of us might think that we have a fair idea of what registered nurses do. I assure you we don't. Because unless you have been a nurse, unless you have walked those halls, whether they be in aged care, whether they be in a hospital, you know the demands of nursing every single day. But if you've been to a hospital, you know that they take your vitals, that they administer your medications, and you'll also find them working in those residential aged cares, at the GPs, in those urgent care clinics that we've been rolling out across the country, at schools and at community health centres, to name just a few more locations. And if you look at the scope of workplaces, it's no surprise that the job description to plan and oversee the management of people in their care includes performing treatments and complex care, and starting, administering and monitoring medication and intravenous therapy. RNs also interpret test results and reports. They participate in medical or surgical procedures and supervise nursing students. Crucially, and perhaps much harder to quantify, patients rely on RNs to provide emotional and psychological support as they are treated. This can include advocating for those patients. With this scope of practice, the intense patient contact and support, it makes sense for appropriately qualified RNs to be enabled to prescribe certain medications. This will allow safe and timely and efficient prescription for patients, especially in primary care and aged settings. This system has been in place in the UK since the 1990s. Nurse Charlotte Coulson, who has worked there and in Victoria in palliative care, says that RNs being enabled to prescribe medicines in palliative care cases is particularly impactful and prevents suffering, noting that GPs have limited time and multiple priorities. To qualify, RNs are required to hold current general registration, have at least 3 years of full-time equivalent clinical experience after becoming registered, and complete a board-approved postgraduate course or equivalent study in registered nurse prescribing. This comprehensive program generally takes 4 to 6 months, part-time, and covers topics like conducting physical health assessments and principles of safe and appropriate medical use. RNs are also trained in pharmacodynamics, which is how medications affect the body, and pharmacokinetics, which focuses on how medicines are absorbed, distributed, metabolised, and eliminated. Registration also requires 6 months of supervised clinical mentorship with a medical practitioner or nurse practitioner. The level of supervision is similar to nurse practitioner training and evolves from monitoring of the RN's prescribing decisions to a collaborative working relationship. Once endorsed, RNs will be able to prescribe specific types of medicines. This includes Schedule 3 medicines, which usually require pharmacist advice but not a prescription, such as an emergency contraception. They will also be able to prescribe Schedule 4 prescription-only medicines, such as antibiotics and medicines for high blood pressure and high cholesterol. The reform in this bill aligns with the intent of the Strengthening Medicare Task Force and the October 2024 report from the Unleashing the Potential of Our Health Workforce Scope of Practice review. And the aim of that review was to, and I quote, reform our primary care workforce to deliver high-quality, equitable, integrated and sustainable healthcare for Australian communities. This built on the extensive work and consultations by the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia and the Australian Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officer since 2017 around the potential for RNs to increase their scope of practice. The registration standard was developed after comprehensive consultation with numerous peak bodies, including the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners, the AMA, the Congress of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Nurses, and the Australian Primary Healthcare Nurses Association. Deputy Speaker, the reforms in this bill are part of a bigger picture for the Albanese government. The picture of Albanese and Labor's government investment in public health. In 2023, Labor increased the bulk billing incentive threefold for groups who rely on their GP the most. The Albanese Labor and government increased that bulk billing incentive for pensioners, for concession card holders and families with children. And this change reversed the decline in bulk billing and resulted in an extra 6.5 million bulk billed GP appointments across the country. A major milestone for Medicare then took effect on the 1st of November last year. From that date, for the first time, GPs received the bulk billing incentive for every patient they bulk bill, not only the groups I just mentioned. And this is the largest single investment ever made in Medicare and is expected to support around 18 million additional bulk billed visits every single year. In my electorate of Moreton, there are now 20 bulk billed GP clinics, with 10 clinics moving from a mixed model to a full bulk billing model. This is a 50% increase and it means that people on the south side of Brisbane have more access than ever before to bulk build GP clinics. With these reforms, projections show that by 2030, around 90% of GP visits nationwide will be bulk billed. And it also means the number of fully bulk billing practices is set to grow to roughly 4,800 clinics. That's more than 3 times the current figure, which is a significant improvement for communities across Australia. Urgent care clinics are also easing demand on hospital emergency departments. In Oxley, in my own electorate of Moreton, the local clinic is already making a difference. It's the health professionals there who are treating over 12,200 patients as of mid-January, and it's the same with expanding networks across the country. I note the member of Griffith is in the chamber tonight, and we have one right on our border, which also helps so many people in Annerley. In the 2025 budget, the government committed nearly $645 million over 3 years to expand the number of urgent care clinics from 87 to 137, and as a result, 4 out of 5 Australians live within a 20-minute drive of free, high-quality, urgent medical care, something that could only be achieved under this Labor government. And of course, from the 1st of January, the maximum co-payment, as I said before, for a standard PBS subscription fell from $31.60 to $25. Labor's commitment to healthcare is underpinned by our fundamental values. It's part of who we are. It's part of what runs through our blood. It's part of our DNA. And these are the values that we haven't held for a minute, we've held for a very long time. The Australian Labor Party believes that everyone deserves access to healthcare, regardless of your income, regardless of your employment, and regardless of where you live.
Thank you. And I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise to make a brief contribution on the health legislation amendment prescribing a pharmaceutical benefits bill 2025, and I wish to acknowledge the member for Moreton, who's given us such an elegant explanation of what this bill is about, what it aims to do, and what I feel very confident it will achieve. And I thank her for her acknowledgement of nurses right across Australia, many of whom are old former colleagues of mine, and I thank you for your very clear recognition and understanding of the work that nurses do. This bill amends the National Health Act 1953 and the Health Insurance Act 1973 to allow authorised registered nurses to prescribe medications under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. In doing so, it adds the final piece to an important reform that's been under development for almost a decade. This isn't a flash in the pan. This isn't something that someone's just come up with. This has been a long time in development, and that's because it's important to get these things right. And I highlight that this is about authorised registered nurses. This is about nurses who have undertaken significant further education and training to enable them to expand their scope of practice now to prescribe a formulary of medications. The introduction of registered nurse prescribing is the result of extensive coordination and collaboration between the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia, the Australian Health Practitioner Regulation Agency, the Australian and New Zealand Council of Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officers, and the health ministers across all Australian jurisdictions. The member for Moreton laid out the extensive training that's required in order for authorised nurses to prescribe Schedule 3 and 4 medications, and has made it quite clear that this is part of a bigger suite of reforms to strengthen Medicare. Deputy Speaker, I was involved many years ago in Australia at the very beginning of nurse practitioner education and training, and it was part of my role leading the education of a cohort of 14 aspirant nurse practitioners in a rural and regional health service to assist them with their education and training in pharmacology. and other elements of the higher training that they required in order to meet the scope of practice that was critical to become an endorsed nurse practitioner. I've spent more than 3 decades actually working in healthcare, and it's been one of the most extraordinary evolutions that I've seen, how nurses' scope of practice, and indeed other health professionals, allied health too, have grown over the last decade actually to respond to the growing requirements of our population, and particularly our ageing population. This initiative, just like the nurse practitioner pioneers, is especially important to me as a regional MP and as a former nurse and midwife, because I know, I've seen it, I've lived it, regional and rural and remote Australians, you know it, Deputy Speaker, have a higher burden of disease than our metropolitan counterparts. We do know that our healthcare is dictated by our postcode. And in my electorate of Indi, which is a regional electorate, it has some remote areas too though, we experience conditions such as asthma, arthritis and heart disease at rates way above the national average. This piece of legislation enables fully authorised and educated nurses to prescribe medications in categories that will absolutely make a difference to timely care in these chronic diseases. It's really important to me, this bill, because I can give confidence to anybody in this House that this will make a difference to people who suffer from chronic disease, and most particularly in rural and regional Australia. When I talk about chronic diseases being above the national rate and rural and regional and remote Australians dying earlier than their metropolitan counterparts, I do that knowing many of the people who have, in fact, died prematurely because they simply have not had access to the care that they need. And to make matters worse, we have healthcare workforce shortages in the regions that make us practically harder to effectively manage chronic health conditions and illnesses. Now, while this bill doesn't directly address the issue of healthcare workforce supply, I do want to spend a little moment talking about this because it is part of the broader picture. It's really important that we situate this legislation in the broader reality of healthcare in the regions. Of course, this legislation isn't restricted to nurses who work in the regions, it's across Australia, but I'm highlighting particularly why it matters to communities like mine. Regional communities absolutely struggle to access healthcare, including the prescribing of medications. And to be clear, I want to say that the healthcare workforce in regional Australia is absolutely fantastic, filled with highly competent professionals, the biggest group of whom being nurses, and so many of them not able until more recent times to be able to work to their full scope of practice. These problems aren't their doing. There's simply not enough workforce to meet our healthcare demand. So with the workforce that we have, we need to absolutely ensure that we're providing the opportunities to access the training and education they need to expand their scope of practice and work closely with the people who need them most. Further to that, when I think about workforce, health workforce in rural and regional Australia, it's not just a matter of attracting workforce, it's also a matter of retaining them. And one of the challenges for many nurses is job satisfaction. The frustration of seeing a patient who needs further care and the restrictions on nurses in being able to provide that care. And that's why this bill, again, is really important in a sense of expanding scope of practice, but really building on job satisfaction for a nurse. Workforce shortages in rural health, the reasons for those are many and complex. Certainly inadequate resourcing of regional health systems, training pathways that make getting regional experience difficult or unaffordable, housing and childcare shortages that prevent talented professionals from moving to regional Australia. We really do have a wicked problem, and there isn't just one policy to solve it. But this piece of legislation is part of that puzzle, and I really welcome it. The truth is, if we're going to address workforce challenges, we do need to come at it from all angles, and that includes making sure that every single healthcare professional is supported to work at their full scope of practice. And this bill supports a reform that does precisely this. In Victoria, the number of nurses is actually relatively consistent in proportion to population across major cities, inner and outer regions and remote communities. In fact, as I said before, nurses make up the highest number of healthcare professionals in the bush. And where we do have the workforce in rural and regional Australia, we need to make sure that we're not putting unnecessary handbrakes on the care that they can provide their communities. I've been in that situation many times in my long-distance past, working in a bush nursing hospital, where I have waited on the phone trying to get onto a medical practitioner to come and prescribe what is a pretty basic repeat medication for a patient who's driven for several hours to come to the hospital to get that medication. It could have been all sorted in a very short time if a nurse had this additional capacity. Enabling registered nurses to expand their scope of practice through additional training endorsement, really it's a common sense national solution, and one I hope will materially improve access to healthcare in the regions. And we've heard this evening, this isn't Robinson Crusoe. This is happening in many other parts of the world, most recognisably in the United Kingdom. Right now, there are people in my electorate of Indi who spend half a day travelling or wait weeks for GP appointments just to get that repeat prescription, and I'm hoping this legislation is going to be a godsend for them. It'll make a real difference to their lives if they can get their medications a little sooner and a little closer to home. Now, I'm absolutely alive to concerns from some other members of the health team about concerns about fragmented care, and I'm the first to say that we really must make sure that our communication, that our digital tools are sufficient to enable us to ensure that we do not have fragmentation.
Member for Indi, being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. And I call the member for Warringah. And then I'll call.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Strata living is now a defining feature of Australia's housing system. Yet too often, strata owners and renters are being asked to carry risks they did not create and cannot control. Almost half of households in the electorate of Warringah live in strata. Apartments are central to how we meet our housing needs, manage density and support diverse communities. But strata residents are often locked out of opportunity to access clean energy rebates while being loaded with responsibilities and rising costs. In Warringah, I recently met with residents on a single street where 5 apartment buildings are all battling serious water ingress issues. These are families who bought homes in good faith. Yet years later, they are still fighting developers, paying special levies, facing rising insurance premiums and living with stress, mould and uncertainty. They cannot sell, some cannot safely stay and they cannot compel accountability, and governments are abandoning them, are failing to be there for them. Strata residents are also being left behind in the clean energy transition. While around 30% of standalone homes in Warringah now have solar, only 3 to 4% of apartments do, and renters are almost entirely excluded. And we unfortunately see time and time again government policies designed in a way that excludes stratas. People want to electrify their homes, whether they live in single dwellings or in strata. They want to cut their power bills, install batteries and enable EV charging. But they are blocked by complex governance, outdated strata regulation, high upfront costs and inconsistent government pathways, including local government pathways. The New South Wales Government's bond scheme, for example, to address building defects has also fallen short, shifting the burden onto owners with few tools for recourse. Australia is now racing to build 1.2 million homes. Many of those will be in strata and medium to high density. Experts are warning that up to half of new apartments could have serious defects without stronger standards and accountability. We need to be focusing more on the quality of what is being built, not just on the nice to announce numbers when it comes to what is being approved or built. We need national consistency, transparent developer and builder ratings, stronger certification and a national recourse scheme to support owners when developers dodge responsibility or go into liquidation. Too often, the property developer has moved on, the builders go into liquidation, and it is owners who are left carrying the debt and the serious consequences. So that does mean aligning federal leadership with state systems, fixing incentives and ensuring strata communities can access the many different programs, including energy programs, including, for example, the home batteries one that we hear about so often in this place. It also means supporting existing buildings, not just future ones, with fair insurance practices and access to low-cost finance for rectification of building defects when developers and builders are not available to take responsibility. Strata residents are not asking for special treatment. They're just actually asking for a fair system that works for them and recognises the very difficult situation they are all too often in compared to single-dwelling homeowners. I attended a workshop and a round table in the North Sydney local government area where so many were absolutely despairing at the financial circumstances they faced, the situation they found themselves where the legal responsibility passed with them upon contract exchange. Developers move on, have made their profits. Builders go into liquidation or build substandard buildings, and those left to pay for the rectifications to ensure they even have something livable are the owners, and they are left in a situation where the property they've purchased, it was quite stark, could be hundreds of thousands of dollars less in value. They are left with hundreds of thousands of dollars of rectification costs. They're unable to sell, they're unable to live in it, and they're unable to move. It was quite dire. The level of stress and anxiety was huge. So I urge the government to start focusing on the question of more equitable arrangements so that strata people living in strata situations have a fairer system.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Griffith.
Anti-Semitic attack at Bondi on 14th of December, people in my community of Griffith were shaken. I was shaken, as I know every single Australian was. And if we are honest, that shock has landed on top of something else that has been building for too long. A sense in parts of our community that it is getting harder to simply belong. Over recent months, and especially in the last few weeks, as I have met with constituents and community groups across Griffith, I have heard stories that have stayed with me. I've heard from a Jewish community member who no longer feels comfortable in his own gym, a man who feels judged and condemned by those around him. I've heard from Muslim families, including a father whose daughter-in-law is now afraid to wear her hijab on the way to work or to the shop, simply because of her faith. This fear and concern did not start on December the 14th last year. Our community is clear on this. It has been building for some time through the drip of hateful rhetoric, the spread of misinformation, and the steady normalisation of behaviour that makes people second guess whether they will be safe and welcome in their own suburb. Last week I had the opportunity to visit 4EB in Woolloongabba with the Assistant Minister for Citizenship, Customs and Multicultural Affairs, my friend, the member for Bruce. We sat down with the team and heard directly from trusted community voices that connect people across languages, cultures and generations. The member for Bruce said something that stuck with me about how social cohesion is a dynamic process, not an end state or a mere tick box, reminding us that it's a process that requires constant work. He said, "Hate and violence don't result from diversity. Hate and violence result because of misinformation, polarisation, miscommunication of those differences." We know what is putting strain on that work. Echo chambers driven by algorithms, foreign malign influence, and the weaponisation of overseas conflicts here at home. Australia is proudly one of the world's most successful multicultural societies, but that success didn't just happen. It takes investment, strong institutions, and it takes leadership in our communities and in this place. Because leadership matters when there are people trying to make division feel normal. The politics of division is very easy, the quick hit of outrage, grievance and blame. The member for Bruce and I agree it is a political business model that scratches at the fringes and stokes anger and outrage to harvest votes at both ends of the political spectrum. We are seeing a concerning rise in deliberately divisive language from the likes of One Nation. I grew up in 1990s Queensland when now Senator Hanson made her maiden speech. I vividly remember what it did to people's sense of safety and to the tone of community life. Then I was outraged and took action as a teenager, and I'm not going to pretend it is acceptable now. I share the concerns of many in my electorate. I worry about the normalisation of Senator Hanson's disgraceful rhetoric and her exclusionary form of patriotism. I worry because words set the temperature in our community. They signpost to people whether they belong. That is not the Australia we want. It is not the Griffith we want to see. I was asked recently on social media post about this very issue and how would I know what my community wants. Speaker, I know because I meet with people across Griffith every single day, whether it's at a pop-up office, at the electorate office or on the doorsteps while door knocking. I know because my electorate team and I receive and respond to hundreds of emails and phone calls every single week. I know because I sit with families, community leaders, faith leaders and local organisations and I listen. I know because when a Jewish constituent tells me they no longer feel comfortable turning up to the gym, or when a Muslim parent tells me their daughter-in-law is weighing up whether it's safe to wear a hijab, that's not politics, that's lived experience. In my first speech to this Parliament, I spoke about the responsibility of listening to community and the honour of being trusted to represent Griffith. I did not come into this job to inflame things. I came into this job to bring people together and do the practical, patient work of strengthening the bonds that make a place like ours work. Speaker, we assemble in this place on Ngunnawal and Ngambri country to make and amend laws, and laws matter. They set boundaries, but what must underpin them is our commitment to build understanding and strengthen cohesion. That commitment is the most important ingredient. It cannot be legislated. It is demonstrated in the choices each of us makes every day, day in, day out, to practice mutual respect. Because the promise of Australia is simple, that you can be safe, that you can belong and that you can build a life with others, not against them.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Australia Day is one of my favourite days in my community. We're a community backed by our strong volunteerism, a place where people show up, help others and find ways to bring our community together. And that's exactly what our local Rotarians did at the annual Monbulk Rotary and the Wandin Rotary Australia Day breakfasts. It was great to chat with local families, hear from Megan from the Royal Children's Hospital about the impact of fundraising on sick Aussie kids, and also to listen to Wurriolik Primary School students Dixie and Molly, who were guest speakers at the Wandin Rotary event. And from there, it was on to the Wandin Rotary Family Fun Day, an amazing day with food, entertainment and fun for the whole family. In true Australian spirit, the Community Bank of Wandin Seville announced $10,000 each for 4 local CFA brigades: Coldstream CFA, Gruya CFA, Wandin CFA and Seville CFA. This is the 3rd time that the Community Bank have made this contribution, $120,000 to these much needed and much deserved brigades. Thank you to Ray and the team at the Bendigo Bank. And this will help with equipment and operations as they continue to protect our local community and communities all across Victoria and the country. And it was fantastic to welcome our newest citizens at the Yarra Ranges Council citizenship ceremony before the annual Community Awards event. And I had the privilege of announcing the 2026 Yarra Ranges Citizen of the Year as Emma Sullivan. And Emma was recognised for amazing work with the Wattle Wildlife Shelter in the Dandenong Ranges. And unfortunately, Emma couldn't be there, but it was for a great reason. She was out at the fire grounds volunteering to help look after wildlife. Thank you, Emma, for your service to our community. And I want to congratulate the Community Group of the Year, the Montrose Township Group, the Environmental Achiever, Patrick Natoli, the Young Environmental Achiever, Cohen Pearson, who delivered a brilliant speech on the day. Also, the Ian Delarue Award for Community Leadership, Heath Heath Pawley, and the Mayor's Lifetime Achievement Award to Mr Warburton Gordon Buller. And personally, it was a special day that I could congratulate the former Mayor, current councillor, a great friend of mine, Councillor Jim Child. He was awarded a Medal of the Order of Australia for his commitment to local government and our Yarra Ranges community. Jim has been serving our community for so long. He was a councillor when it was the Shire of Upper Yarra before the Yarra Ranges was created in the early 90s. Congratulations also to Jim Richards, Paul Birch, Alan Clayton, George McDonald, Neil McLeod for receiving the Medals of the Order of Australia as well. And to Detective Sergeant Dr Janelle Hardiman, who received the Australian Police Medal. Jessica Drummond also received the Ambulance Service Medal, and Anthony Coolmas received the Public Service Medal. We have some wonderful schools in my community of Casey, and it was fantastic to get out to many of them while in the community over summer. And I'd like to shout out to the students at Yarra Junction Primary School who have been learning about the impact of plastics on our marine life and local environment. Mrs Thomas's grades 1 and 2 students took their knowledge of single-use plastics and turned it into a persuasive letter that they shared with me during a recent visit. And Prime Minister, on behalf of the Yarra Junction Primary School students, I wanted to let you know that they are concerned about the single-use plastic packaging used by supermarkets and the impact it is having on our waterways. I urge you to do all you can to reduce this. In many of their letters, they have requested that supermarkets stop using or use less single-use plastic packaging. Congratulations to Ms Thomas and the Grade 1-2s on their great environmental advocacy. With so much of our community surrounded by the beautiful Yarra River, it is so important that students learn how to protect our environment for years to come. And I recently had the opportunity to head back again to Yarra Junction to recognise the Grade 6 leaders. Congratulations to them. I was also out last Friday at Bimbadeen Heights Primary School to recognise the leaders. Speaker, Bimbadeen Heights might sound familiar. That was the school you came and visited me with last year and you're warmly remembered there. So the new leaders will still debate whether pineapple should go on pizzas or not. Also had the opportunity to go to Oxley Heights Christian School to recognise the new leaders for 2026. I want to wish all the primary school and high school students in Casey all the best for 2026.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Sturt.
Contributions being made by selfless and incredible people living in my electorate of Sturt. Sturt is home to 7 local councils, and many of these local councils celebrated and recognised their outstanding citizens as part of their recent Australia Day Awards. And it was a privilege to be able to attend several of these ceremonies and to learn more about these remarkable people. The Citizen of the Year at the Port Adelaide Enfield City Council Australia Day Awards was Ms Debbie Grace. In 2007, Debbie founded the OC Challenge, which is a not-for-profit charity that supports South Australian women with ovarian cancer, raises funds, educates and raises awareness about this cruel illness. Through the efforts of the OC Challenge, not only can newly diagnosed patients at the Royal Adelaide Hospital access a psychologist, but also a dedicated nurse and support staff who are available to patients throughout their treatment and afterwards. This free service has so far supported over 230 women from metropolitan and regional areas in private and public health settings. Ovarian cancer is known as a silent killer because by the time it presents, it is spread. Outcomes are poor and a diagnosis can be devastating. Ovarian cancer has touched my family, and it means a great deal to me to know that people like Debbie are working selflessly to support affected patients and their families. Thank you, Debbie. The Burnside City Council's Young Citizen of the Year was Tom Edwards, who was recognised for his long-standing service to the mighty Glenunga Rams Footy Club, where he has served as a committee member, secretary and president, as well as still playing in the backlines in the senior men's competition. Tom has dedicated countless hours to the club to create opportunities for players, families and volunteers. Under Tom's stewardship, the club's women's program has both skyrocketed and enjoyed success. I've met with Tom several times and can confirm that his balance of professionalism, knowledge and kindness makes him a very worthy winner. Congratulations, Tom, and go Rams. At the Unley City Council, David Woods was named the 2026 Citizen of the Year, announced during that council's Australia Day celebrations. Known for his work in community fundraising, resilience and animal welfare, David was recognised for his inspirational contributions to the local community. David lives with ataxia, and this has shaped his approach to life. Ataxia is a neurological condition characterised by uncoordinated muscle movements, including poor balance, unsteady gait and slurred speech. But it has not stopped David. He not only embraces life, but he is dedicating his life to helping others. At the City of Nord, Payneham and St Peter's Council Australia Day Awards, the Citizen of the Year was the beautiful Margaret McGregor. Margaret's contribution to the community has been profound, spanning decades of dedicated service, from opening her own home to refugees, to helping families find housing, work and education, and empowering Afghan women and youth through community sport. Margaret's compassion has changed lives across that community. After she won, I congratulated and thanked her for her service, and she replied simply by saying that it was important to her to do what she could to help others. The City of Tea Tree Gully presented its Outstanding Citizen of the Year award to Noelle Wallace, who is a passionate community leader and the Director of Pathway Community Centre in Modbury North. She mobilises a dedicated team of volunteers to deliver over 150 food relief packages to those doing it tough, and spearheaded the opening of the Pathway Wellbeing Centre, offering holistic care and support to clients. Her tireless advocacy and commitment shine through from challenges, from replacing essential food vans to navigating renovations and financial hurdles, which she does with wisdom and patience. I congratulate all nominees and winners across the electorate of Sturt and thank them for doing what they can every day to invest in our wonderful Sturt community by serving others.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Wright.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And before I make a contribution, today in the House, the Prime Minister advised the House that absent would be the member for Blair, and it's the first opportunity I've had to just get to my feet to offer my thoughts and prayers to him and his family as they navigate the waters ahead. He and I have been adversaries and neighbours from the political divide, and I know him to be a good man, and my thoughts are with him. That aside, Labor are failing the Australian public. And Shane, if you're watching, you'll know that this is all true. I can see him firing up right now. Australians are poorer today as a result of the RBA's announcement to shift rates from 3.6 to 3.85. And there are so many people in Australia that will take the position that, well, I don't own a house. I don't have a mortgage. So the rate rise doesn't really affect me. But can I tell you it does? It affects everyone. Because any business that's got an overdraft, and we come from a party of business, we come from a party who understands what it means to balance the books. We come from a party that we bet our family home with a bank to say that we think we can get out the other side of this. And I know my businesses in my electorate, my farming businesses, my coffee shops, they have overdrafts. And when their cost of business goes up, so does the cost of their production, so does the cost that gets pushed onto the consumers for those who can. You know, some of the larger ones that will deal with the larger retailers will make the argument that they can't push those costs on and they'll absorb it. But to use the basic principles of business is you calculate your costs, you push them on. So today's rate rise means that everyone is going to be poorer as a result of the RBA's decision. Now, I remember being in grade 9 and we had the debate in an economics class which was more important, fiscal and monetary policy. And what the lecturer or the teacher was trying to establish is that you had a complete understanding of both policy settings. Well, what's avoiding the Australian Labor Party, the Prime Minister, the Treasurer at the moment, is that they're making the argument that there is now a complete separation between fiscal and monetary policy and the two are not connected. When the Treasurer stood at the dispatch box today and tried to make the argument that none of the decisions that have been made by the Reserve Bank have got any unintended consequence of what we're doing here in this House. It's got no unintended consequences of what our spending habits are. None whatsoever. And you know as a Labor Party when you're in trouble, when you've got the ABC starting to roll the heat up on you. And I draw you to the attention of no less than David Spears, who on October 24 had an interview with the Treasurer. And he said, I think when it comes to inflation specifically, this was the Treasurer's comments. I think when it comes to inflation specifically, the worst is behind us and better days are ahead. I would have hoped that that was correct. And as Australians, we all would have hoped that that was correct. And then in April 2025, the comment from the Treasurer was, this is when the inflation was going down, this is proof that the responsible economic management, which has been a defining feature of the Albanese government. So they take credit for the numbers when they're going down, but it's always somebody else's fault when it's going up. I mean, I've got 5 kids. None of them are real. Yeah, they're great kids, but even they're starting to see through it. How can you take the credit on one but not on the other? So Spearsy says in January 2026, just a couple of weeks ago.
The member's time has concluded. I thank the member for right. The question is, the House to now adjourn and give the call to the Deputy Speaker.
Well, Speaker, last week I attended the Ngarama, a much-loved community gathering on Awabakal and Warramai country in Newcastle, now in its 5th year. I want to acknowledge just how important this event has become in Newcastle's calendar of events. Through truth-telling, performances, dance and song, the evening honours the past, the present and the enduring strength of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, as well as providing a powerful opportunity to reflect on the lives and ongoing contributions of First Nations people in Mullumbimba, Newcastle. It was powerful to see so many locals coming out, families, neighbours, workmates, elders and so many young people, all sharing in storytelling, music, art and truth-telling. Events like Ngarama matter because they create space to listen, to learn and to walk forward together. They deepen our understanding of the world's oldest continuing culture and strengthen the respect that sits at the heart of our community. I want to thank the organisers, the Awabakal, the Wallatuka and the University of Newcastle in particular, the artists, performers, volunteers and elders who made this event such a success. Thank you as well to all the partners, and I'm especially pleased to acknowledge the support of the Australian Government this year. Ngarama reminds us that reconciliation isn't a moment, it's a shared journey. And in Newcastle, we are committed to walking that path together. And Speaker, across Australia, now more than 218,000 households now have a home battery installed under Labor's Cheaper Home Batteries plan. And that includes over 1,500 in my electorate of Newcastle. And that's good news for families, it's good news for our energy system, and it's great news for the environment. Home batteries help households store the solar energy they generate through the day and then use it whenever they need it, not just when the sun is shining. And this is lowering bills and giving families more control over their energy use. Home batteries are also strengthening the grid by reducing pressure during all those peak times, making our energy system more reliable and resilient. And of course, they play a critical role in cutting emissions by helping us to use more clean, renewable energy. This is a practical climate action that delivers real benefits to everyday Australians right now, with lower bills, increased reliability on the grid and a cleaner energy future. And Speaker, well, I love going out to O Week events at the University of Newcastle, and last week I did just that. There was real excitement and energy amongst the students on campus, and one thing kept coming up again and again, and that was student debt relief. Yes. It's good to have that word relief at the end of that sentence now. Returning students told me just what it meant to have their student debts cut last year. And Labor's 20% cut off all student debt. And let's not forget, this is not just for university students, but every TAFE student that accumulated one of these debts, every apprentice, someone under the VET schemes, all stood to benefit from this scheme. It's delivering real relief for people in my electorate. More than 25,000 Novocastrians had a 20% cut off their student debt. And what relief that brought. And let's not forget those students now studying teaching, nursing, midwifery or social work. They were telling me how thrilled they were about now being able to be paid while undertaking those mandatory placements as part of their degree program. These students do essential, demanding and often full-time work for their placements in order to qualify for professions that our communities desperately need. And so paying these students during placement, it's about fairness, it's about dignity, it's about making sure that cost isn't a barrier to becoming a teacher, a nurse, a midwife or social worker. And I can tell you those social workers who we desperately need many more of in our communities, especially now, they were doing 1,000 hours of unpaid work in order to get their degree. Think about that, giving up paid work in order to become a great social worker in our community. So this paid Commonwealth PRAC payment system is a real game changer for those mostly women students doing these professions. It was really energising to hear their stories and their optimism, and that's exactly why Labor is committed to backing students and investing in our future workforce.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.